This is Audible.
Dragonsteel presents Defiant by Brandon Sanderson. Read for you by Susie Jackson. Prologue. I floated in a void of nothing and felt like I belonged there. So strange. I was a creature of flesh and blood, I knew that. Yet my soul, part of it at least, felt more at home here, in a vast void of meaningless time, the nowhere. I was a person of two worlds. Spensa, the girl from detritus, a warrior. Chet, the delver, a being outside space and time. We had become one. We'd become a weapon. I still didn't know how that worked, but I had some connection to this place that I believed would let me attack the delvers. Delvers. The terrible, strange beings that had destroyed planets and threatened my reality. I could hurt them. I didn't know how yet, but the thing I'd become, it could destroy them. They were frightened of me, so they hid. How can they hide? I thought. All time and space is one single point here. They are looking inward, Chet responded. Part of my soul, yes, but we were still two individuals. It had been just over a week since I'd returned from the nowhere, and I was still learning how all this worked. But I did feel much more like myself now than when I'd first arrived. I don't understand, I sent to him. We have no bodies, Chet explained. So you can only see us, what you call the eyes, when we are looking. It is complicated, as light only becomes visible when you interact with it, when it hits your eyes. You can only be aware of us when we are aware of you. Yeah, he might have been stapled to my soul, and I might have felt like I belonged in this void, but a ton of this still broke my brain to think about. How do we fight them? I asked him. I don't know, he replied. We need to learn. For now, isn't it enough that they're afraid of us? It should have been, but something about that bothered me. An issue with their fear that I couldn't quite explain yet. So for the moment, I hovered, considering, worried, but unable to explain why. Alone, in a place that was populated by thousands upon thousands of my enemies. Mbot, I thought, questing out with my cytonic senses. No response. I didn't know what had happened to him. Chet said he'd survived somehow, but despite searching each day since my return, coming here to the nowhere via cytonic mental projection, I'd not been able to find any sign of my friend. The ship I'd once flown, a delver in embryo. I sighed and tried experimenting with my powers. Melding with the delver had changed me in two significant ways. First, in my vicinity, the border between somewhere and nowhere seemed more flimsy. Second, I had a connection to the delvers, and to others. I could enter minds more easily. I could feel emotions more easily. Here in the nowhere, time was meaningless. Each person entering it, however, pulled a little bit of the somewhere in with them, left an imprint, like a picture. On my journey, I'd been able to touch similar pictures left deliberately for me. Now I began to get glimpses of ones left unintentionally, traces of what my friends had experienced while I'd been gone. As I reached out, I found images, impressions, residual bits of emotion and experience left as my friends hyperjumped in and out of the nowhere, breadcrumbs that helped me experience what they'd been through while I was gone. They'd told me, of course, but now I saw it. I saw their panic when I vanished to go to Starsight. I saw them befriend Alanik, the purple-skinned alien who had crashed on detritus. With her, they'd eventually gone to rescue her world from the superiority, bringing a small planet's worth of people to our cause. I saw the National Assembly, my people's political leaders, try to make a deal with the enemy. And I saw a tragic betrayal as Winzik gleefully turned that summit into a trap, setting off an explosion that killed most of our leaders. I saw Gran and Cobb vanish into the nowhere, propelled by her talents to protect them, and I saw them get trapped there. Finally, I saw the Kitsen, small, fox-like aliens who walked on 2 feet and whose entire planet was in danger when the superiority decided to attack. I saw interactions between them and my people, with Skyward flight doing hard work to forge an alliance. Jorgen reluctantly taking up leadership not just of our flight, but of the entire military, using his powers to rescue not only Gran and Cobb, but the Kitsen Cytonics, who had been trapped in an interdimensional prison for centuries. These were mere glimpses, likely only possible because of my deep ties to my friends. When I tried to use the same abilities to spy on my enemies, I got nothing. But these images helped me fill in what had happened in my absence, and also left me feeling sorrowful, because I hadn't been there to help, because they'd all learned so much, accomplished so much, and I was left as an observer to their lives. "What you were doing was important," Chet said to me. I nodded, as I knew it was true, but still. I left the nowhere, coming aware in my bunk back on detritus. I still had a problem, one bigger than my own emotional baggage. I didn't know how these new powers would help me defeat the Delvers. It was my job to protect my people from them. It was why I'd gone to the nowhere. I was supposed to become the weapon that could defeat them. Despite all I'd learned, all I'd accomplished, I felt like I was still so very ignorant. I had no idea what I was doing. Chet vibrated my soul in a way that was comforting. He was doing his best to help. I sighed, climbed out of my bunk, and prepared for the day. By all accounts, it was going to be a doozy. Fortunately, for the time being, all I had to do was stand in place and try to look imposing. I stumbled to the mirror, and what looked back was anything but imposing. Frizzy hair, down past my shoulders now, bags under my eyes. And something within those eyes, something haunted, something dangerous, something I didn't understand. Myself, and what I'd become. I shook my head, heaved a long sigh, then took out my dress uniform. Part 1. Chapter 1. 5 hours later, I stood at parade rest on stage. I'd survived innumerable starfighter battles. I'd escaped the destructive power of the Lifebuster bomb by a fraction of a moment. I'd traveled the nowhere itself, teasing out the memories and wisdom of the ancients. I'd looked straight at the Delvers, the terrible, eldritch monsters that lived outside of time and space, meeting their eyes and refusing to back down. I was Spensa Nightshade, warrior. Which meant, I had come to learn, that I was an important political tool. And so today, instead of being out fighting, I had to wear something far less comfortable than a good flight suit. My chest was laden with medals. I was pretty sure they'd invented a few new ones to give me, just to make me look more impressive. Despite that, today's ceremony wasn't about me. I was, like the medals themselves, an ornament, a way to lend credibility to what was happening before me. Jorgen Waite, being named Defiant Defense Force Admiral of the Fleet. And, since the National Assembly had been destroyed, we were under martial law, meaning that as the DDF Admiral of the Fleet, he was also provisional head of our government, until something else could be arranged. Even with my glimpses of what had happened in my absence, I felt like I was behind, still struggling to catch up. Jorgen leaned forward as one of our elders placed the appropriate epaulettes on his shoulders, conferring his new rank. Then he stood up tall. Looking at his strong, determined features, you'd never have known that he'd broken down a few days ago, crying in my arms over the death of his parents. They had been assembly members. A part of my soul echoed with the cry of pain he'd made as the blast had killed them. What a fool's errand that had been. I couldn't believe the assembly had really tried to make peace with the superiority. They'd walked right into that trap. Still, I tried not to blame them. While I'd never gotten along with the assembly members I'd met, for Jorgen's sake, I mourned. It was a major blow to all of us, not just those who had lost family. It blared out an insult loud as the galaxy itself. We weren't even worth negotiating with. Applause erupted in the long, broad hall where we'd gathered for the event. I stood to the side of the stage, along with Kimmelin, FM, and several other distinguished DDF officers. My spot gave me a good view of the audience, which was strikingly varied. Despite what I'd seen, it was hard to believe that in my absence, my friends had accomplished so much. 2 entire planets had joined with us in defiance. Prominent among them were the Kitson, who stood on an array of floating platforms with speakers to magnify their chirps of approval. In rescuing their long-lost cytonics, we now had a force of people with powers like my own, if more compact in their 15-centimeter-tall furry frames. Alanik's people, the Urdale, were also there, though in smaller numbers. They had violet skin and prominent, bone-white facial protrusions. The ones I'd met this week treated me cordially, but I could sense the awkwardness there. Alanik herself was near the front of their group, and although she and my flight had become good friends, she avoided my gaze. Fair enough. I'd impersonated her, and had done quite a bit in her name. Though she said she understood why, well, I wouldn't have liked the idea of anyone running around impersonating me. Jorgen stood before the crowd, accepting the applause. I could tell from that strained, too responsible look in his eyes that he didn't think he deserved it. I was proud of him for accepting it anyway. He had never wanted this. He, like me, just wanted to fly. But I hadn't heard a complaint out of him since my return. Someone had to step up and take the lead, and Jorgen was one of our most battle-hardened and experienced pilots. That itself was terrifying, considering his age, but it was the truth. We needed him. Once the applause died down, FM barked an order, and those of us on the stage snapped to attention and saluted. Jorgen returned the salute, then walked to the podium to make his speech. That was the sign that the rest of us could break salute, step backstage, then make our way to our seats. I ducked out first, wondering if maybe I could, "Hey, spin," a voice said, and I turned to see Kimmelin hurrying toward me. Kimmelin wore her hair long, naturally forming tight curls that reached to her shoulders. She'd been forced to pin on nearly as many medals as me. "You all right?" she asked. "You look distracted." "Fine," I said as others filed around us. Then I just stood there, silent. Scud. I still didn't know what to say to my friends. How did I even begin to explain what I'd been through? That I had a Delver stapled to my soul? That I'd seen the origins of cytonics, then nearly lost myself in a place where time frayed like the edges of an old coat? That I'd almost decided to stay and abandon them? "If you need," Kimmelin started. "I've got to hit the head," I said, accidentally talking over her. Her expression turned concerned again, maybe a little hurt that I hadn't opened up to her as I once had. I fled, but not to the head. I got lost on the way, and in under 10 minutes I was in the cockpit of a Poco starfighter, boosting out into space to do a quick patrol of the region. It was a selfish move. Someone might notice my empty seat, and it might start rumors. But Scud, I'd been going to far, far too many meetings lately. 1 week since my return, and I'd barely had any time in a ship. Plus, I'd heard Jorgen's speech 6 times already as he'd practiced. So I flew, enjoying the sensation of the G-forces pushing me back in my seat, enjoying the sight of detritus's many layers of platforms rotating above me, with the soft blue-gray stone ground extending before me. And in a moment of exultation, I activated my cytonic abilities and hyperjumped toward outer space just beyond the planet. The moment I jumped, Chet stirred, his soul stuffed inside my body like a parachute packed in its ejection pod. I don't know what to make of my new powers, I thought at him as, once again, we hung in the void and saw only blackness. The other day, I hyperjumped something without touching it. Yes, he thought back. You are part Delver now. Distance and space are not as relevant to you as they once were. Here, floating for a moment in the nowhere, and once again not seeing any Delvers, I felt I understood a little better why I was dangerous to them. It had something to do with my deeper intrinsic connection to the nowhere and the Delvers. One thing I'd learned in my travels was that they had hidden away parts of themselves, had intentionally forgotten their pain. Now that I was part Delver, I could see the truth. I could see what Chet had done to hide that same pain. I thought if I could figure it all out, this could be the secret to their destruction. I took a moment to quest out for Mbot again, but felt nothing, so I completed the hyperjump. I appeared back in the somewhere, in my ship, outside Detritus's shell, and in that moment I realized something. Why I'd been concerned earlier in the day when Chet had noted the Delvers were afraid of me. He stirred. Yes, he thought at me. Why are you worried? It's good that they're frightened, yes? Good, I thought back, and bad. Chet, they're desperate, and desperate people do unpredictable things. I'd spent all this time learning to anticipate them, but now, who knew what they would do? He settled back against my soul, like a person leaning back in a chair, and pondered on that. Because we were linked, he understood instantly what I meant, and soon I saw that he understood my worry as well. Still, I tried to put those concerns out of my mind for the moment so I could just enjoy the flight. Tried to ignore the weight upon my soul, the lingering sadness, though I tried to stamp it out, at having left the nowhere, where I could have explored without responsibility, behind. The worry about Mbot. The sense of disconnect I felt, returning to a place where time flowed normally. The implications that I was now one of them more than I was one of us. My hyperjump, fortunately, gave me something gorgeous to distract me. We were in orbit around Evershore, the Kitson homeworld, a vibrant blue planet like all the old pictures of Earth, with clouds and seas and life. It was breathtaking. I soared through space between the two planets. Detritus, it turned out, could move. There was a reason it had been built with its own protective shell, able to maintain its warmth and a day-night cycle far from any sun. It was an enormous battle station, capable of using cytonics to hyperjump around the galaxy. Indeed, many of its platforms could move on their own, like smaller battle stations. All the planet had needed was some maintenance and a whole lot of alien slugs. Fortunately, we'd managed to provide both. Our homeworld was even more amazing than we'd ever known. It had provided a haven to slugs, hundreds of them hiding in the tunnels far beneath the surface. Thinking of that made me reach out to Doomslug, and I sensed her spike of joy at the contact. She sent me an image of a large room on one of the platforms where she was being cared for. Dozens of slugs, of several different varieties, populated this room alone, with human caretakers engaging with them. Doomslug was hiding in the corner with a little bowl of what appeared to be caviar. She perked up at my contact and sent me an immediate emotional barrage of relief. After my time in the nowhere, I was getting better at understanding her, and these days I could make out basic words from the impressions she sent. I thought you would be happy with the others, I sent, remembering her joy at first seeing all those other slugs. Happy and not happy, she sent back. Why? Confused, she said. Feel lost still. Feel alone still. Feel strange. I immediately recognized that sensation, that feeling of no longer belonging, of seeing things differently from everyone else, of being an oddity. I sent her welcoming thoughts, and in a moment she was in my lap. I hoped that wouldn't cause the caretakers too much concern. I would have to send them a message. But I suspected the caretakers were accustomed to it. I'd heard from Rig and FM that caring for a large group of intelligent, interdimensional, teleporting slugs was proving interesting. Together, Doomslug and I flew through space, pretending it was the old days. I accelerated us to incredible speeds, impossible in atmosphere, and enjoyed the sensation of doing maneuvers between two planets. My brain kept panicking as it tried to track which direction was up, and I found it a neat sensation. Not too different, actually, from flying in the nowhere. Unfortunately, duty soon came calling. My comm blinked, and a moment later, Jorgen's voice came through the earpiece of my helmet. "Spensa?" he asked. "Are you flying?" "Patrols," I said. "Who can say when the superiority will attack, you know?" He seemed to understand because he chuckled softly. "Feeling better?" I asked, "now that it's over?" "I would be," he said. "Only now I'm officially in charge, which means I have to do something about our predicament." "Fortunately, you don't have to do it alone," I said. "Which is why I'm calling you." I let out a deep sigh, but for his sake, I muted myself first. I took my finger off the mute. "What do you need?" "A meeting," he said, "to discuss our options and to plan our strategy." "Today?" I asked. "You just got promoted. Shouldn't there be, I don't know, a party or something?" I knew him well enough to predict his response. In fact, I could have mouthed along. "We can party once our people are safe," he said. "I'd like you there, Spin. Your perspective is essential to our strategy." A dozen excuses popped into my head. They were all stupid. He was right. I was needed. Doomslug, sensing my emotions, let out a soft, fluting sound of sympathy. "When?" I asked. 15 minutes? I'll be there. Illustration description. Taenix Xenogastropod Overview, record DST 230302. Common variants. Hyperslug, facilitates cytonic traversal, has mid-sized rounded back spines. Back spines are steel blue and belly is saffron. Boomslug, deploys cytonic weaponry, has mid-sized rounded back spines. Back spines are raisin black and belly is rose madder. Inhibitor slug, inhibits cytonic abilities, has mid-sized, narrow, plate-like back spines. Back spines are lime green and belly is electric blue. Comslug, boosts cytonic communication, has mid-sized, pointed back spines and two extra-long pointed antennae near the front. Back spines are tangerine, and belly is dark violet. There are 7 known and understood variants of Taenix, with various colors, spines, and exterior patterns. There are also 7 reported variants that are unknown. 4 of these unknown variants are large, and 2 of the large variants have bicolored spines, as well as a third color for their bellies. 3 of the unknown variants are quite small, less than a third of the size of the known and the larger unknown variants. Chapter 2. The meeting took place on Platform Prime, our center of operations inside Tritus's shell. The space station flew over the surface of the planet, but was well protected behind many outer layers of other platforms, flying gun emplacements and shields. At least Jorgen knew to pick the room with the best seats. I swiveled in my bucket-style chair, which was tight and curved with high sides, almost like a little cockpit. I forced myself to listen to what Ironsides was saying. The former DDF leader, now bearing the rank of Admiral Emeritus, had been dredged up from forced retirement because, well, we needed everyone we had. And Ironsides, for all her faults, had an eye for tactics. "In a way, you could say we're lucky," the silver-haired woman said, gesturing at a star map on the wall that highlighted a wedge of space on the edge of the Milky Way, our region of the galaxy, territory controlled by the superiority. We were smack dab in the middle of it. "Lucky how?" Jorgen asked from his seat at the head of the long conference table. It was filled with a number of admirals, engineers, and foreign dignitaries, including Kuna, the sole senior Dione on our side, a blue-skinned politician who had become a friend of mine during my days hiding as Alanik on Starsight. "Here, let me explain," Ironside said, shuffling through some papers. Jorgen waited, sitting primly on the edge of his chair. How could he look so uncomfortable? These chairs were comfy, and you could even swivel them with your toe, though you did have to lounge back a little to fit them properly, to melt into the form. That wasn't a particularly Jorgen-esque way of doing things. I studied him, enjoying the cut of his chin, the intensity of his gaze, the determination of his posture. Yeah, this new job was a good choice for him. It fit Jorgen like a glove, albeit a new one he hadn't quite broken in yet. While Ironsides shuffled papers, the back door to the conference room opened and Cobb slipped in. He'd been the DDF head before Jorgen. Cobb had been my mentor, and was one of the wisest people I knew. He looked like he'd aged 20 years since I'd left 7 weeks ago. He leaned heavily on his cane, and his skin seemed to droop on his body. He'd nearly been killed by the bomb that had destroyed the National Assembly, but my grandmother had saved him, hyper-jumping them both away. Their time in the strange trap that had held the Kitson Cytonics for so long had not been kind to him. I glanced toward Gran, sitting at the side of the room. Seeing my aged grandmother at these conferences had surprised me when I'd first returned. I mean, I knew she was a military genius and the oldest living Defiant, having lived on the starship that originally brought us to Detritus when she'd been a girl, but I never thought anyone else would appreciate that. Jorgen did, and so she came to the meetings. Gran noticed my attention cytonically, and I sent her a question, something that was easy for me now that I'd fused with Chet. "Is he going to be all right?" I asked. "Cobb, you mean?" she asked. "He's the one who just came in?" Her cytonic senses had helped her adjust to losing her sight in some ways, but like all cytonics, her powers were duller when applied to regular people. "Yes," I said. "He looks so old, Gran." "I'll try not to be offended by the sorrow in that thought," Gran said. "Being old isn't that bad. Except for your body, your eyesight, your sense of balance, and waking up each morning feeling like you've been nailed in place." She smiled in my direction, then the expression faded. "I don't know how long it will take Cobb to recover. He didn't respond to our excursion as well as I did." Jorgen stood out of respect, which made the rest of us do likewise. Then Jorgen stepped over and conversed softly with Cobb, likely thanking him for coming. Cobb nodded but looked exhausted by the walk from the infirmary, as Jorgen helped him to a seat reserved for him at the side of the room. I knew Jorgen wished that Cobb was still in command, though Cobb had made it clear that was impossible in his current state. And so, with the weight of those bars on his shoulders, Jorgen settled back into his seat. I wished I'd been there to see him sweat when he'd finally taken command. He was cute when he went through deep personal crises, balancing his belief in the rule of law with the practical need to get things done. "Should we proceed?" Kuna asked. The Dione sat with their palms pressed together, forearms on the tabletop, watching with an air of dignity and, well, a smidge of condescension. That wasn't entirely Kuna's fault, though. They tried very hard, but had spent their entire life seeing themselves as someone who needed to protect and guide the species of lesser intelligence in the superiority. Changing such an entrenched worldview took time. "Yes, I have my data ready now," Ironside said. The older woman turned, tucking her short silver hair behind her ear, and pointed at the wall as the screen changed. I leaned forward, hoping for some interesting shot of a battle, but it was just a slide with a bunch of numbers and statistics. Great. Why hadn't anyone told me how many meetings galactic war would involve? Maybe I would have surrendered. Torture couldn't possibly be worse than this. We spent longer sitting and talking than we did actually fighting anyone. Maybe I could throw something at Jorgen and get him to glare at me? The superiority, Ironside said, was shockingly easy for Winzik to conquer. Unlike a traditional government, it doesn't rule by force, but through control of travel and resources. There are thousands of planets in the superiority, but almost none of them have active defense forces. That's because, said one of the Erdale, a male named Rinnikeen, they make people abandon their warlike ways to join. Is it so bad, Kuna replied to him, that we strive for peace and comfort instead of anger and strife? Well, it left you exposed, Rinnikeen said, pointing at the statistics. No one could resist Winzik. He conquered the entire superiority with barely a military. Yeah, I liked this guy. He made good points. I assume that is why you think we're lucky, Admiral, Jorgen cut in firmly. Our enemy controls a great deal of space, but not a lot of ships. Exactly, Ironside said. Our victories at Redon and Evershore prove that we can stand against Winzik. A lot of his military is needed to patrol, police, and maintain the territory he's taken. The offensive force left to him isn't that much bigger than our own. Maybe 2 or 3 times our numbers, which is remarkable, all things considered. He thought it would be easy, I said. He assumed nobody would fight back, and if they did, he thought he'd have the Delvers as the perfect threat to keep everyone under control. Hard to resist a tyrant when he's the only thing standing between you and a group of interdimensional horrors. Nightshade has the right of it, Ironside said. She met my eyes. We had a history, the two of us, but she'd been a worthy foe. Right up until she'd almost gotten everyone blown up, of course. So, what does this tell us? Jorgen said. How do we proceed? Though we've been lucky so far, sir, Ironside said, the admirals and I are worried. She flipped to a slide that showed what seemed to be production capacity. Winzik doesn't have a large military yet, but he has access to an enormous infrastructure. Here we see a list of manufactories capable of spitting out space-worthy fighters. These numbers here indicate possible production speeds, without accounting for any hidden military fabrication plants. We took that all in, and it was daunting. Once Winzik brought all of his resources to bear, he'd be able to create whole fleets faster than we could build a single ship. Yes, he'd have to staff them with raw recruits, but what did that matter when you could flood a battlefield with fighters? I saw Ironside's point immediately. Though we'd been lucky so far, we absolutely could not win an extended war against the superiority. Once Winzik ramped up production, we were done for. I glanced around the table to see what the others were thinking. The other junior admirals were nodding. Arturo, current head of Skyward flight, here representing all the pilots, took it in with a frown. FM, now Jorgen's right-hand woman and our head diplomat, had put her hand to her lips as she read the numbers, her eyes wide. She looked across the table, meeting my gaze. I spared a thought for the fact that 3 members of my flight, all still relatively young, were in high leadership positions in the government. Unfortunately, our planet's history was such that there just weren't a lot of older officers. Our desperate fight for survival over the decades had turned that much more deadly near the end. Even the junior admirals were all in their 20s. The sad reality of the DDF struggle was that by the time we'd won and pushed the enemy back, almost everyone with any real battle experience had been killed. Jorgen was, I thought curiously, the same age as Alexander the Great had been when he'd begun his conquest. I continued scanning the room, and found it was harder to read the aliens than my friends. Rinnikeen looked pained, but with their violet skin and impressive bone ridges across the cheeks, his race always appeared intimidating. Made me wish my skeletons stuck out in a few places for a similar effect. I had more experience reading the Kitsen, though I didn't personally know Ichika, the female Kitsen to my right, hovering above the tabletop on her platform. Her fur was graying and her clothing extremely formal, robes in an ancient style. She was joined by a small group of other Kitsen, some of their elected senators, a few newly rescued Cytonics, and their head generals. Those used little chairs on the tabletop, as if at a parade. At Ichika's side stood a nervous younger Kitsen, Cowrie, one of their ship captains, and a friend of mine. "So," Ichika said, gesturing to the numbers on the screen, "our time is limited. Yes, I see." Like the other aliens, she spoke in her own language, which was translated to English by her translation pin. Ironsides looked at us, grim. "Based on our intel, he already has all of these plants fabricating for him. In weeks, they'll be able to field thousands of new drone fighters." "Drones," I said. "That's annoying. You mean I won't get to feast on the blood of my enemies?" I paused. I wonder what motor oil tastes like. Everyone in the room gaped at me, except Jorgen, who laughed. "Oh, don't look at me like that," I snapped at the others. "You invited me. This is what you get." "Ironsides, what about capital ships?" "Those will take longer to produce," she replied, "but they will come. Thousands of battleships and hundreds of carriers by the end of the standard year." Scud. I'd checked what we had, adding in the Kitsen and Erdale fleets. We had starfighters, yes, as many as 500 if we needed them, but barely any capital ships. "Spin can handle starfighters," FM said. "Now that we have her back, we shouldn't need to worry about drones. The remote ones fall easily to Cytonics, and the autonomous ones are no match for a living pilot. At least not with the limited AI that the superiority dares to use." While I appreciated her faith in me, I wasn't nearly so confident. Maybe once upon a time I'd have boasted I could fight hundreds on my own, but I wasn't that person any longer. I was a good fighter, but I couldn't win a war by myself. I had a stark memory of being swarmed by hundreds of enemy ships a week ago, in the nowhere. I'd quickly been overwhelmed. Jorgen voiced the concern for me. "How many drones could you shoot down in one fight, Spin?" he added softly. 20? 30? 20 maybe, I said. A few more if I'm lucky. "See?" FM said. "And if they send 10,000? He asked. 20,000? Do you have any idea how many ships their industrial complex can churn out once it spins up?" FM sat back, disturbed, and the room fell silent. Finally, a deep voice spoke from my right. "The raging river is never kind to the lone leaf." A Kitsen on a hovering platform moved up to my right. He wore a ceramic mask, white with red stripes. Hesho, once emperor of the Kitsen. He'd taken to covering his face and calling himself Dark Shadow, the masked exile. Scud, I wished I could get away with something that awesome. "So we have to move quickly," Rinnikeen said. "Win fast. Any chance we can recruit more planets to our cause?" We looked to FM, who had been leading recruitment efforts. "We've been trying," she said. "We have a few leads, but most of them are afraid. Our 3 planets found one another because we were all in the right position. Technologically advanced enough to have our own fighters, but not fully subsumed by the superiority. Most of the others are either too strongly indoctrinated or not advanced enough to fight back. The Burls might join us, and perhaps the Tridori, but their planet has 70 different governments." 70? Different nations on one planet? I mean, I knew that Earth had once had far more, but it still boggled my mind. They dug deeper into the details, and the discussion grew more grim. I shuffled in my seat, suddenly finding it less comfortable. Sure, the mighty 300 Spartans had stood against overwhelming numbers at Thermopylae, but they'd fallen in the end. I couldn't help thinking about my friends dying, one at a time, as we were overwhelmed by enemy ships. And as I did, something trembled inside me, a quivering that started at my core, vibrating like a muscle spasm, but bearing with it a sense of power. Panicked, I tried to fight it down, but I failed. Cups on the table started to rattle. The wall screen went haywire, flashing on and off. Objects in the room started to vanish, popping in and out of reality. Chet trembled as he felt my emotions, and the voices, my thoughts, my fears, began to radiate and echo through the room. Dead. All dead. Lost. All lost. Failed. All failed. I gasped, trembling, and slapped my hands on the table, bringing the entirety of my will to bear against the strange outburst. I clawed back control with effort, and the trembling lessened and then ceased. I looked up, sweat streaming down my face. The room had gone silent, and I knew that they'd heard those words in their minds. I'd broadcast them uncontrollably. Kuna looked up from where they'd been writing on a notepad, which had been teleported away, leaving them holding empty air. Scud. I felt ashamed and horrified. I'd done something like this the other day, by accident, but not on this scale. Today's outburst was far worse. Whatever I was, whatever we were, it wasn't human any longer. You all right, Spin? Jorgen asked. I nodded, not trusting my voice. His expression was compassionate, bless him, but most of the others looked somewhere between terrified and uncomfortable. Kuna was smiling, showing teeth, a sign of aggression for their people, and the Kitsen had pulled back in a huddle. Hesho hovered in beside me, seeming stoic, though he was hard to read behind that mask. Perhaps, Jorgen said, we should take a short break. There are refreshments in the adjoining room. The meeting participants nodded, rising and chatting softly. I huddled down deeper in my pod of a chair and didn't look at Ironsides as she walked past. She'd been one of those who had warned against the dangers of cytonics, people with the defect. She had stopped after my ability to hyperjump had saved us all from the lifebuster, yet I couldn't help feeling I had now become the very thing she'd warned us against, a dangerous, uncontrolled entity. Did I belong in this meeting? Or did I belong in a holding cell somewhere? Well, that was dramatic, a voice said in my head. I was getting more and more accustomed to the sensation of another cytonic speaking into my mind. I'd been practicing with Gran, Jorgen, and even Alanik. But this wasn't any of them. It was a perky, faintly masculine voice, excitable and... But, I whispered, what in the heavens? I'm a ghost, he said in my mind. Boo. Chapter 3. What? I said. How? I promised to haunt you, he said. Remember? You said it was impossible since I was an AI. Ha! Well, how wrong you were. Here I am. I felt a flood of emotions, joy at hearing his voice, confusion at how he was in my head, relief to know that he was apparently still functioning. Where were you? I sent. I've been looking. I hid, he said. I don't know how. I just kind of looked inward. They were hunting for me, so I did it by instinct, Spensa. You really tried looking for me? That's so sweet. I held back tears. When I'd left him, his physical housing had been destroyed by the Delvers in the nowhere. I'd known he was alive, but hearing his cheerful voice, it was such a scudding comfort. I worried that you wouldn't remember me, I told him. that you'd become like them."
"I am like them," he said, "just not in the bad ways. I've kind of always been like them. I just didn't know it."
It was true. Chet's knowledge was my knowledge to an extent, and I understood. The strange nature of the nowhere had transformed Mbot into a new being, though in truth, that process had started centuries before, as his processors had reached into the nowhere to compute faster. Over time, that had changed him from an AI into a living creature. This distinction was a fight I kept having with the rest of the DDF and its allies. They kept saying things like, "So the Delvers are actually rogue AIs?" Which was far too limiting, far too small-minded a way to describe them. Yes, they'd started as artificial intelligences, just like humans had started as some kind of ape-like ancestor. The Delvers had evolved into something completely different, as had Mbot. He'd become self-aware, a person, not a thing, as distantly removed from an AI as a human was from its progenitor species. Yet here he was, in my head. I sent him relief, images of me smiling, and the warmth of a hearth, and the joy of emerging from the darkness into light. I did this by instinct, communicating as a slug or a delver would.
"Oh," he said, "that tickles. I can be tickled now that I don't have a body, apparently. That's strange. Is that strange? I think that's strange. Is that Chet inside your soul? Say hi for me."
Scud, I'd missed him. I teared up a little, awkwardly, and realized that Jorgen had lingered in the room and was looking at me. He probably thought my tears were because I had disappeared his coffee, and so he wanted to help. I wasn't sure how much help I could stomach at the moment, though. Fortunately, I'd seen Gran encouraging Hesho and FM to give me some space, or they'd probably have stayed as well.
"Sorry to have not found you earlier," Mbot said. "I'm new to being a ghost. It's not at all like I imagined, far less painful. But just now, I felt you vibrating from the somewhere, sending ripples into this place. The Delvers noticed, I'm afraid, but so did I. Yay! Oh, is that Jorgen? He seems concerned."
"He's always concerned," I said as Jorgen walked over. "But this time he has a good reason. I'm a little unstable. Maybe I should talk to him for a moment."
"Sure, okay, fine," he replied. "I can wait. It's not like I'm going to get more dead. Please don't call an exorcist if you have any. I understand that would be bad."
"You're not actually a ghost."
"I don't know that, and you don't either. So, boo. Say hi to Jorgen for me."
Jorgen settled down next to me, arms folded on the tabletop. He always looked so serious, so solemn, so thoughtful. I liked that about him. Ideas had their own weight with Jorgen. Words had substance. And the more I grew to know him, the more I understood why. Because words, rules, ideas, they were how he connected with and protected those around him. It all came back to that day I'd seen him alone in our training room, running simulation after simulation to see what he'd done wrong after we'd lost Morningtide. Jorgen always wanted to do what was right, because that was how best to help the people in his life. He sat there for a long time, deep in thought. Scud, how had I ever thought his face could be anything other than sultry?
"How worried should I be?"
he finally asked. "I don't know," I admitted, flopping back in my pod seat. "I don't even know what I'm doing. I can't control it, but not in an, oh no, I'm too inexperienced sort of way, more in an, oh scud, I absorbed a space monster sort of way. It just happens. I'll try to keep it from being a danger to anyone." Could I actually promise that, though? He turned, then put his hand on my arm.
"Spensa, I wasn't talking about that. How worried should I be for you? Are you all right? You feel distant."
"Space monster," I muttered, meeting his eyes. "In my soul?"
"Right,"
he said. He searched my eyes. I knew what he wanted. There was a subtext here. He was worried about me, and worried about us. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to leap to my feet and kiss him and tell him to stop being silly and stop worrying. But I couldn't. My silence wasn't fair to him. I just felt Mbot, I told him. He's alive, in the nowhere.
What? Really? Jorgen perked up. That's the first good thing that's happened in a week. How is he? I'm me, Mbot said. Tell him I'm me. Very me. He says he's very much himself, I said, and I believe him. He seems to have escaped the attention of the Delvers and is existing like they do, in the nowhere, without a body. That's incredible, Jorgen said. Surely that's an advantage of some sort.
Surely. We sat together for a few more minutes, the long table somehow making the room feel huge and hollow now that it was empty. Scud, he was worrying about me again. What about you? I asked, to try to deflect. How are you feeling?
Better than I thought I would, he said. Maybe part of me still doesn't believe my parents are gone. But today's ceremony, it's what they wanted for me. Misguided though they were sometimes, I have to accept that they knew me, that these bars were going to find their way to my shoulders eventually.
He met my eyes.
I'm doing this because it needs to be done, not because they wanted it. Though it makes me think that they'll be happy to see me when they look down from Valhalla.
I rested my hand on his, on the tabletop. He didn't often talk about his religious heritage, but it was there, a part of him, like so much else. He turned his hand over and squeezed mine, but there was so much tension in his eyes. Jorgen, I forced out. When I was in there, lost, you were my anchor. You were the lighthouse that brought me home. He smiled then, and some of the tension seemed to melt off him.
When you were in there, he said, and I was trying to make sense of all that was happening, I kept asking myself, what would Spensa do? Trying to be a little more like you helped me keep pushing forward.
You're kidding. He shook his head. Jorgen, that's a terrible idea. I dropped his hand and gestured at myself. Have you seen me try to solve problems? Things end up on fire, or dead, usually both.
Things get done when you're around.
Things, yes, I said. Things like me running off and moonlighting as an interdimensional space pirate. What would Spensa do? Honestly, Jorgen, I thought better of you. He kept smiling, though it faded as he glanced over at the statistics on the wall, the projector image having recovered from my episode. He slipped out of his seat and stepped up to the numbers. I joined him, taking in his worried expression, which was more unnerving to me than the numbers themselves. My heart bled for him, knowing that all of this was on his shoulders. Unfairly so, but again, what was fairness to us? We had rarely tasted that particular nectar. We survived on algae and rat meat instead.
I feel, he said softly, like I'm a lone man trying to hold up a collapsing building. I know it's not true. I know I'm not the only one working for our future, but still. The walls of the house tremble. The ceiling buckles. Worse, I know an earthquake is coming that will shake the entire cavern, and I'm barely keeping things together as it is.
He turns to me.
They're going to crush us, Spensa. While you were gone, we failed you, and we're still failing. We're just doing it in slow motion.
Failing? Jorgen, that's nonsense, I said. You recruited not one but 2 planets to our cause. You rescued Kuna and figured out how to work Detritus's defenses. Scud, you found the Tanix. While I'd been playing spy on Starsight, Jorgen had followed cytonic impressions deep into the bowels of the planet and found the slug's breeding ground. Because of him, we had slugs that could hyperjump ships, others that could create cytonic attacks, and even ones that could block all cytonic abilities in a region. And then there were the other varieties whose powers we hadn't learned yet. It was increasingly obvious that the superiority knew how to manipulate the various kinds of Tanix.
The inhibitor field around Starsight that had prevented me from hyperjumping in or out, facilitated by a slug. A different type sent the communications the superiority used to connect their empire, link their drones, deliver commands to their officials. An empire all built on the tiny backs of enslaved cytonic creatures. I reached out to Doomslug, who I'd left in my room before coming to the meeting. She reached back, empathetic. Unfortunately, my worry about all of this made that vibration inside me start up again. Kuna's notebook appeared near their seat, then flopped down onto the table. Jorgen started, then glanced at me. I wrestled my emotions back, and as my frustration subsided, I felt something new. A distorting of self, a fuzzing of reality, and a link to him, mind to mind, cytonic to cytonic. Jorgen was worried about me. While I'd heard him say it, this time I felt it. Scud. That was wonderful, but dangerous. I didn't want him to feel pain or worry for me. He had way too many other things to deal with. Despite myself, I withdrew, blocking him. "You're not a monster, Spensa," he whispered. "You've never been a monster." "I never said I was." "You feel it," he said. "I agree," Mbot said to me. "You're not a monster, Spensa." Chet and we weren't so certain. We'd become something dangerous, something that was contemplating killing all of his kind. What was that, if not monstrous? But if there was one thing stories had taught me about monsters, it was that they were strong. I nodded at the statistics. "You're frightened, Jorgen. Scud Cobb is frightened, but maybe we shouldn't be. We never broke before the Krell. Why would we bend before numbers on a page?" "I'm not bending," he said. "I'm just feeling the weight of it. Ironsides is right. Once the enemy's production capacities come fully to bear on this war, we'll be crushed. We've survived before because Winzik's hands were bound by policy, the compassion of others, or his lack of resources. He's lined those impediments up, Spin, and executed them one at a time with a destructor blast to the head. We're next." "So," I replied, "maybe what we need is a monster." "Spensa." "I had a chance to come home," I said. "Right as I jumped into the nowhere over a month ago, I had an opportunity to return." "You told me." "I stayed. We both agreed I should stay because we both knew this was coming. A fight we couldn't win with pilots and guns alone." I tapped my sternum. I chose this path. I've become the weapon we need. I just have to figure out how to use it before... As I trailed off, he cocked his head, then leaned closer. "Before what, Spensa?" "Do you know," I said, "what happens to the hero at the end of the stories?" "Depends on the story." "They go home," I whispered. I felt the room vibrate around me. Jorgen's coffee appeared on the table again, though 3 of the chairs vanished. Are you all right?" Mbot said in my head. "The Delvers are going wild right now, Spensa." At the end of the story, the hero came home and found herself transformed into someone who didn't belong and could never belong with the people she'd left behind. It was the same in almost every story I'd read. Heroes didn't get to stay and live in the new world they helped create. Even if I pulled off some kind of miracle and saved my people, that would be the end of it. For me. I gritted my teeth so tightly my jaw ached, but with balled fists and force of will, I tamped down my emotions again, stopped the vibrations. Then I gave Jorgen a smile, because he needed one. "You know," I said, "I really should be jealous." "Of my incredible new haircut?" "Of the slugs," I said, punching him in the arm. "When I left, I was the quirky girl with the slug. I mean, who has a pet slug? It was unusual, Distinctive. Now I get back and you have dozens of them?
Maybe hundreds,
he mumbled, in 8 varieties.
We think there may be even more.
And everyone is cuddling them and carrying them around like babies, I said, hands in the air. FM probably bathes with hers.
I know you think you're exaggerating, he said, but I'm pretty sure she does.
Next thing you know, I said, everyone will be quoting Sun Tzu and savoring the sounds of bones breaking. I won't be the least bit special anymore. He stepped closer, uncomfortably, or, in this instance, far too comfortably, close. He leaned down.
No,
he whispered.
Nothing could ever make you less special. To me.
I forced myself to stay there, to pretend that nothing was wrong. Smiling, and keeping a firm lid on my emotions so Jorgen wouldn't see through the lie. I pretended that this could all end well, admiring his eyes until Cobb stepped in, which gave an excuse to break the moment. I rushed over to help him as he stumbled, despite his cane. Jorgen stepped back, trying to recover some decorum.
Ready to get back to it?
Cobb asked, holding my arm, eyeing the two of us.
Or should I stall? I have a story about Ironsides when she was in flight school that always results in an awkward silence. Good for thinking, and for making people too uncomfortable to bother me.
No need, Jorgen said, standing up straight, visibly shouldering the burden of leadership. I glanced at Cobb, who nodded and let me help him sit. How are you? I asked him.
Awful, he said. Feel like I'm just climbing out of a ship after being in an uncontrolled spin for hours, which starts again each time I stand up.
He glanced at me.
I'm here. Your grandmother saved my life, and for that I'm grateful. But let's say I'm glad I was able to get all of you ready in time for this.
I frowned, considering that comment. During flight school, I'd felt a connection with Cobb, as he'd encouraged me to become the woman I had to be now. I'd always assumed that had been special treatment. Now I knew that he'd spent similar time with Jorgen, maybe everyone, in our flight. Right then, I figured something out. Cobb's actions had all been deliberate, not just with me, but with all of us. He hadn't merely been doing his job. He'd been training the next admiral of the fleet, and I got the sneaking suspicion he'd known it all along. As people began to file back in, or in the case of the Kitsin, fly in on their platforms, Jorgen stood tall before that daunting wall of statistics. I desperately wanted to do something to help. My entire purpose in traveling the nowhere had been to give us an edge, some way of solving problems that would be impossible otherwise. Could Mbot be the key to that somehow? Maybe he could contact the Broadsiders, or... Wait. I looked up at the statistics again and realized something. Sure, our enemies would overwhelm us once their production capacity got going, but to do that, they needed raw materials. Jorgen, I said, I have an idea, and this time it might actually be a good one. But to build on it, we'll have to send for someone smarter than I am. Chapter 4. I slapped Rig down in the seat before the entire council. Once, I might have felt guilty about dragging him up into the spotlight. He'd always hated things like this. Today, though, he took it in stride, as if being on display in front of the leaders of 3 planets was no big deal. And maybe to him it wasn't, not any longer. He winked at FM. Like, actually winked. She winked back. Those two were cute and all, but I suddenly felt even more alien than, well, the aliens. My best friend had fallen in love, and I'd missed it entirely. He'd cracked open the secrets of our homeworld, and I'd been playing pirate.
No, Chet said. We were learning. We might be something strange, something unnatural even, but we were not just playing.
Good to be reminded of that. Still, I'd missed so much.
I leaned down beside Rig, who gave me a reluctant eye roll, like he'd always done when I'd gotten him into trouble as kids. That, in an instant, made the awkwardness evaporate. "Rig," I declared to him, "I need science."
"You need therapy.
You need better jokes.
You need a better sense of humor."
We grinned at each other, then remembered we were in front of a bunch of boring military types. He cleared his throat.
"What kind of science do you need, Spensa? This isn't like when you asked if I could turn your stuffed bear into a remote-controlled assassin device."
"Not as awesome as that, I'm afraid."
"Who were you going to assassinate anyway?" he asked. "You were 10.
"Ninjas," I said. Gran had been telling stories and, well, I assumed my future would include far more ninjas than it has.
"I might be able to fix that,"
Hesho said, hovering down beside me.
"Assuming the translator has the right term in our language for the ancient warrior assassins of lore."
"You have ninjas?" I asked him. "Kitsen ninjas?"
"Indeed," he said. "As the masked exile, I am technically part of their tradition. It's not as practical an art as the stories make it sound, more a method of training the mind and soul. But as we bring peace to mind and soul, we learn to bring stillness to the world around us."
I was barely listening. 15 centimeter tall. Furry. Ninjas. Scott. The universe was awesome after all. Anyway, plan. Saving everyone from the superiority. "Rig," I said, leaning beside his chair, which in turn was at the head of the long table of dignitaries. When I was in the nowhere, I encountered a mining station where the superiority took raw materials from the nowhere. It was a big scudding deal to them.
"Well, yeah," he said. "No acclivity stone, no ships."
"Sure, but most of their travel is in space," I said. "Acclivity stone is used to hover us up in the air on a planet. In space, we use boosters. So why the acclivity stone?"
"I think you know why," he said.
"I want you to explain it, so everyone understands."
"Well, the mechanism of the power transfer of acclivity stone and power matrices are quite complex. Even a nuclear—"
"Okay, less science," I said. "Give us the Spensa version."
"Starships need to generate thrust," he said. "It's not just a matter of power. If we had to rely on chemical propellant, well, starfighter-sized ships wouldn't be possible, not without running out of propellant very quickly. Fortunately, we have a compact energy source in the form of acclivity stone, which can also generate thrust."
"And it gets used up, I guessed, to move ships."
"Slowly, but yes," he said. "No acclivity stone, no starships. It's that simple."
"So," I said, gesturing to the big list of numbers, "if they lose access to their acclivity stone mines, then none of this will matter. Winzik can build 1,000 ships a day if he wants, but none of them will be able to fly." I looked to the room. They were considering this, based on their thoughtful expressions.
"The superiority will have stockpiles," Rig said.
"Yes," I said, "but how long will those stockpiles last if we're blowing up his ships? Particularly if we make certain to destroy the salvage. The superiority is fragile in this regard. They don't have 100 mining stations in the nowhere. When I talked to those who lived inside, they said there were only 4. "This is true," Kuna said, drawing all eyes in the room. Most of us were crowded around the foot of the table. Kuna stood behind the crowd, hands clasped before themselves. "You expose a weakness of our way of thinking. If we had 1,000 mining stations, then it would be easy to let a few slip from our fingers. To keep a proper grip, the policy has been to consolidate and concentrate. Fewer but more impactful mining stations. Unused hyperdrives kept together in vast storages. Information routing through a few distinct points to maintain control. It was always about control." "It made you fragile," I said, "both from within as proven by Winzik's coup, and from without, because you never imagined a world where one of the lesser species would be strong enough to bring down your mining stations. Yes, Kuna said. We were wrong in this, Spensa, as we were in so many things. They spread their hands out before me. I am sorry.
You're the only one doing anything to try to fix it, Kuna, FM said. I won't say I like being called a lesser species, but at least you're willing to change. I like this plan, Rinnikeen said, tapping the table with a bone-white fingernail. It is bold, but strategic. It will preserve lives, but will also give us an enormous advantage. If we can hit their mining stations, Cobb agreed from the side of the room, then they're going to start sweating. Yes, they'll have stockpiles, but right now they know for certain they can win a long war against us. If they lose access to acclivity stone... Spin, Jorgen said to me. You know where the mining stations can be found?
I know where one is, in the belt of the nowhere, I said, frowning. I have friends there, but I don't know about the others. They said there are 3, but what if there are more? Other secret locations.
We don't need to know where they are in the nowhere, Jorgen said. We need to know where they are on this side. If we strike and eliminate those facilities, that will destroy the portals, and effectively prevent our enemy from resupplying.
Agreed, said Ichika, the Kitsen general hovering on her platform above the tabletop. Attacking anywhere inside the nowhere is impossible, or at least highly dangerous. But each of those mining stations will need to feed to a location in this dimension. We need to destroy those. Something about that bothered me, but I couldn't quite figure out what. I stayed quiet as all eyes looked to Kuna. Kuna shook their head. I do not know the location of the mining stations in the nowhere, or the supply depots they are connected to on this side. They looked up and drew their lips to a line, a Dione smile. But I do know of an information nexus we can raid to get those secrets, if you are willing. I doubt Winzik will expect a strike there.
Perfect, Jorgen said. Then we're agreed?
He looked to the others for their responses. They nodded, one at a time, except the Kitsen, who raised their fists in a sign of agreement. Jorgen continued.
Winzik's problem is that he's ruling a vast empire. He's stretched thin and has an enormous front to protect.
We'll want to raid this information nexus quickly, I said. Then get out. Try to cover up what we were after to keep him in the dark. Then as soon as possible, Ichika said, we destroy the gateways they're using to get into the nowhere, cutting them off from acclivity stone completely. The group nodded. There would be fine details to plan, but I knew it would soon be time to get back in the cockpit. This time, to do some fighting. Illustration description. Faction Starfighters Overview. Record DST 230309. DDF POCO. Detailed schematics of the POCO from above, from the front, and from the side. Partial schematic of the inner workings of the ship. The POCO is basically triangular from the top, but with complex wing systems and a long, narrow nose. Superiority Interceptor. Detailed schematics of the interceptor from above, from the front, and from the side. Partial schematic of the inner workings of the ship. Compared to the POCO, the interceptor has a much broader, flatter nose and a simpler, boxier area at the rear for engines and weaponry. Chapter 5. I hauled myself up the ladder to Skyward 6, a POCO-class starfighter like I'd trained on in flight school. After days of planning, the time was right. Today, we were going to raid the Superiority Information Nexus to get the locations of the mining stations. I forced my nerves into line. It was my first mission back with my team, but it shouldn't be a difficult one. Just a quick bash and grab. I could do that. No problem. I settled into the cockpit. It should have felt familiar, welcoming, but it was a tad larger than the cockpit of the ship I'd flown in the Nowhere. Though the control schemes were similar, I kept finding myself reaching for things and missing by a few centimeters. Down below, Sadie, the new girl, laughed and joked with Ned as they split toward their separate ships. I was accustomed to her being timid and uncertain, but now she laughed with a boisterous confidence. The way Ned joked with her had a twisted kind of familiarity. I'd been on the other end of those jokes so many times. Now it was someone else. I couldn't help feeling replaced by Sadie or by Alanique, who had joined Skyward flight in my absence. She chatted with Arturo as ground crews finished up with their ships. There was an irony there. The woman I'd imitated now seemed more comfortable with my friends than I did. I kept expecting Jorgen to board his ship and start giving us orders, but the admiral of the fleet couldn't be spared to fly missions. Everything was different. That didn't make it wrong, but I couldn't help feeling it was another sign, a portent. I settled down into my cockpit and found that the ship had been outfitted with a slug holster. Almost all the ships flew with a hyperslug now. It was an incredible advantage in space battles to be able to teleport, not just offensively either. The slugs were also a last-ditch eject button. As a ship was falling to destructor fire, the slug could grab the pilot and teleport to safety. So the cockpits had been modified with slings on the left side underneath where the canopy closed. A sling was best for helping the slug withstand G-forces, and while by design there wasn't a lot of room inside a cockpit, that location tended to be somewhat out of the way. I put Doomslug in the sling and gave her a good scritch on the head. She fluted at me consolingly, sensing my mood. To distract myself, I went through the pre-flight checklist, just as Cobb had taught me. We trusted the ground crews with our lives, and it was rare that I'd catch something they didn't, but a pilot has to take charge of her ship and her equipment. Looking over everything again wasn't about distrust. It was about responsibility. My hands knew what to do. I drilled on these checks so many times. I was pretty sure if you handed my corpse a control sphere, it would twist the mechanism to determine the calibration. That, unfortunately, meant that I could think while I worked. The sense of not fitting in, of having lost everything, returned. Are you moping? A voice asked from my right. In the cockpit of a starship? Never thought I'd see the day. I jumped, turning to find that someone had climbed the short ladder beside my ship and was peeking in. Kimmelin had pulled her black hair into a long ponytail to prepare for flying. She folded her arms on the edge of the cockpit, inspecting me with deep brown eyes. Spensa Nightshade, sad? She said. In a starfighter? I'm not sad, I said, checking the booster controls. You're moping, Kimmelin said again. The saint said that the best moping must be done alone. She did she? Indeed. So, I must never leave someone alone to mope, Kimmelin said, as I never want a person to experience the best kind of moping. It's also the worst kind, you see. She leaned down, head on her arms, watching me. Shouldn't you be checking in with your wingmate? I asked. Yep. She didn't move. That's Sadie, I understand. She'll be flying with one of the Kitson ships today. I sighed, turning away from the pre-checks. Kimmelin, I should fly on my own. I'm dangerous. Stars help us, she said, if a soldier intent on killing the enemy happens to be dangerous. I don't mean dangerous to them. I mean dangerous to everyone. I see. I continued my checklist, but felt Kimmelin there. It was unfair how the woman could somehow loom while pretending to do nothing of the sort. Well, I finally snapped. In the caverns where I grew up, Kimmelin said, it's not polite to ask folks about demonic entities attached to their souls. One simply doesn't bring up such topics. She smiled. In addition to her affable looming,
Kimmelin could be relentless, positive and cheerful the entire way, but as stubborn as the very stones of the caverns. "What," I said at last, "do you want to know?" "Are you all right?" Honestly, I'm not sure. "Then it's good you have a friend on your wing, isn't it?" She leaned forward. "The saint said a great number of things on friendship, Spensa. Shockingly, none are applicable now, so I just want to tell you that I'm here." "Everything is so strange," I said. "Wrong and different. Whatever I've become, the Delvers fear it, wisely. I need to walk a line between using what I've discovered about them and not letting it hurt the rest of you." Kimmelin took that in, then nodded. "How is it," I said, "that you always know when to stay quiet and when to talk?" "Good parenting," Kimmelin said, "which means when I said something stupid, my mother would make me scrub the cavern floor and think about why," she replied. "It helps give perspective and provides a very clean floor." She shrugged. "I have to think about what you said. Anything I could tell you now, well, it would sound very wise, naturally. Naturally. But I don't think it would actually help. This is a difficult situation. To pretend I have an easy answer would be to mock your very real worries." She leaned forward into the cockpit. "I'll repeat this instead, Spensa. I'm here. That's all. I'm here." I began.
"Maybe," Mbot said in my head, "you could just let yourself relax a little. Also, I'm still here, spying on you. It's a ghost thing."
And scud. He was right. I was really in trouble, wasn't I? The disembodied AI had more emotional fluency these days than I did. Unfortunately, there was another feeling too. Chet's concern mirrored mine, and contrasted Mbot's optimism. Chet understood, the dread that I might cause pain to my friends. Chet had lost someone very special long ago, and that pain was still raw. "I appreciate the words, Kimmelin," I said. "They're what I need right now." She smiled, then turned as the ladder jostled. A moment later, Ned popped up next to her, half hanging off the side of the ladder, which, designed for ground crews to do maintenance, was wide enough for 2 people, as long as one wasn't Ned. "Hey," he said to me. And stars. He was still growing the mustache. Over a week now. Usually, Ned was, well, he was the human embodiment of bedhead. If the stretch you give after sitting too long had a personality, that would be Ned. He had a large oval face with features that were a tad too big. He somehow managed to look even more disheveled with the blonde hair, a few strands at least, growing, just not quickly, from his upper lip. Scud, should I tell him? He didn't really have a mustache. He had a lip comb-over. "What are we doing?" he asked the 2 of us. "Planning? That's good. I like to plan." "You do?" I asked. "Sure. Have a real good plan for how to prank Arturo later. But listen, I have something I wanted to tell you." He jostled Kimmelin for space on the ladder. "Spin, you shouldn't rely on me in the fight today. I'm probably going to pop off and take a nap." "What?" "Stayed up late with FM and Arturo last night," he explained, "teaching Alanik to play poker. I made a ton. Couldn't give up, not when there was a sucker to bleed." "Ned," Kimmelin said, "you shouldn't take advantage of someone on her first day playing." "What?" he said. "Alanik? Nah, she picked it up immediately. Did just fine, but Arturo is terrible at poker. You seen him try to bluff? I didn't get much sleep, but it's all good since you're back now. You're worth 3 or 4 of me out there at least, so I figure I can take a nap while you mop up all the krell." He grinned at me, and while I knew it was a joke, I couldn't help but wonder if he was being serious. That was how things went with Ned. He had a disarming sense of buffoonery. Surely he wasn't so self-aware as to do it on purpose, was he?
Disarm us by being like that? And the mustache, was it part of the act? I dismissed that idea almost immediately. All the while, Ned continued to grin at me.
Ned,
Kimmelin whispered loudly.
don't smile so much. She's trying to brood. You're ruining the moment.
Oh, he said. Why?
She says she's dangerous.
She'd better be, he replied. I mean, it's her job. Hey, want to play poker later?
Bless your stars,
Kimmelin said. You always say that, Ned replied. I keep trying to figure out what it means. Which stars are mine?
As many as you happen to need, dear.
So in my case, lots, Kimmelin said.
Lots and lots and lots and lots.
All the stars, Ned. All those blessed stars. Right. Sounds good, he said. I'll take 'em, Quirk. He glanced at me. I'll need you to bring the brooding down to, say, half as much. If you don't, we'll be over quota, and Jorgen used up all of our supply last month. Scud. Even Arturo has been doing too much lately. I think I'm the only one in this entire flight who hasn't been draining our brooding quota.
And me?
Kimmelin asked. You pontificate, he said. That's brooding, but fancier.
Are you two quite done? I asked.
I have a checklist to get through, and we're under 10 minutes to launch. Sorry, Ned said. He started to climb down, but then stopped, cleared his throat. Spin, it's good to fly with you again. Just wanted to say that, you know?
You pulled us from the washouts, Kimmelin agreed. This is where you belong, with us. And if the piece doesn't fit, well, we'll just have to cut out some more room until it does.
Damn right, Ned said. Whatever she meant went over my head completely. I'm sure it was right.
He paused again and looked from me to Kimmelin.
So, this mustache, how?
It's awful, Kimmelin said. He blinked in surprise, and I'll admit I did a double take myself. Had Kimmelin just said that?
Did you say? Ned began.
It's awful. Kimmelin put both hands in front of her mouth as if trying to hide how much she was smiling. It's terrible, Ned. It's like someone glued a rat to your face, then ripped it off really quickly, leaving a few hairs behind. It's like you shaved off a real mustache but missed a few spots. It's truly terrible. She let out a little squeal of delight. I've been waiting to tell you. I can't believe I did.
I can't believe it either, he said. You're usually, more subtle.
The mustache doesn't deserve subtlety, Ned, she said. It deserves a mercy killing.
Oh, well then. He looked to me, as if for support. I've got a knife, I said, reaching for the one I wore strapped to my leg. Hold still and... He went scrambling down the ladder. Smart man. Kimmelin gave me another smile.
I'm here, she said, then followed him down.
Here,
Doomslug said, mimicking the word, yes, but also the meaning. I gave her a scratch in thanks, then finished my checklist. When I looked up from inspecting my emergency crash pack, there was a ninja on my dashboard. A furry, 15-centimeter ninja in a red and white mask. He stepped off his hover platform, then looked around.
No kitchen seat in this one. Where would you like me?
Hesho? I said. I thought you'd go back to your people.
The masked exile has no people, he said.
But... He reached up and undid the mask, removing it and wiping his snout. He took a long breath.
I cannot go back, Spensa, he said. Their emperor, you see, is dead.
But you're alive, I said. You... I trailed off, noting his somber expression. They don't want you back?
My survival creates many political irregularities. My people, at long last, have adopted a provisional democracy. If the Emperor, who died dramatically in defense of his planet, were to suddenly show up again, well, I adopted the mask for a reason. It conveyed the intended message. I might have lived, but Hesho, their emperor, did not.
He looked up at me, hands holding his mask, proud, but also supplicating. "You're welcome in this cockpit, Hesho," I said. "Honestly, I've been worried. I flew with you or Mbot as my co-pilot for so long that I've come to rely upon it. I fly better with you. We'll just have to figure out how to get you a seat."
"No need,"
Hesho said, replacing his mask, then waving for some Kitsen to fly in. They set a kind of seat on the dash, near the comm controls. It was round, like an elevated cup holder, and a Kitsen could strap inside. With minimal work, they got it magnetically attached.
"We've been experimenting,"
a Kitsen engineer said, seeing my curious expression.
"One of our kind flew with your leader, Jorgen Waite, for some time, training him in his powers. We've been trying methods of making that easier."
I nodded, thoughtful. We flew with one person in most of our ships, because keeping the weight down was paramount, and we never had any pilots to spare. But knowing how much having Mbot as a co-pilot had helped me... "Don't suppose," I said to them, "you could wire into the dash to give him access to some of the controls? Scud, how much better would we all fly if we had a Kitsen co-pilot?" Though, between him and Doomslug, the cockpit was getting a little crowded, not to mention the entity stuffed into my soul, and the other spying on me as a ghost. But if there was one thing I'd learned over my time as a fighter, a little help went a long way. The Kitsen were able to get something rigged very quickly. It wouldn't give Hesho all the controls I'd have liked him to have. It would be scudding awesome if someone could take command of the whole ship if I got shot or passed out from G-forces. But it would do for now. And as he settled into his little seat, I realized something. Kimmelin was right. Transitions were hard. Navigating this would be tough. But at least I had a home to come back to, and friends who still wanted me. This was what I'd been fighting for all along, and maybe there was a place for me here, or at least room to cut out a place where I could fit. Arturo was flight leader now, and FM had moved into administration with Jorgen. She flew on occasion, but wouldn't be joining us today. So I waited until Arturo ordered us out of the hangar to do roll call. I followed orders, happy to have someone else in charge. Minutes later, Jorgen fed the coordinates into my brain, given to him by Kuna. The flight locked onto me, using light lances to connect us together so we could hyperjump as one entity. I reached into the nowhere and sent us halfway across the galaxy to the Superiority's information nexus, hidden in a location that, as far as the rest of the Superiority knew, didn't exist. A place kept off the maps. A place not talked about. Around a star known as Sol. In the system where humankind had originated. Chapter 6. We came in low around a planetoid that my mission briefing had called Luna, Old Earth's moon. I couldn't make out much by starlight, but the place reminded me of Detritus, a vast, dark planetoid, surface broken by craters, forlorn, abandoned by time, and with no defensive shell to hide and protect it. Old Earth had vanished centuries ago, leaving this moon in a lonely orbit around Sol. Our enemy had built their base here. Kuna said it was because this region was already quarantined, kept off maps, with no travel in or out except for military reasons. So, we humans came home, in a way, for this mission. Only at the same time we didn't, because Old Earth wasn't here, and nobody knew where it had gone. That was a mystery for another day, however. Today, I had a secret facility to raid. Our plan was straightforward. In roughly 10 minutes, we would come into range of the base's sensors. Soon after, we'd reach the base itself. The place would have an inhibitor, a slug with powers preventing us from using cytonics. Fortunately, Kuna had visited this installation several times and knew where the inhibitor was. Whenever a high official visited a superiority base, one of their jobs was to check that protocol was being followed for protecting sensitive equipment, namely cytonic equipment. Very, very few people in the superiority even knew that Tainic slugs were the source of these powers. Kuna had given us the location, a small bunker marked on my map at the edge of the installation. We would destroy that as quickly as possible. Once the inhibitor was down, we could set up our own. Ned was in charge of that, with his wingmate Arturo protecting him. The two would also be defended by Sadie and a Kitson battleship, not much larger than my fighter, but laden with 10 times the firepower. We had very few inhibitor slugs, unfortunately, and had brought only 2 on this mission. One was with Ned. The backup was on the Kitson ship. Once our inhibitor was in place, it would block the enemy from calling for help and would prevent them from receiving immediate backup, even if a call went out before we got our inhibitor up. We'd be free to fully engage any enemy fighters, and we could send for our own backup if we needed it. Everything in these battles depended on cytonics and slugs. Those who could teleport freely would almost certainly win, while those who couldn't would be in trouble. Once we had control of the region, we'd send a strike force into a specific building, a tall structure marked on my map. Kuna said it held the data storage. Our strike force would recover the information, then we'd all hyperjump away. I went over these steps in my mind as we soared across the surface of Luna. As a child, I'd listened to Gran describe the moon in so many different ways. As a knowing companion, always watching from the sky, as a brilliant, silvery drop of metal, as a herald of the changing days, mysteriously linked to the woman's body in particular. Then in school, I'd seen slides of it from the remnants of our archives, just a desolate chunk of rock. I'd had trouble reconciling the beautiful, friendly, mysterious body of the stories with, well, this hunk of stone. Why had the ancient humans described it with such poetry? They'd been lonely, I'd decided. Lonely in the universe, unaware of the many other species out there. Lonely in relation to the sky, so uncomfortably open and empty. 5 minutes until you arrive, Kuna said over the comm as we swept in along the surface of the moon. Remember to send the code I gave you. I hope you enjoy this reunion with what was once a very important location in human lore. I glanced out the canopy, watching the surface pass as we emerged into the light of the nearby sun. Though we buzzed in frightfully close to the surface, the minuscule atmosphere meant our passing barely disturbed the dust.
"What of old Earth?" Ned asked. "Isn't there any sign of it at all?"
None, Kuna said. The Earth Disappearance Station was initially set up here to study what might have happened to the planet. But even the best scientists, working with licensed and very rare superiority cytonics, could find no trace of it. Your homeworld is well and truly gone. They'd given us an explanation earlier, filling in gaps in our records from detritus. At some point, during the final human war, the united forces of the galaxy, forged into a cohesive government to resist the human menace, had launched an all-out attack on Earth. When they'd arrived, they'd found only empty space and an abandoned moon, cast away like a piece of debris blown off a fleeing battleship. Even with that explanation, I felt as if I would find old Earth peeking above the horizon. Waiting there, a blue ball of legend and myth, cradle of life and stories. My ship's system even had a phantom circle on the proximity monitor to display where it would have been. Nothing. Black, empty space. Earth had passed into the legends it had spawned.
"Perhaps," Mbot said in my mind,
It's a ghost, like me.
You're joking, but you could be kind of right, I thought back at him. Detritus proves that entire planets can move using cytonics. Maybe Earth teleported away to avoid invasion? But if Earth had moved to a safe location, why had the humans on it never emerged? Were they in hiding?
Eyes up, Arturo said to us over the line. Installation should be visible any moment now.
We had brought only 13 ships. Skyward flight, Veneer flight, and 1 Kitsin battleship, all under Arturo's command. That was a fraction of our forces, but the more we brought, the more likely the enemy would be to spot us. In a war where both sides could supply reinforcements in the blink of an eye, stealth trumped numbers. Once we had inhibitor dominance, we could bring in as much of our fleet as we wanted. Exactly when Kuna had said they would, the enemy sent an authentication request via hypercom. My cytonic senses picked it up right before Hesho, using some newer technology acquired during my absence, noticed it on the comms. I almost responded, bypassing the equipment. Instead, I left it to Arturo, who sent Kuna's code in reply. We were hoping that it would buy us a few minutes, assuming Winzik had forgotten to get Kuna's authorization codes changed since we'd rescued them. Moments later, we came upon the installation. My cytonic senses immediately winked off, and I felt blinded. We'd hit their inhibitor field. Chet trembled and seemed to grow smaller. Though delvers weren't stopped by inhibitors, they could feel them and didn't like the sensation. Mbot, who had been humming to himself, vanished. A single slug, enhanced with some technology, could provide a fairly large bubble of protection, kilometers across. That was big, at least on the scale of one person or a base like this. When flying out in space, kilometers could pass incredibly quickly. Still, I felt exposed, trapped. To distract myself, I focused on the base itself. Simply referred to as the EDS, the station had been built in the ruins of New Beijing, which had fallen quickly after Earth had disappeared. All humans had long since been removed from the facility. Element-specific gravity gave the base, which was settled into a large crater, a bubble of pressurized air. That, together with radiation skimmers, made the location livable. Even knowing that, I was shocked to see greenery around the city. Trees were an incongruous sight around the perimeter, just inside the bubble. But, of course, biological methods of oxygen recycling would be planted, if only as a backup if the mechanical scrubbers went down. What lay beyond the trees was even more unnerving. The structures inside the bubble were dotted with lights, and while the place wasn't packed with buildings like Starside had been, the roads were still busy. It had parks, restaurants, apartments. Scud. I'd imagined some secret military base, squat like a beetle huddled against the stone, not a sprawling city.
Shot off,
Kimmelin said, firing her sniping destructor precisely. A flare went up inside the city.
That should have been their inhibitor.
I tried hard not to think about the cost of that shot, but I did know FM and Jorgen had argued long and hard about the necessity of it. He had made good arguments, that in war, you couldn't worry that the battleship you brought down had a janitorial and medical staff on it, that you couldn't worry if the enemy trying to kill you had been pressed to fight against their will, as had been done to many, many soldiers throughout history. You just had to survive. Once I'd have agreed with him. But now I heard FM's vigorous objections in the back of my mind. Was there another way? There should have been another way, right? Still, with the fall of that small bunker, my senses returned. Mbot's humming resumed, as if he hadn't even noticed. Chet stretched, and I felt my anxiety decrease. Ned, Arturo, and the Kitsin ship, named the Iron Fortress, soared ahead of us. "Hey, Hesho," I said. "Is Iron Fortress the full name of the Kitsin ship? Or is it actually the iron fortress of poetic words said after a held breath or something? When I'd flown with Hesho before, his ship had been named something beautiful. I found this one surprisingly mundane.
"Just Iron Fortress," he said with a smile. "The captain gets to name the ship. You will find many Kitsen who like names as I do, but there are some who prefer simple clarity." He paused. "I will miss naming opportunities a great deal. It was one of my previous duties. We shall see if my traditions last. Though I am not alone in my love for poetry, I am among the more obtuse in that regard."
I'd always had a sense that Hesho was a little odd, not just because of the Emperor thing. We all watched, tense, as Ned and the Iron Fortress flew into position, hovering above the base, and activated their own inhibitors. Our tech wasn't as good as the superiorities, but we still managed to get a field up that covered the entire city. Hopefully, it would at least slow down any reinforcements. The rest of us streaked forward, and I got more visuals on the place. So ordinary, so full of life. "Anyone else uncomfortable about this?" I asked over the line.
"Yeah,"
Arturo said.
"Admiral, you seeing these visuals?" "What's wrong?"
Jorgen asked from base.
"I'm looking at what you're sending, but I'm not reading anything odd. Are there defenses I'm not spotting?"
"It's not the defenses," I said, "but the lack of them. Jorgen, we're raiding a city." "City!" Doomslug fluted softly. The lights on my dash flickered.
"Direct private call from him,"
Hesho said.
"Patching you through." "Spin,"
Jorgen said in my helmet a moment later. He could have spoken directly into my head, but we were trying to get into the habit of using communication slugs, as it worked better for everyone else.
"You need to see this through."
Ahead of us, a local defense force had started scrambling. A few enemy fighters were rising into the air. Not many. Scud, they barely had anything. Jorgen, those look like police ships, not true military vessels.
"They will try to kill you either way," he said. "Listen, this is a secret military base. They are guarding military assets of an incredibly valuable nature."
"But, Jorgen, there are families down there."
"Unfortunately," he said, "this kind of operation needs to be extremely tightly controlled. You want people committed to long-term service, since every person you transfer out is another one who can potentially leak the location. So you build a city out of it. Let everyone settle down."
"And we're going to attack them," I said softly.
"No, we're going to raid their information storage," Jorgen said. "Spin, I'm sorry, but this is what battle is like. What happened to the bloodthirsty warrior? I'm sure Alexander the Great wouldn't have had second thoughts about a raid like this."
"Alexander the Great was a monster," I said. "Most of them were, Jorgen, even if the stories dodge the issue. I'd lived among these people now. I couldn't see things as I once had. Still, I trailed off. My friends and I were fighting for survival against a much more powerful force, led by people who were decidedly evil. Did I think I was going to be able to go to war without causing casualties? This was the first time I'd gone into a true battle against the superiority since living on Starsight. How many of the pilots I was about to kill were like Morimer? Good, decent people in the wrong place. How many people down there just wanted to live? Scud. First the slug, now this. Could I live with every stray shot I fired potentially blasting through an apartment window and vaporizing civilians? I didn't have much choice, because the enemy ships were upon us. Fewer than 20 in all. Enough to be dangerous, but not the swarm we'd feared. They had obviously intended this base's clandestine nature to protect it.
"Our cytonic inhibitor is working,"
Ned said over the comm.
"Lucky here is doing her job beautifully."
He and the Kitsen ship would remain on the defensive, keeping the inhibitor field up. Arturo and Sadie would protect them. Hopefully, we had put that inhibitor up fast enough to prevent the enemy from even calling for help. The ships that engaged us were at least competent, working in formations, trying to chase us into losing our wingmates, guarding the way forward to prevent us from flying together into the center of the city. I immediately pulled to the right, away from the barrage of oncoming destructor fire, and swept the perimeter of the bubble. Kimmelin followed, as capable a wingmate as I'd ever had. We buzzed past a set of gun emplacements, huge anti-aircraft guns that were pointed toward the sky. Those would have decimated any larger ships that had gotten close, but were too long-ranged to bother us. One of the reasons we'd come in low and from the side was to stay under them. I could imagine the frustration of the people inside, watching their city be attacked, unable to do anything.
"All right, everyone," Arturo said. "Skyward flight, engage those fighters and keep them busy. Vanir flight, your incursion. Get close to the installation, scout it visually, then have your slugs hyperjump your Marines inside."
Vanir was a small flight, just 4 Sportas, 4-seater fighters, each carrying a team of Marines. Not quite carrier ships, intended for fast maneuverability and combat. They could drop off 3 ground troops when needed. Today, they'd send their ground forces in to steal the information we wanted. The rest of us just had to keep the fighters busy. Fortunately, the little fighters we were facing were very unlikely to have slugs of their own, so even if one got beyond our inhibitor field, they wouldn't be able to call for help.
"Watch your right,"
Hesho noted, and I dodged by instinct, avoiding a trail of destructor fire.
"Want to try a hatch maneuver?"
Kimmelin said, banking alongside me. That was a ploy where I would go into a frantic set of dodges to convince the enemy ships I was panicking. "Not yet," I said. "Let's give them a chase first, so we can see how good they are."
"Roger that, Spin,"
Kimmelin said. I went into a set of evasives, the challenging, flowery type. Kimmelin and I spun and looped, broke apart and curved back together, soared upward and sideways, dodging the fire from behind with poise. These pilots behind us were good, and the ships had actual people in the cockpits, rather than being piloted remotely. That was rare for the superiority. Only their best fought in person. That said, I'd faced delvers throwing hundreds of ships at me at once. Compared to that, these, well, they weren't much of a challenge. I stuck to the outside of the bubble of air, keeping a full 6 of the ships busy. Kimmelin kept up with me, and together we didn't take a single hit to our shields.
"Spin,"
Jorgen said over the line.
"What are you doing?"
"Dealing with more than my share of fighters," I said, pulling into a dive. "Anyone else and their wingmate handling 6 at once?"
"You haven't fired a single shot,"
Jorgen noted. "I don't need to." He fell silent.
"Understood,"
he said. I watched the proximity monitor as I flew, and Hesho helpfully highlighted the incursion team. They'd pushed inward, toward the center of the city. There, they buzzed a specific skyscraper with shiny black windows. The place Kuna indicated was the information storage facility. Inside, we could find all kinds of useful data, including the locations of the mining stations where the enemy got their acclivity stone. Some among the military were still suspicious of Kuna, worrying they were a plant. I didn't have those concerns. Winzik had legitimately tried to kill Kuna, who, in turn, had already offered information and aid that would have been incredibly stupid to release if they were a spy. As the incursion team finished their sweep of the data storage building, a dozen more of our ships arrived as reinforcements. The enemy fighters were good, but now they were severely outgunned, and my team included the best pilots in the galaxy. Enemy ships started going up in flowers of flame, but so far we'd only lost 1 fighter, Catnip, who, according to Hesho's monitor, had hyperjumped with his slug to safety. I should have known it was too good to last.
"Scud,"
Breakaway said over the comm. She was leading Vanir flight, and therefore the incursion force.
"Admiral, there's a shield on this building as we expected, but there's also a second inhibitor field here covering just this structure."
What? Kuna said. That's... I'm sorry. It must have been set up after my previous visit. Scud, Jorgen said in my ear. The Iron Fortress had sophisticated scanning equipment and would be sending up-to-the-second scans of the region and the fighters back to headquarters.
That's a wrinkle. Breakaway, can you... Wait. What's that?
I scanned the battlefield, flying by instinct, looking for whatever he'd noticed. All through the city, rooftops were opening, and guns were rising from them. AA guns. Smaller, shorter ranged, designed to hit starfighters. They had waited to deploy them until our team got close to the city center, where they'd be surrounded.
Defensive maneuvers, Arturo said. All ships!
Vanir flight immediately scattered as the guns started unloading on them. I held my breath, but the shots mostly missed. We lost one Vanir ship, and I waited for confirmation the crew had been hyperjumped to safety in time. Yellow light on the comm. Some casualties from that explosion. We'd lost at least one of the 4 on the ship. Scud! Still, the others dodged successfully. A modern ship with a good pilot was more maneuverable than a turret. Unfortunately, this threw a huge wrinkle into the plan. How would we break into the base if we had to be on the defensive the whole time?
Spin,
Kimmelin said.
That looks bad.
As she said it, the ships tailing us got off a lucky shot on me, the destructor fire rippling across the surface of my shield, briefly illuminating the shell that protected my ship.
Shield at 65%, Hesha warned. That was a solid hit.
I nodded. The city didn't have its own shield, though several of the more important buildings clearly had individual ones. Better to protect the most vital areas with high-powered shields than to have a single, larger, thin one, easily breakable. I focused on my evasion, pushing into a dive. Kimmelin and I spun around one another, bright destructor blasts raining past us like burning meteorites. Sprays of them hit the city below, blooms of fire rising along a street as flying cars exploded while fleeing the firefight. Scud! Were my opponents that ruthless? That uncaring of the non-combatants the stray fire was killing? No, I knew better. I imagined the anguish they felt being forced to defend their city, knowing each shot might kill people they knew, people they loved. The enemy pilots were doing their jobs, and sometimes the job sucked.
Spin,
Kimmelin said as we pulled into a loop over the city.
All right, everyone,
Arturo said, his voice tense.
We'll get picked off if we keep this up. Swing back in a Stuart formation, planning to angle straight toward the target. First squad on Mark 118. Squad 2 follow. Ned, you...
Ned's ship went up in a burst of fire. Gone in a second, the powerful AA guns blasting straight through his shield.
Scud!
Arturo screamed.
Ned!
In that moment, all of the enemy ships, even those tailing me, turned and swarmed the Kitson ship Iron Fortress.
Protect the Kitson ship, Jorgen said over the line. All pilots!
It was too late. A dozen shots hit the Kitson ship, and as its shield went down, it hyperjumped away.
Jorgen, Arturo said. Ned, stay focused, Jorgen said. Medical will send information when they have it. Go, everyone.
We obeyed, following Arturo's commands. I couldn't help but watch my dash. My heart wrenched, my insides twisting. Then a yellow light came on next to Ned's name. At least one casualty. Either Ned or his slug was gone.
Stay sharp, Jorgen shouted. Our inhibitors are both down. The enemy will send for help. No time to delay.
I reached the top of my loop and started another dive. A brilliant, dazzling blast from the AA guns nearly took out Arturo, who was forced to hyperjump away, his shield down. Everyone else was scattering. Jorgen sent reinforcements. I saw another flight appearing on the monitors.
Prepare to abandon mission,
Jorgen said.
Spin,
Kimmelin said.
Please.
Everything started to shake, my cockpit vibrating as my soul trembled. I snapped my eyes open, pulled out of my dive, and screamed. angry at the enemy, at my own frailty, at Winzik for forcing my hand. Angry at the universe for having no answers. I moved my finger onto the trigger of my destructors and, hating everything about this, took aim at the first enemy I saw and started firing.
Chapter 7. They dodged, but I felt them do it. My time in the nowhere had changed me, given me the ability to reach out and communicate. I'd reached into the past in special circumstances, so it was easy to push through defenses and into mines, and I felt the person in that ship ahead of me. A Dione with a family, thinking about their 3 children as they realized I was on their tail. I felt them plan a feint to the side, then a turn to try to lead me left in a dive, straight into the line of AA fire. My expanding powers were so wondrous and amazing, which made it extra horrifying to see how callously my instincts, aware of the enemy's movements, Sun Tzu would have approved, traced the enemy's upcoming path perfectly. They ran into each of my shots as they tried to dodge. Their mind winked out, like a communication line suddenly cut. The beautiful things I'd learned became, in my terrible hands, just another way to kill. My soul still vibrating, my mind alight with anger and fire, I hit my overburn and kept on killing. I sliced through the battlefield like a razor blade across a throat. Enemy ships went up in blasts of light as I cut in behind them, offering no sporting chance. This wasn't sport. This was a cauterization. This was cutting off the hand before the body could die. I brought down 6 in the next few minutes. All of the AA guns, reasonably, started firing on me. I swept low through the city, shattering windows with my passing, putting obstacles between me and the guns. "Spensa," Mbot said softly. "I feel you." I gritted my teeth as my systems highlighted the firing positions of each of the AA guns. I swung up along an apartment building, intending to crest the top and unleash some shots at those emplacements, but in my agony, my soul freaked out. I could feel Chet in there, feel him in pain, an agony that mirrored my own. Chunks of the building next to me began to vanish. Then, as I darted out over the top, they began to appear in the air between me and the guns, intercepting the barrage of shots that tried to trace my ship. Chunks of steel appeared above the emplacements themselves, crashing down and smashing them one after another, causing explosions that rocked the entire city, debris spraying high into the air, trailing smoke spiraling toward the void. The few remaining enemy ships arrayed to try to stop me. I mopped them up almost unconsciously, shooting down 3 and then smashing the last 2 out of the sky with chunks of steel the size of hover cars. The battlefield fell still. Almost a third of the city was on fire, smoke bleeding from wounds where the AA guns had gone up. The last pieces of the defending ships rained down as sparks, sprinkling the city like molten rain. The line stayed quiet as I clutched my control sphere and throttle in sweaty hands, my cockpit vibrating, random objects, a cup, a pair of glasses, a child's stuffed toy, appearing in the air beside me, then dropping to hit my chair or arms. Sweat streamed from my forehead and I couldn't blink, couldn't move, other than to tremble. "Sweetest stars," Kimmelin whispered over the comm, "and the Lord God that birthed them." Jorgen cleared his throat. "Belay the retreat. Enemy defensive position eliminated. Nice work, Spin." "Shut up," I started to whisper, but bit it off. I was the one who always bragged about killing, about the way of the warrior, all of that nonsense. Hesho muted the comm. "Take your time," he said softly. "Breathe. In and out.
Focus only on each new breath.
I nodded, doing as he suggested, and forced myself back under control. My cockpit stopped vibrating. "Ned," I said. Hesho turned on the comm, putting a direct call in to Jorgen.
Admiral, we would like to know the situation of call sign Netter, if it is known. He arrived, burned and unconscious, Jorgen said. No sign of his slugs. We think Lucky died in the initial shot that hit the ship, and Chubbs sent him back, but didn't come himself.
I got an image in my head from Doomslug, fluting quietly from her sling. Pain. Chubbs had been wounded. Sending Ned had been his final act. I closed my eyes, feeling Doomslug's pain as my own.
He should survive, Jorgen said. But, well, he'll probably never fly again. Not with only one arm. I'm sorry.
It's war, I whispered, hoarse. And we're soldiers.
Nevertheless, Jorgen said, let's pull you out to rest. Arturo is ready to come back in, and the team can—
No, I said. I'll see it through. He didn't contradict me, so I took a deep breath and pointedly didn't look at the large sections of the city I'd destroyed. Incursion squad on me, I said. Kimmelin, our target building is still shielded. Get it down. Skyward flight, provide air support, and be ready to pull us out if something goes wrong. I got a handful of affirmative replies, and not a one called me out on taking command in Arturo's absence. Technically, T-Stall was next in line, but I wasn't in a mood to pay attention to the chain of command. Honestly, I hadn't ever been good at it. Even when I hadn't been a one-woman apocalypse with a fruit-flavored Delver filling. Kimmelin's ship was equipped with a shield cutter. She led the way to the large black skyscraper at the center of the EDS. She hovered there, rotating her ship with the acclivity ring unhinging, so she could position the bottom of her ship as close as possible to the building. Her vessel let out a bright blue blast, reminiscent of an IMP, but far more concentrated. That knocked out the building's shield. I did a long, slow pass along the tower, starting at the top, flying down in a spiral around the outside, centimeters from the wall. Yes, I could feel what had been reported earlier. This building had a second inhibitor, secret and unexpected. I wondered if I could get a sense of where the thing was based on the field it projected. Only, with mechanical augmentation, the fields an inhibitor slug made could be various shapes, so—
Floor 37, Chet said. Directly in the center of the building. I can cut through the inhibitor and see it hiding there.
Kimmelin, I said, I need a hole in the wall on the 37th floor. Incursion team, prepare to breach there. We're going to find the inhibitor. My senses tell me it's at the direct center of that floor. Roger, Kimmelin said, using her specialized destructor to cut a hole in the wall. The chunk of stone and steel from the wall fell free, edges glowing with heat. I flew my ship over and hit the cockpit release. Hesho, if something goes wrong, how confident are you in flying this ship?
With the minimal controls I have, he asked, not terribly confident, but I shall endeavor to do my best in the event of a disaster.
Good enough. As I twisted to undo the quick release on my buckles, Doomslug fluted and appeared on my lap, jumping out of her sling. You sure? I asked her. We can't get out until we bring down the inhibitor inside. She fluted in the affirmative, so I scooped her up as I climbed out. She went into a holster on my hip, slung across my opposite shoulder. The others called them slings, but that felt, I don't know, like the thing a mom would use to bring her baby along. Unnerved, even a little nauseated, by my powers as I was, I still wasn't going to bring a baby sling into battle. I was bringing a slug holster. I unclipped a fully automatic assault rifle from its place at the side of the cockpit, and the 3 remaining ships from Vanir flight joined me. each carrying 3 members of our newly christened Marine Corps. We never had much in the way of ground forces, but were rectifying that in the face of the increasing need for assaults like this. Ned, in particular, had enjoyed finally being given time on the firing range for— No, don't think about Ned. Wolf was the leader of the Marine Force, and as Junker opened his canopy for her, she stood up and waved to me. Wolf was a tall, hard-faced woman with body armor and 1 lock of blue hair. Her non-code name was Chono, which was apparently Mongolian. When I'd asked if she was related to the Great Khan, she'd simply said, "Of course." I'd tried not to gush too much. It had been difficult. She and I shared a nod, then leaped off the fronts of our hovering ships into the hole, our guns up. The city had artificial gravity, fortunately, and so we didn't have trouble walking or moving. We activated flashlights on the front of our muzzles as the other 8 Marines followed quietly, each of them with their own slug holster. Unfortunately, I just entered a deeper darkness than the physical kind, because my cytonic senses once again vanished, smothered by the blanket of the inhibitor field.
"I have the description of the building that Kuna provided,"
Hesho said through my helmet speaker,
"and I am coordinating with command. We are trying to guess the direction you need to go to reach the inhibitor, if that would be of assistance."
"That would be scudding wonderful," I whispered back. A square box appeared in the corner of my helmet's visor. A red dot indicated I was at the perimeter, and a blinking dot in the center highlighted our target. It didn't have any of the internal features of the floor, but it was helpful in getting me where I needed to go. There were some locked doors in the way, but that was why the Saints had made destructors. As soon as we knocked out the first, though, return fire came blasting from the darkness, forcing us back into the sides. "Sadie, Kimmelin," I said, "we're pinned down. You have our locations?" "Sure do," Sadie said. "Kindly make us a path." Kimmelin cut another hole in the wall, and Sadie filled it with destructor fire, pointed inward. Ship weapons were of an entirely different category than the handheld ones we had, and in moments the shots wound down, and we were able to pick through the remnants of the wall and continue forward. Muzzle flashlights lit the remaining pieces of our enemies, something that, as a starfighter pilot, I didn't often have to confront. They prop up an evil dictatorship, I reminded myself. This is part of the same force that murdered my father. I knew the weakness in that reasoning, but it was enough to keep me focused as, after a brief shootout with the last remaining enemy squad, we reached the location of Hesho's blinking light. I found the box, well locked and disguised as a storage container among many other similar ones. When I popped it open, I found a terrified blue and green slug inside. Doomslug fluted, and the other one stretched out a little, sniffing toward the air. "That's right," I said, scooping her up. "We're friends." Doomslug fluted again, then, brilliantly, awareness returned to me. Doomslug and the rescued slug vanished. "Wolf," I said, "inhibitor field is down. This is your mission now."
"Excellent," she said. "Data storage is on floor 36. Kuna doesn't know where. She took an elevator up and says she got a little turned around." I nodded, not correcting Wolf on the use of she for a dione. Together, the Marines had a quick conference, then one placed some explosives on the floor. We took cover, and they blasted it open. I hyper-jumped down, then waited as the Marines repelled through the hole. While they worked, I reached out with my senses. "There are 6 enemies approaching," I sent to Wolf, implanting the words in her mind. She jumped, then looked at me and nodded. "They've stopped," I sent, pointing through the darkness, lit by some fires on the ceiling, toward a hallway. "Down this hall, probably setting up an ambush." She tossed a grenade at the wall, bouncing it toward the people farther down. We went in after the explosion, eliminating the soldiers with callous precision, muzzles flaring and destructors lighting the smoke. I blocked the thoughts and emotions of the dying from my mind.
It didn't take much effort to locate the data storage. We simply moved in a search pattern until we found a metal door, reinforced and protected, with a lot of people on the other side. I picked up some of their emotions. Nervousness, waiting for help, scientists. Yeah, this was the place. Some 20 people working inside, I sent to Wolf. No way to tell how many are civilians. You willing to do this in a way that keeps us from firing on anyone we don't need to? She looked to me, then nodded. Take a deep breath, I sent her. Have your slug ready to get you out if this goes wrong. Then, I hyperjumped the two of us into the room, near one of the mines I could feel, but back behind the rest of them. We immediately raised guns, ignoring the scientists and technicians. Each of us fired twice, drilling through the skulls of the soldiers waiting by the doors, their backs to us. Scud. I'd never felt so sick to fire a weapon. Was this what I'd signed up for? Fighting the Krell, an unknowable, evil force, felt so far removed from what we were doing here. Now we were the unknowable force. I was the thing that terrorized these people, possessing powers and abilities they didn't understand. We gathered the scientists at the rear of the room, their hands up and trembling. Wolf watched them while I opened the door from the inside, letting the rest of the team in. A few seconds later, Rig and a crew of technicians appeared in the room, sent by Jorgen. He didn't have much hyperjumping ability, but could persuade the slugs mind to do it if he knew where to tell them to go. Rig's team quickly began working on the data storages, grabbing a copy of basically every sensitive and secret piece of information the Superiority owned. All the things that Mbot and I had wanted to discover on Starsight, but had been locked out of. As Rig worked on the data, I patrolled the front of the room, near the engineers' stations. On several of the screens, a familiar Varvax stood in front of an official seal. Winzik had a deep green carapace, bipedal and hulking, like a suit of armor to protect the far more fragile crab-like being who rode inside. I could see him through the helmet's faceplate, floating in a liquid solution. I gestured to one of Rig's engineers, and the woman helpfully hit a few buttons, rewinding the message and playing it from the beginning. I kept my cytonic senses alert for anyone approaching, then leaned down and let my translator pin feed me Winzik's words. My goodly people of the Superiority's multitudinous worlds. I am Provisional High General Winzik, as many of you know. It is my burden and regret that I have been forced into the position of temporary commander of the Superiority during this time of grave danger. Understand that I take this duty as the most solemn of responsibilities. Those of us of prime intelligence bear a heavy charge, that of protecting and nurturing those who have not yet achieved equivalent status. My words today are thus for the weaker of our wonderful species. Your natural inclination might be toward panic, anger, or even violence. My, how terrible it must be to live with secondary intelligence. You must resist these shocking emotions. The Superiority is strong, and those of us who lead it will protect you from the human scourge. As the galaxy has survived their horrific attacks in the past, so we will weather them this time. Already, we have the outbreak partially contained, and the fighting is limited to the outskirts of the Superiority. It might take decades to properly bring the humans down, but I am determined to do the job asked of me. For now, know that there is absolutely no danger to you. It is the duty of those of us who have achieved primary intelligence to fight on your behalf, so you do not have to risk the dangers of aggression and rage. Live your lives as usual, knowing I will protect you. On one hand, I was impressed. Winzik could likely milk this for decades, pretending that, even long after we'd been defeated, he needed this power to protect everyone from the terrifying humans. On the other hand, if Winzik actually thought he could contain me, then he would soon find out firsthand how wrong he was. On the screen, the message started repeating, and rather than hear it again, I shot the monitor a few times. When the others looked at me in shock, I gave them a shrug. "I'm sorry," Mbot said in my head, perhaps sensing my frustration at the situation, "for what you had to do today." "It's my job," I whispered to him, watching the door, my gun at the ready. "It's not what you dreamed." "I gave up that dream in the nowhere," I said to him. "I could have stayed there, fighting battles without consequences. I came back, because things like this have to happen." "Do they?" "For now," I said. "The goal is to stop them from being necessary. Somehow." That was the difference. It had to be. Winzik was intent on domination, destruction, and even extermination. We fought for something better. I knew the same justification had been used by virtually every terrorist force in the past. I wasn't naive. But I also wasn't so cynical or so foolish as to paint them all as equivalent. A woman had to follow her conscience. I believed in what we were doing. It still felt terrible. I glanced to Rig. "I think we can pull all of this out," he whispered to me. "Why copy when we can just take?" He grinned, then pointed to several slugs they'd set up. "Cool." He hyperjumped out with his team, taking multiple large data storages with them, servers and all. Seconds later, my strike force, all of us back in our ships, hyperjumped away after him. And to those we'd left alive, I knew we'd be just as mysterious and terrible as the Krell had been to me. Chapter 8. As we landed back in the hangar, there was something different about the air of victory this time. I remembered well, like the memory of a lost loved one, returning from saving us from the Lifebuster bomb. I remembered celebrations, cheers, toasts, the enthusiasm unchecked for an unexpected victory. Today, pilots climbed tiredly from their ships. Perhaps it was our casualties. 2 dead from Vanir flight, Teutanix lost, Ned severely wounded. But almost every action cost us lives. It was part of the metric of maintaining a fighting force. Another damper was the knowledge that this wasn't a definitive win. This was one step toward victory, but only the first of many. Then, of course, there was what I'd done. You were supposed to have to touch things to hyperjump them. You were limited to complete objects, not chunks of them. Large structures, like battleships, usually required specialized architecture built into them to make hyperjumping the entire thing possible for the Cytonic. I'd violated all of those supposed rules, just like the Delvers did. As I climbed down from my ship, it seemed that those in the room shied back from me. And why shouldn't they? I was more weapon than human. Even a few members of Skyward flight, Sadie, notably, watched me with unbridled awe. "Something's wrong," Mbot said in my head. "Yeah," I muttered. "Not with you, with me. The Delvers have spotted me. I need to hide again." "I still don't understand how you do that," I said. "Aren't you all in the exact same point in space?" "Yes and no. There's no space here, so there are no points, no reality at all. It's trippy, but they can sense my connection to you. I need to turn inward and vanish. That or pretend to be one of them, which might work better. Can you do that? Spensa, I'm super sneaky. It's what I was built for, remember?" "You always say that, but gotta hide now. Haunt yourself for a while. I'll let you know when I'm free." I felt him withdrawing, leaving me alone. Chet gave me a sense of warmth, though. I appreciated that. Not alone, just lonely. I started into the hangar, wanting rest, and bade Hesho farewell, suggesting he get something to eat. He flew off, and I probably should have gone to check on Ned. Sadie and T-Stall were going to do that now, judging by their conversation, but I wasn't certain I could stomach it. From what Jorgen had said, Ned was still unconscious, in stable but seriously injured condition. I'd had the power, at any moment, to win that battle all on my own. If I'd done so a few minutes earlier, Ned wouldn't have been hurt. Could I ever meet his eyes after that? I walked quickly toward the exit, intending to go to my rooms and crash, but Kimmelin fell in beside me. "You want to talk?" she asked. "No," I lied. She nodded and didn't push. Why had I said no? I silently cursed her for being a good friend and respecting my boundaries, as she split off to go join T-Stall and Sadie. At the hangar door, I ran into Jorgen, who was walking, holding a datapad and looking distracted.
"We've got it," he told me. "There are 5 mining operations. One more than you heard, but still. Scud, only 5. It's a weakness spin, an unguarded crack in the fortress wall. We can exploit this."
"Just as long as we only attack the supply depots on this side," I said. "At least one of the mining operations on the other side has friends of mine living in it." He nodded in agreement. "Jorgen," I said, "about what I did back there." He looked at me, then gave me an encouraging smile, setting aside the datapad and taking me by both arms.
"You were amazing," he said. "I know I was skeptical when you said you needed to stay in the nowhere and learn what you could there, but I'm glad you convinced me. You should see how enthusiastic our allies are about the results of this operation. For the first time, everyone believes we might actually be able to do this, resist the superiority, and win."
"All it took was getting your own personal Delver girlfriend," I said. He paused, so I gave him a grin, trying to convince him it was a joke. I put a tight clamp on my emotions. I didn't want him to see how much I hurt. He hesitated, noting the full flight deck behind me. Then, obviously making a deliberate decision, he leaned down and kissed me. That felt wonderful. I knew how awkward it was for him to be dating one of his pilots, as there were protocol issues. But he also knew that I needed him, and he needed me. Jorgen choosing me instead of rules was just about the most important message he could ever send. I felt an elated burst of adrenaline, and it ran up against a kind of wall inside of me. A wall of worry, of self-loathing. I started to feel sick. Joy was such an unforgivable thing to experience after the killing I'd done today. I wasn't human any longer, yet here I was, kissing my boyfriend like nothing was wrong. He pulled back, and damn him, he was too observant for his own good.
"I know that you feel different about fighting now," he said. "I do too. It's maturity, Spensa, and experience. They're changing us. It's all right to feel conflicted. It's messy. It's all so very messy."
I nodded.
"I'm going to do my best to make sure we never get surprised by civilians on a military mission again," he said. "I won't send you in unaware again, Spensa. I promise."
It was a good move, and a perfectly Jorgen one to take. He'd analyze what had gone wrong, would talk with our top military and organizational minds about how to learn from it, how to make certain we didn't make the same mistake twice. That was why he was in command. But knowing it wouldn't likely happen in the future didn't ease the pain inside me now. I forced out another smile. "You're brilliant," I said, fully honest. "Thank you."
"We need to plan our next step," he said. "It should be simple. Winzik is getting acclivity stone from these 5 locations, all mining stations in the nowhere, attached to supply depots on our side. You say one is mostly shut down already by the pirates you befriended. Fortunately, we don't have to attack the mining stations themselves or the civilians there. If we blow up the portals, then Winzik will be robbed of those resources. Using our powers, I'm sure we can find a way to rescue the miners on the other side eventually."
A good plan, I said, truly exhausted now. And I know some of the broadsiders would appreciate that. Thank you. He nodded.
We need to strike before Winzik has time to figure out why we wanted those databases. I'm thinking a 5-pronged attack, hitting each supply depot at the same time. A coordinated hit, leaving him completely flat-footed.
Great, I said, trying to control my trembling. If I started freaking out right now, he'd know. I couldn't let him know how much this hurt. Couldn't let him know that I was breaking inside at the idea of going into battle again. He was finding peace and success in his new role. I had to do the same.
I'll get everyone else on board, he said, and talk to the kits and generals, get their strategic insight. For now, you get some rest. I've already checked on Ned, and I'll send you an update as soon as he's awake. You need sleep, though, because if everyone agrees on this plan, we'll set the attacks for as early as tomorrow. Time is of the essence.
His excited smile on top of the kiss was the last straw for me. I gave him a sweet grin. Scud. I hoped he didn't see me being sweet as a terrible sign, and left. Once he was out of sight, I sped up my pace until I reached my quarters and hid inside. Almost as soon as I was alone, a text appeared on my watch. Tech the Erdale used, which we'd begun to incorporate into our teams as well. Dinner? It was Kimmelin. I sent her something about needing to rest, then I took a deep breath and surveyed my quarters. I'd been assigned a 3-room officer's bunk. I was technically a Commodore, for some reason, even though pilots were almost never promoted above captain without moving into administration. Jorgen had pulled some strings to ensure my seniority, emphasizing my special position as a cytonic and need for autonomous field command. Nonsense equating to, nobody knows what to do with you, Spensa, so here's a promotion. I'd tried to convince Mom and Gran to move in with me to help fill the space, but hadn't had any luck yet. It was a little daunting to have so much room, but I'd been trying to think of it as the equivalent of a warrior's trophy and enjoy it. Today, I found it comforting. I had space without anyone or anything to pressure me. Of course, I still did my customary check of each room and closet. Ridiculous? Perhaps. It made me feel better to look for assassins, until I remembered that there were kits and ninjas somewhere out there. They could be hiding in places a human could never fit. Did my routine need to include a thorough check of my sock drawer to make sure no cute furry killers were hiding among my unmentionables? I settled down on my bed and let out a deep breath. Inside me, Chet was trembling, and it took effort to prevent another attack from coming on. Scud, I could barely control it. Those vibrations, the strange way my powers acted, Incredible work today, a woman's voice said from behind me. That was really something. I spun and leaped off my bed and to my feet. Braid was standing by my bedroom wall, next to my replica Browning FN 1910 handgun. Braid, Winzik's pet human cytonic. Short military buzz cut, sleeveless, tight military fatigues and flak jacket. Assault rifle slung on her back. I had my sidearm out in a heartbeat and put 3 holes in my wall before I realized she wasn't there physically. She was a cytonic projection. I'd done something similar to her while in the nowhere. She looked down the barrel of my sidearm destructor, then nodded. Good reflexes. I ignored her, running to the comm panel and calling operations. Is our inhibitor field down? I demanded. No, a confused operator said on the other side. Detritus's protections are still in place. Your inhibitor is fine, Braid said from behind me, amused. You and I are connected somehow. I don't understand what's going on, but I can project to you, Spin. Like you did to me. I moved my finger off the button and turned. Go away. No. I threw the weight of my cytonic powers at her. I didn't exactly know what I was trying to accomplish, other than to banish her, but she bore the blast of raw mental energy and didn't so much as stumble. She seemed to have only sent a very faint projection of herself, leaving the rest of her protected. Dismissing her with my considerable powers was a little like trying to kill a mosquito with a cannon.
"Save it for the battlefield,"
Braid said, stalking around and inspecting my room. When I'd done this to her, I'd been able to see everything around her and hear what anyone near her was saying. If I couldn't find a way to stop this, I presented an enormous security issue to our forces.
"What do you want, Braid?"
I demanded.
"I've asked myself that for years, you know," she said. "Should be easy to answer, and I guess it is."
She stepped up to me.
"What do I want? I want to win."
"I gave you a chance to join us," I said. "You ran to Winsick and turned me in."
"I stand by my choice, though I can't say I'm sad you escaped. If you hadn't run off, I would never have witnessed the display you managed today."
She shook her head, seeming in awe.
"Incredible. 15 kills in under 10 minutes would be impressive for any other pilot. But what you did to the AA guns? The way you ripped buildings apart and used the chunks in offense and defense? Spensa, you're incredible."
She nodded to me. Braid didn't really smile. At least, she did so rarely.
"You're worthy. I'm worthy. We should be working together."
"To do what exactly?" She gestured at me, kind of a what else sort of shrug.
"Conquest, Spensa. It's in our blood."
"You're crazy."
"Crazy," she said. "Like Alexander the Great? Like the ancient pharaohs? Like Attila the Hun, Napoleon, Charlemagne? People who saw the vast expanse of the world and realized the greatest challenge in life would be to rule it all?"
She stepped closer to me.
"None of them ever stood a real chance. But we do. With the power you showed today, we absolutely do."
"I think I'd rather use that power to squash you," I snapped. "You betrayed me, Braid."
"And you betrayed the superiority," she replied. "I merely tried to turn you in for it. But that's meaningless."
She stepped even closer to me.
"Thank you for showing me our potential."
Then she vanished.
Scud, scud, scud!
I collapsed into the chair by the wall, huddled up on myself, and couldn't control it any longer. For the next hour, I let things vanish and appear around me, increasingly eclectic and bizarre as my soul went aflame and myself, what was left of it, hid in the recesses of my mind. Terrified. Part 2. Chapter 9. By the next morning, I had a handle on myself again. I knew I couldn't continue on as before, so I made a decision. I was a weapon. I'd started on that path by going to the nowhere, and then by allowing a delver's soul to combine with mine. My purpose was to free my people. Nothing else mattered. My emotions didn't matter. The damage to my soul and my psyche, just part of the payment. I could do this. I was a soldier. It was what I'd signed up for. I could survive long enough to bring down the superiority. Afterward, who cared? Making this decision was liberating. Not because I was freed from emotions, but, like a surgical strike, this let me control the worst of them. Fear, anxiety, uncertainty, it took them out, leaving me with the manageable ones. Sadness, regret, loss. Those were emotions I knew. They'd been my companions long before I discovered Mbot and Doomslug. I rose, enjoyed the luxury of an actual shower, not just a cleanser, and found a note on my schedule from Jorgen, requesting a meeting. Jorgen. What would I do about Jorgen? I knew what I wanted, to love him. That wasn't an emotion I wanted to be free of, and wasn't one I could ignore. At the same time, I wasn't human anymore. I would help bring down the superiority, and find a way to protect our reality from the Delvers. I would find a way, but I was increasingly certain that way would break me. When that happened, I had to somehow protect Jorgen from the shrapnel. I didn't want to think about it, though. First, to test my newfound control, I needed to try a baby step, something I'd been avoiding the last few days. Breakfast. Doomslug clinging to my shoulder, we made our way to the mess hall, then froze in the doorway. Inside, long rows of metal tables offered up the latest chef's delights. Algae, mostly, prepared in a variety of ways. But amazingly, our recent collaborations with other species had given us access to more. Alanik's and Hesho's worlds contained grains in abundance, fruits, meats that weren't rat, delivered to us in thanks for our aid in protecting their planets. Our cooks seemed to be enjoying the variety. If you could prepare algae in 100 different ways, imagine what you could do with rice. Sure, we'd had some of these luxuries in the past, grown in specialized caverns in very small amounts for the wealthy. For that reason, I'd always felt guilty partaking. But this new style of dining, a feast of flavors in every meal, was the way things should be. If we succeeded, this was what everyone would eat. It wasn't the food itself that stopped me in the doorway. It was the sheer cacophony. Dozens of pilots chattering, and slugs. There were several varieties, though some of the newest ones we'd discovered were still being studied and hadn't been authorized for active duty yet. Of those at breakfast, the bulk wore yellow and blue like Doomslug. Those were hyperslugs, who could help us teleport. Almost as common were the purple and orange slugs, who let us communicate via cytonics. Surprisingly, there were more than a few red and black slugs, capable of releasing blasts of cytonic energy. We had started calling them boom slugs. Most rare were the blue and green slugs, capable of inhibiting cytonics, letting only friends and allies use their powers. I steeled myself against the guilt of allowing one to be killed at the facility. At least I'd rescued the other one. Besides, I was a weapon. Weapons didn't cry over the things they killed. Doomslug fluted softly on my shoulder. She felt as intimidated as I did. She didn't want to go into the room either, because, well, Scud. She was shy. I'd always assumed she had been with Mbot because she'd gotten lost, or maybe she'd been the descendant of his original hyperdrive. But recently, I was getting the feeling that she was the slug equivalent of an introvert. She hadn't wanted to be completely alone, which was why she'd sought out Mbot and his dormant cytonic processor, but she wasn't the type who enjoyed hanging out in a cavern full of fluting slugs. I tried to send her a sense of peace as we collected food from the counter. A sandwich made with... was that peanut butter? I'd read about that. Wow. And a real slice of some kind of orange fruit. Maybe, well, an orange. Evershore and Earth shared some ecology from their years of trading together in the distant past, and much of the food we had been able to get from them had its roots in Earth flora. I was feeling pretty good as I settled down at a table near the right side of the room. The real test was still to come, though, as my friends gathered around, each one wearing a red piece of felt behind their flight pins, a symbol of remembrance, worn each time we lost someone. Today, they wore them for the 2 soldiers we'd lost and the 2 slugs, comrades in arms. Each one was an indictment of me. I could have saved those people. Who was I to hold this power?
"Hey," Arturo said. "You came to breakfast, Spensa. Finally starting to feel like yourself, eh?"
"Yeah," I said, glancing at him. "Ned?"
"Awake," Arturo said, "and ordering me to do things for him, since with one arm he can't possibly do it himself."
I released a long breath. If Ned was joking already, that was a good sign. That eased my guilt a smidge. As others set down trays, I looked past Arturo to Alanik, who settled in a few places farther along the table. She ate with Skyward flight, even if her chosen food was different. She seemed to really like the algae. The violet-skinned alien studied me quietly, with a certain reserved sensibility. She said she'd been told by her leaders to continue socializing with the humans. Her species and mine shared suspiciously similar physiology. There might be a common ancestor in our pasts. Certainly, the Urdale had slipped into Earth's mythology and lore, much as the Kitson had. Regardless, it was odd to see the person whose face I'd stolen joining us for breakfast. And it was odd to not have FM there, as she was helping Rig get a new fabrication project up and running. T-Stall sat next to me, but he gave me space. Too much space. We'd never been that close, and he and Catnip seemed to have started integrating better with the rest of the flight while I was gone. On my other side, Sadie settled down and looked to me with an almost divine admiration. This was ostensibly where I belonged, but I felt more at home with a bunch of aliens these days than I did with my old flight. Fortunately, my newfound mental bulwark was effective. I reminded myself that it was all right, that I didn't need to belong, since I was just a weapon to be fired. That calmed me, and I settled into my place. Nothing started rattling. Nobody's sandwiches vanished. Doomslug fluted to me sorrowfully, but I scooped her off my shoulders and set her in the line of other slugs, which ran down the center of the wide metal table. They were happily munching on their caviar, offered in special little bowls. The Tainiks were now members of the flight. They saved the lives of my friends regularly by hyperjumping them to safety. They like it here, I thought, feeling their contented minds. They like being appreciated. I think they even enjoy the human companionship. They were afraid of the Delvers, though. I'd been able to pick out some of this from Doomslug. The superiority had manipulated this fear. Rather than working with and encouraging the Tainiks, the superiority had frightened them into compliance. The ease with which FM and the others had instead coaxed and befriended the slugs was the ultimate recrimination of the superiority's so-called primary intelligence. Our enemy claimed to avoid aggression and support peace, but in truth, they only did so when convenient.
But Doomslug is not afraid of me, Chet thought from within me. Not any longer.
Doomslug sent an image to us in response, Chet and me with yellow skin and blue tinges. She'd realized we weren't frightening. Not even Delvers were. We were just very strange slugs. So, Kimmelin said, leaning across the table and drawing my attention back to the conversation. Your plan worked, Spin? I hear there's a ton of useful stuff in that data archive. 12 other human preserves like detritus, detailed schematics for all superiority ships, and, of course, the location of the supply depots that process the acclivity stone mined in the nowhere.
Other human preserves, you say? T-Stall said. I wonder if they're like us, constantly fighting, on the brink of breaking out.
I doubt it, I said. I get the feeling that detritus was unique, with our cavern complex and fabricators. The enemy didn't intend our planet to become a preserve. We were just too persistent to exterminate.
Either way, Kimmelin said, could be worth approaching them.
It wasn't a terrible idea. From what we'd been able to determine, the superiority was being forced to pull fighters away from many garrisons to fight us. Some of those preserves might be poorly defended.
I've got some of the data dump here,
Arturo said, opening up his datapad. He started to show us the locations of the human preserves, but I hijacked the pad and instead scrolled to the locations of the 5 mining stations. As Jorgen had indicated, our goal wasn't to hit the mining stations themselves. My friends there, like Peg and the Broadsiders, would be safe. We'd attack the supply depots on this side instead, the ones controlled by the superiority. Out of curiosity, though, I looked to see if the data indicated where the mining bases were in the nowhere, and the data was there. Shorehold, which I'd attacked with the Broadsiders, was the biggest, but the 4 others were sprinkled throughout the same region. I had assumed they'd be farther out in the belts, but it appeared they just kept them very well hidden. Still can't believe it, Sadie said, leaning down low, speaking softly. The superiority is so vulnerable.
I was there last night when they broke down the data, Arturo said. Kuna is right. The superiority is so paranoid about keeping the slugs a secret that they've created a bigger problem for themselves. For example, almost all communications in the superiority are underpinned by a single network. One location that holds a large batch of comm slugs to facilitate comms traffic.
You didn't need a slug on each end to make cytonic communications work. With enough practice and the right technology on the receiving end, a single slug could manage multiple different conversations. A little like an operator on an old-school communications rig.
Yup,
Mbot said in my head.
Fun fact. The first recorded Earth cytonic, Jason Wright, dedicated only a tiny portion of his brain to the task, but was able to run dozens of communications, almost like a background process. With training, the early Earth cytonics were able to facilitate thousands upon thousands of calls, all by themselves.
I jumped, despite myself. How long have you been back?
I never left. I just hid. I've been watching for a while now. Some time? Hard to say in here. Well, you know how it is.
I did, and I also had a better understanding of why time was so strange in the nowhere. The Delvers had an omnipresent effect on the place. They wanted to forget the past, so everyone there started to do the same. The Delvers ignored time, and so it was hard for everyone to track. They did it because they were still searching for a way, even now, to deaden the pain of loss.
Jason Wright, Mbot said. Yes. The Delvers, who were only a single individual back then, loved him. When he died, they didn't know how to respond to their grief, so all of this. The result of one former AI's emotional constipation.
Ew. FM finally arrived, carrying 3 slugs at once. She'd really gotten into the entire slug thing, which I found odd. She was so prim, and slugs didn't really match her normal, fashionable accessorizing. I immediately felt guilty for that snideness. Yes, FM liked to be fashionable, but she'd never given me reason to think she was vain. I just always felt intimidated by how, well, perfect she was at basically everything. Even, it turned out, taking care of slugs. She set her 3 down with their own bowls of caviar. We had to ship the stuff in from Evershore in bulk, and started talking, animated.
Coordinated raid on all 5 mining installations, she explained. Tomorrow morning at 0600 hours. Orders should be coming to Arturo any minute. They're here, he said, scrolling on his datapad. 5 strike forces all at once.
Why 5? I asked. We know one of those is already locked down on the other side by the Broadsiders.
Can you say for certain your friends are still in control? FM asked. And that they wouldn't open up the portal again if properly bribed? Would they sell acclivity stone to the superiority if the value of the stuff increased 100-fold?
Would they? Maybe, maybe not. Life was tough in the nowhere. I wouldn't blame Peg for making some calculated bargains if the superiority tried to trade with her. I'd trust her and the others not to do it if I asked, but I could understand Jorgen wanting to remove that option by destroying the superiority facility.
It would be pointless to go through all of this and still leave them with a functioning mining station, FM said. So we're striking all 5. Tomorrow. That's good, Catnip said. It's the only shot we have at winning. Stop them making any more starfighters.
Still sounds like we're in for a slog of a war, Sadie said. Sure, we can maybe take out their production capacity, but we still have to fight through everything they've already built.
Do we have any choice? Kimmelin asked.
At least this way we have a chance.
I suppose,
T-Stall said. He shared a look with Catnip, his wingmate. Arturo finally spoke.
Anyone else have a problem with the level of destruction we caused on the last raid?
They didn't look at me. That was nice of them. Perhaps they knew that nothing was more painful than having my friends be afraid of me. But of course, I was just a weapon now, so that couldn't bother me the way it once had. Though they were doing their best not to stare at me, I looked around the group, huddled forward surrounding our long table. FM scratching the head of one of the slugs. Sadie sitting back as if she'd lost her appetite. Arturo pretending to scroll through the data, though his eyes were distant. Alanik hovering at the edge of the group, aloof as always. Catnip and T-Stall, side by side, staring at their unfinished meals. Kimmelin, still eating her brownie with a small fork, because she never wasted a dessert. As the saint said, she had once noted, throw away something delicious, and you throw away beauty itself. I'll say it, Kimmelin said. What we did was wrong. At the very least, we should have found a way to save that first slug. I should have found a way. But beyond that, I didn't expect the information nexus to be so much like a city, I told them. Yeah, FM agreed. I mean, it makes sense that they'd need non-combatants to work it. Researchers, engineers, people like Arturo would be if he hadn't fallen in with the wrong crowd. Hey, Arturo said. Wait, was that a dig at me or at all of you? It was a deliberate ricochet, FM said. How many of you felt the last raid was wrong? Slowly, everyone raised a hand, even Alanik, who took a moment to realize that meant agreement. We should say something to Jorgen, Kimmelin said. We're here to fight the Krell, not become them. He's aware, I said. He's planning how to ensure that we'll know in the future if there are civilians in the way or not. And if there are, will he stop us from going in? FM asked. He hadn't said that, had he? He'd told me he wouldn't send me in unaware again, but the mission likely would have to continue. I do not like the idea of doing that sort of thing again, Kimmelin said. Not at all. I saw dozens of civilian ships fall in the destruction. My stomach turned. Do we have a choice, though? Sadie whispered. We're warriors, right? We break things. People. That's the point, right? She looked to me for support. I forced myself to nod. That's easy for you to say, Spensa, FM said, though I hadn't actually said anything. You. Yeah, I sure was. Me, mostly. It's more difficult for the rest of us, Arturo agreed. We're not so hardened. Fighting while knowing there were civilians panicking down below, that was horrible. I don't look forward to doing it again. These supply depots, Sadie said, they're going to be full of civilians, workers. Even if we don't hit the mining stations in the nowhere, even if we just hit the portals on this side, well, who do you think is cleaning those stations? Moving the rock around, refining it into pure acclivity stone. It's not Winzik's warriors. We all sat there for a while. I reminded myself I was a weapon, that I didn't care, that I couldn't afford to care. But then Kimmelin, astonishingly, put down her fork and pushed her dessert away, half-finished. We need to figure this out, FM said. Jorgen's plan is to hit the stations tomorrow and destroy all of them. Do we need to destroy the installations? I asked. Maybe we could just secure and hold them. Holding ground is tough, Arturo said, particularly against a superior force. Better to disable the installations. If we do that, won't we be trapping everyone who's in the nowhere? Sadie said, with no means to return to the somewhere? Not necessarily, Alanik said, her translated words coming from my pin. There might be other portals, places where there aren't mining stations. There are, I said, but most of them are locked somehow. Something odd happened to them years ago. Could we unlock one? Alanik pressed. That seems like what Jorgen did in freeing the Kitson Cytonics. She was right, but I was reluctant to experiment there. After Gran and Cobb had gotten stuck in one of those portals, well, it seemed dangerous to toy with them. At the same time, this felt like an important thing to know. If we destroyed these installations, could the superiority just send ships in through other locations, then fly a little longer through the belt of the nowhere and recover their supplies anyway? If I knew the answer, it might change our plans, might persuade Jorgen not to go through with this attack. Suddenly, I couldn't maintain my stoic sense that I was a weapon. I needed another solution. Though it was a betrayal of my warrior forebearers, I wanted nothing more than to just not have to go back into battle tomorrow. So, without a word to the others, I scooped up Doomslug and hyperjumped away, intent on visiting detritus, and learning for myself what could be done with the inactive portal hiding in the caverns beneath its surface. Chapter 10. These days, entering the nowhere was an odd experience. Doomslug and I popped in briefly between moments in the place that was commonly full of the eyes. Pinpricks of light in the blackness that normally, in the past, had glared at me with an incredible sense of malevolence. This time, like every time in the past 12 days, they were missing. Pure blackness confronted me. No eyes, no delvers. I'd once thought I didn't understand this place, couldn't understand it. I was mortal, and my mind too accustomed to the passage of time and linear relationships. But my soul was part delver now. Strange as it was, I could see what they were doing. They were here, camouflaged by turning their attention inward, hiding not just from me, but from one another. I got the sense they did this only when I was there, only when time entered the nowhere because I was hyperjumping through it. The secret is here, in how I interact with them, I thought. The way to defeat them once and for all. It might have to do with the way they hid. A pair of eyes popped up beside me.
"Hi," Mbot said. "Welcome to my home. It's only the size of an infinitely small point, but so am I, so it's enough." A heartbeat later, Doomslug and I left, appearing in a different kind of mundane darkness, the caverns underneath detritus. Those Cytonics could see by use of their powers. Gran was a good example, though she hadn't realized she was doing it. I didn't have much talent in that area. Fortunately, my multi-tool had a small flashlight. I slipped it from its spot on my belt and turned on the soft green light, illuminating a large cavern, and startling a number of scuttling inhabitants. I couldn't help but grin. I knew this cavern. I'd hunted in it, and it seemed that in my absence, the rats had been on a rampage and fed freely on the fungus here. "Fear not," I announced to them. "Though I have returned, I come not for your blood. Turns out I prefer peanut butter. Enjoy your respite, fell beasts." They didn't seem inclined to take my word for it, and remained hiding in the nooks and nearby crevices. I continued through the chamber, feeling a certain nostalgia. I'd become a pilot. Spensa the rat girl was no more. Was it strange to miss those days? They'd been terrible in many ways. The Krell had been an omnipresent danger. Plus, my family had suffered from lack of food, discrimination, and long hours of work. Yet back then, all I'd been in charge of was getting some rats to sell. Now, the fate of planets was on my shoulders. My hyperjump had been off by a short distance. The portal wasn't in this cavern, but in a nearby tunnel. My memory proved good after all these months, and I easily made my way up along a tunnel, finding the spot via an ancient tube that emerged from the rock, carrying water to other parts of the cavern complex. I trailed along, one hand on the stone, until I reached the portal. It was on the wall, a large section of stone that partially blended into the surrounding rock, carved with strange symbols. Years ago, I'd known there was something odd about these alien markings. The unusual surface held whispers you couldn't hear, but could feel.
I rested my fingers on the grooves. In the nowhere, I'd traveled on a heroic journey, recovering memories of the past. That journey, it turned out, had been concocted by Chet in order to give me information that I needed, but that he hadn't otherwise known how to deliver. The memories had been real, though. Today, I closed my eyes and reached into the past, listening. Each time someone had used this portal, they'd left a piece of themselves behind, inscribed by these lines. In this one, I saw humans who had come here in secret to build a new kind of weapon, a facility for trying to control the Delvers. I saw humans quarrying stone from the nowhere and transporting it out. I saw their enormous fabrication machines building shipyards in the sky, which then built the other platforms. This location had been chosen for two reasons. The first was the large ring of asteroids around the planet, which had been entirely consumed by the fabricators. But the second, true secret, the real reason, had been this portal. An open one, into the nowhere, a place to get a clivity stone, a place to try to control the creatures beyond dimensions and space. I pulled my hand back. I'd already seen the end result of those experiments on a recording my friends and I had watched. We'd seen what had happened when a Delver had come to detritus and destroyed the humans living here. That had been long before Mbot had crashed here, and even that had been a century before my own people had found their way to the planet. Seeing all of this reminded me of what Braid had said, that our destiny as humans was to do what our ancestors had failed to do: conquer the galaxy. Turning my thoughts in that direction was a mistake. I could feel my soul beginning to vibrate and Braid's attention focusing on me. Perhaps because I'd just opened myself to the memories of those ancient humans, I was exposed, and she latched on. In a panic, I realized that if she saw what I was doing, it might tip her off to our plan. Don't see. Braid appeared in front of me as a cytonic projection. She looked around, frowning, and she didn't see. Her eyes passed over the wall as if nothing were there, for in my mind's eye, that was how I viewed it, just a featureless wall. To reinforce that, I started walking, as if there was nothing special about where I'd stopped. Her ability to see my surroundings was predicated on how I saw them. Was this similar to how the Krell had convinced my father that he was seeing enemies when he flew among friends? Was this the method by which our enemy could hijack cytonic senses? They'd turned my father against the people who loved him, and I had not forgotten my anger. Braid upheld that system. I had given up on trying to bring her to my side, but perhaps she didn't need to know that. "So," she said, "are you ready to accept what I've been telling you? Ready to do what needs to be done, Spensa?" "We're doing that right now," I replied. "Overthrowing the superiority is what needs to be done. Join me. Help me." She smiled, perhaps at my naivete. How would she try to use me this time? "Winzik is going crazy over that information storage you took," she said. "All of his secrets in the hands of enemies. That was a clever strike. He should have realized the repercussions of you having a minister-tier government official on your side. He had Kuna locked out of our systems, but of course he can't lock them out of their own mind." "Well," I said, "soon he'll see the consequences of his mistake." "Come now. Your military is so small. You're no match for ours. You should join with us. Become our enforcers. I could persuade Winzik to see you as mercenaries instead of enemies to be quashed, if you serve us." "Braid," I said, leaning into my lie, "we won't be small for long. Join me. We'll soon have entire forces of disgruntled humans on our side. You belong here." She turned away from me, perhaps to hide her growing grin, though I could faintly feel satisfaction radiating from her. She had believed my lie. She assumed our purpose in stealing the data archive was to find the other human preserves like detritus. perhaps we would approach those humans, eventually, so it was a plausible, reasonable goal, just not our main one. And Braid bought it. In turn, I was shocked by how easily I'd sold that lie. For months now, I'd worried that I wasn't a spy or a scout, despite being required to do both repeatedly. I kept telling myself I was a pilot. Yet I'd managed to infiltrate the Superiority's Space Force, then get into the Nowhere and take over one of their mining installations from within. I was a spy. It wasn't what I'd intended to become, but it was where the job had taken me. The best way to learn to fly was to just get into a cockpit and practice. It seemed that the same was true of subterfuge. I did plan the takeover of Surehold, I thought, and it worked. I wonder... A thought started to come together, but I put it aside for now. I needed to deal with Braid. "Go," I snapped at her. "Leave me alone. Tell Winzik I'm coming for him with the thirst of 1,000 battlefields, longing for blood. I will enjoy the chance to sink my blade between the layers of his carapace, prying him from the shell. Then I shall watch, with exquisite satisfaction, as he suffocates in the callous air." She cocked her head at me. To be honest, I felt rather satisfied with that boast. Beowulf would have been proud of me. I could move toward being less bloodthirsty, but still appreciate a good boast, right? Boasts and threats were basically ways to get your enemy to back down, so they were actually pacifist in nature. Maybe that was what Conan the Cimmerian had always been about. Perhaps all the lines about the lamentations of women and drinking blood from skulls were meant to persuade people to go home and not try to assault the 2-meter-tall fellow with cannonballs for pectorals. Braid growled, then muttered, "You're wasted on this pointless fighting, Spensa." But she left, and I could feel, cytonically, that she was actually gone. I let out a long breath. "She's unnerving," Embot said in my mind. "I don't trust her, Spensa. I hope you don't either." "I don't," I assured him, hurrying back to the portal. I think I might have tricked her, though. My words fell short as the corridor suddenly became very crowded. FM, Arturo, and Kimmelin appeared, standing around Alanik in a ring, their hands on the Urdale's shoulders, slugs fluting and cooing from their slug holsters. Alanik eyed me. "It is customary to warn others before you use your powers to jump," she said. "You do not know this, as you were not raised around other cytonics, but leaving so abruptly can be disorienting for those nearby." "Noted," I said, more annoyed at her than embarrassed. They were my powers. I could decide what was appropriate and what wasn't. I didn't need an alien reprimanding me. "So, what are we doing here?" Arturo asked, his hands on his hips. "Checking out the portal into the Nowhere? We were talking about that before you slugged off, Spensa." Slugged off? I wasn't sure what I thought of that particular piece of slang. Regardless, I walked back to the right spot and placed my hand on the wall. I could feel the heat of Igneous, the city where I'd grown up, pulsing from a nearby chamber. Sweat trickled down my temple. "We need to know how easy it is to get through one of these," I said, patting the portal. "I've told you all about my pirate friends in the Nowhere. Perhaps we should talk to them. They might be able to help." "These portals are dangerous," Alanik said, sounding stern. "Your own grandmother ended up trapped in one, and you got sucked into a dangerous realm by touching one." Gosh, thanks, I thought. I hadn't remembered that, Mom. I'd spent so many days during my time at Starsight wondering about Alanik and what she was like. I had not expected to find her so bossy. "If they're dangerous, we need to know," I said. "That's part of why I came alone." "Spin," Arturo said. "You need to stop being so reckless. You're basically our entire Space Force." "We have to take risks, Amphi," I snapped, pressing my hand against the portal again. "We do it every time we fight. Someone has to figure out how these portals work. They offer a huge tactical advantage, and I have the most experience." "The Delvers," Kimmelin started. Are frightened of me, I said. They hide when I hyperjump. I haven't seen the eyes in almost 2 weeks now. The others grew silent. When I glanced at them, I saw a collection of baffled, even intimidated expressions. The Delvers are frightened of you? FM said. Right. I hadn't actually explained that to them, had I? Well, I was a weapon. I reaffirmed that belief to myself. I'd been weak earlier, but I couldn't afford weakness. It didn't matter if I was divided off, isolated from others. Didn't matter if everything was different, wrong, broken. This was what I needed to do. This was what I needed to be. I closed my eyes, feeling at the portal, and tried to push through it. I'd done this on the other side several times, looking for a way out. On those occasions, I'd always hit some kind of wall. The explanation, which had made sense to me, was that the portal had been locked on this side, perhaps to keep the Delvers in. This time I encountered no lock. I found a vast, inviting pool of darkness, a tunnel leading toward infinity. The nowhere lay before me, an expanse that was at the same time as small as the point of a pin, a place where time wrapped upon itself and where... Wait. This was wrong. I felt Alanik's mind brush mine, asking if I was all right. I replied that I was and suggested she back off for now. She did, leaving me to explore what I was feeling. This place was wrong. I wasn't certain what tipped me off. The sight, the cytonic resonance, the smell, none of those described it perfectly, but together they meant something. This wasn't the nowhere. It wasn't where I wanted to go. I yanked back as something tried to close around me. I was out in a moment, in that corridor again. I gasped, pulling my hands away. Scud. Everyone had fetched chairs from somewhere. What? How long was I gone? I asked.
4 hours, Arturo said. A little less, actually.
Alanik said you were confident everything was all right, Kimmelin added. We set up here to wait, just in case. Are you okay? I'm fine, I lied. But I think I know what happened to the Kitson cytonics. What? Alanik said, stepping up beside me. What did you feel? A trap, I whispered. Alanik, the portals aren't locked to keep the Delvers in. It's to keep us out. The Delvers, I think they did something to these to intentionally draw in the cytonics and hold them. Wait a moment. But just wait, I snapped, pressing my hand to the lines again, trying to read the memories to find out when this particular trap had been made. How long ago had the Kitson cytonics vanished? Before the Delvers existed, I thought, though my understanding of the timeline was unclear. I watched the memories, but they were too vague, difficult to judge the timing. Many of them were just impressions, while others were expansive visions about the lives of the people living here, which was great, but didn't have anything to do with my current questions. Finally, I was able to piece together that this particular portal had been altered to become a trap during the Delver attack that had annihilated the humans who had built detritus. I caught a faint sense of the Delver's memories as it made the swap, a kind of troubleshooting sensation. Was that right? As it booby-trapped the portal? This is a natural phenomenon, I realized. Sometimes these portals develop an oddity that traps minds instead of letting them pass. The Delvers learned of this and made the portals develop the flaw intentionally. That explained what had happened to Gran-Gran. And it also might explain why the superiority was forced to rely on so few mining stations. There just weren't that many portals still unlocked and untrapped. I might be able to fix this portal eventually, I told the others. Or perhaps Jorgen could do it. But right now it's booby-trapped, just like the one on Evershore. The Delvers altered it to capture cytonics and stop people from traveling into the nowhere.
So, Arturo said, no contacting your friends on the other side?
Not through this one, I said. Fortunately, this means that if we do capture or destroy those supply depots, the superiority is going to have real trouble getting into the nowhere to bring back Acclivity Stone. Assuming we were willing to go through with it. Though I'd heard from Gran that many generals considered this important, empathizing with and understanding the enemy, I had no idea how to handle it. Maybe that was what officers were for. Unfortunately, that made me remember Jorgen. I checked my watch and pulled up my schedule. Scud. I have a meeting with the Admiral, I said.
We informed him you were exploring something here, Arturo said. He might not be expecting you.
I gave him a flat look. You think Jorgen will ignore an appointment?
Arturo chuckled. Yeah, I suppose not. Even if you're in another dimension, he'll expect punctuality. You should go.
I nodded, scooping up Doomslug and preparing to hyperjump. Then I paused, looking to my friends and Alanik, who had watched over me for hours. Sorry, I said to them, that I've been so erratic lately. It's going to be all right. I'm going to fix this. Kimmelin met my eyes. You don't need to do it all, Spin. Can we talk? Later, I promised. Right now I've got a meeting. Not sure what Jerkface wants, but it's probably a rundown of the upcoming mission. You know how he is. I know, she said. Just remember, I'm here. I nodded to her, then hyperjumped straight into Jorgen's quarters, where the meeting was to take place, which probably wasn't the best idea. I should have gone to the corridor outside and knocked. I really was getting too comfortable with hyperjumping. I wasn't treating my powers with the solemnity that... I frowned, cocking my head. The lights were dim in the room, and there was food on the table. Had I interrupted Jorgen at a meal? It was lunchtime, since I'd had an extended stay inside the trap, and... Candles? Music? Oh, Scud. I turned and surprised Jorgen, who was in uniform, as always, but carrying 2 cups to the table. This wasn't a battle meeting or a debriefing. This was a date. Chapter 11.
Oh,
Jorgen said, stopping in place.
Spensa, I didn't hear you, teleport.
Sorry, I said, blushing. Should have jumped to the corridor. Wouldn't want to surprise you in a towel or something. Again.
I thought maybe we could have a meal, he said, gesturing to the table. During our meeting, since we're both so busy these days. It would be more efficient.
That makes sense, I said. And the candles to save on energy? He shrugged in an adorably awkward way and even smiled, a bashful, boyish grin. Scud. I'd been prepared to deal with the loss of friends and home, prepared to deliver myself up as the weapon my society demanded. I'd been prepared for everything but him. This. I clutched Doomslug for support, but she fluted at me and immediately teleported away. How had she known? She was a slug, the little traitor.
We never get to spend time together, Jorgen said, to figure out what it is we are, what we want. So I thought maybe I'd just take the initiative. Do the Spensa thing, jump right in.
I think I know what we are, together, I whispered. What I want it to be, at least. But I don't know if this is the right time, with everything that's happening.
Maybe for a little while, pretend it can be, right?
He gestured at the table.
Look, it's not even a proper dinner.
Not proper. I stared at the immaculate place settings, the candles. He even had a white tablecloth.
Sure, he said. See, there's only 3 courses, and we don't even have separate dessert spoons.
Oh, Jorgen, I said, my facade melting. Please don't tell me you read the rules on serving a meal.
Of course not, he said. It was part of my tutoring. I've known the proper setup for a formal meal since I was 7.
He was so earnest, well, wonderful. I couldn't keep my cynicism properly in place. It fled before him like a rat from light. All right, I told myself. I'll pretend. For this meal only, I'll pretend that it can all work out. Suddenly, I felt right again. It was probably an illusion, but in that moment, I was certain this was where I belonged. Though a lot of things were off, possibly broken beyond repair, he was right, and we were right. I sat in the chair he'd provided for me. Then I grabbed the knife in a fist and rammed the handle down on the table and said, "I approve of this offering." He rolled his eyes, getting out the first course, which was an honest-to-goodness salad with no seaweed or algae. "Look," I said to him, "you get your way to do things from your books. I get my way from mine."
"I've tried to find those books," he said. "Read a good chunk of a Conan novel while you were gone."
"You did?" I asked, melting a little further. "Ah."
"I didn't find many of your quotes in there."
Gran liked to embellish, I explained. And I learned how to do a lot, on my own. I put aside the knife and attacked the salad. I'd always loved how a crunchy salad responded to the stabby motions of a good forking. I'll admit that I also exaggerated because I knew Jorgen found it amusing. He liked to joke about how I did everything, from piloting to eating a salad, with enthusiasm.
"You ever wonder what life would be like without this?" he asked. "The war, the military. What our lives would be if we'd been born during some other time."
"I used to think it would be boring," I said, spinning my fork, and finishing off the salad with a good coup de grace. It tasted wonderful, so much better than seaweed, which had to be dried to imitate this crispness. There was even some beet, which I'd last eaten in the nowhere. I liked it here, though I could remember responding differently there. Those days, now only 2 weeks past, were starting to take on a dreamlike air. Had that really been me having those adventures, in a land where time barely mattered?
"Used to?"
Jorgen asked, drawing my attention back to the meal.
"You think differently now? You wouldn't find a life without fighting boring? What changed?"
"Starsight," I said. "I saw people living real lives, Jorgen. Our enemies, but they were just people, building families, living. I realized I was the broken one, not them. Now it sounds wonderful to live a life without the war. I could still fly, that wouldn't change. I could do it all day to keep my skills up, then come home at night. And you'd have spent your day doing something Jorgen-esque, finding misspelled words in operations manuals, maybe."
"Please," he said. "It's not the misspelled words that are a problem. I barely even mark those when I find them. It's the regulations being out of order, or having the wrong numbers that's a problem, that might cause a breakdown of command."
He leaned on his elbow, smiling at me. Then suddenly he blushed and glanced down at his plate. I implied that we'd be living together, I realized. Our relationship was so weird, probably because it was always being interrupted when I went gallivanting off. At times, it was like we'd always been together. At others, the mere mention of our status made us blush like schoolkids. "Hey," I said to him, "you said we should pretend it can all work out, right? Well, why don't we pretend something else too? That it's not awkward. That it's okay. Whatever we are, it's okay, Jorgen."
"Deal,"
he said. Then he took the top off the tray, revealing the next course. Steak. He'd found a steak. I'd read about it. I'd occasionally had tastes of pork as a pilot, though mostly chicken or soy had been the proteins available in flight school. I was well acquainted with the taste of rat, but I'd never had an actual steak. "Scud," I said. "How much did those cost?"
You saved the entire planet, he said. Twice. Does it matter how much it cost?
Where did you even get it?
There are cows on Evershore, he said. I've always wanted to try some.
I poked at the brown lump of flesh and then cut into it. And Scud, it bled. It's not cooked.
The kitchen chefs tell us this is how it's supposed to be, he said. They were very assertive about it.
Huh. I tried a bite and found it strangely soft. I'd assumed steak to be a warrior's meal, but I was accustomed to meat being stringy and tough. That seemed like what a warrior should eat, not this soft, melting pillow meat. I didn't say anything, though, because he'd obviously put a lot of effort into this meal. Indeed, I put aside my worries for the moment and scooted my seat around the table and pulled my plate up next to his. I wanted to sit beside him, not so far away. Sitting so close instantly made it hard to cut our steaks, but I didn't retreat. I've laid a claim on this particular hillside, and I would defend it until I fell. I wanted to be next to him right now, awkward or not. Jorgen looked at me, then deliberately cut his steak into a lot of little chunks. That seemed strange until he put his knife down and started eating with just his fork, which let him put the other arm around me. His heat, his muscles tight against mine. Awkward, yes. It was harder to eat this way, but I wouldn't have changed a thing. This is the single most romantic thing I've ever done, I told him.
Me too,
he said. Then he grimaced.
Not a lot of competition, mind you.
Oh, come on, I said, leaning against his chest, our meal forgotten for now. Me attacking you back in flight school wasn't romantic?
It's slightly outdone, he said, by the time you forced me to break protocol to help you steal a booster for MBOT.
At least the time I appeared as a ghost in your bathroom was romantic, right?
Why do all of these examples involve me being embarrassed, humiliated, or bullied?
I pushed against him, practically shoving him off his chair as I got in close. And this? Does this embarrass, humiliate, or bully you?
Not sure, he said, but whatever it is, I could use a little more of it.
I smiled, wondering what was next. Was this the part where he swept me off my feet? I'd never understood that phrase. The only time I wanted to be carried was if I was bleeding out, and he was romantically carting me to the medic. Instead, I gave up trying to scoot closer and closer and crawled up onto him, in his lap, facing him, my hands on his shoulders, my head level with his and our noses nearly touching. Tentative, he put his hands around me, and maybe now I could see the appeal of being swept. His arms pulled tighter, making me feel safe, because whatever life threw at us, one of us could fix it. Either I'd shoot it in the head, or he'd wrap the problem in rules and regulations until it didn't know which way was up. Then I'd shoot it in the head. I felt so horribly awkward. Was this seductive? It felt embarrassing. Why did nobody in the stories ever feel embarrassed? All the same, I loved it. And stars, if I could have frozen a moment, that was the one I'd have picked. Particularly as I, building up my courage, leaned forward and kissed him. A real kiss, the way I'd always wanted and imagined, not a quick peck in the dining hall, a deep, full, extended kiss. A melding of two selves, our breath, our heat, our very souls. I pulled back and smiled. He cleared his throat.
What now?
He asked.
Little fast? I asked.
A little, he admitted. Then maybe we can just sit like this, I said, a little longer before finishing the meal. He smiled.
I'm sorry for how weird I've been lately.
How weird you've been, I said from his lap. Jorgen, I'm the one with the Delver piggybacking my soul.
Yeah, but that sort of thing is expected of you.
It is?
Sure. The fact that you do unexpected, unbelievable things is basically your primary trait. I'm supposed to be the straightforward, stable one."
He grimaced, hands still on my sides, fingers wrapping around my back, thumbs on the front rubbing against my ribs, inching idly upward, bringing an increasing flush to my cheeks. Please, let this last. But it couldn't, because it was so hard to keep pretending that I was good for him, that I wouldn't blow all of this up and hurt him, making his feelings the collateral damage of my inevitable implosion. He'd asked me to pretend for this meal, and I had. But this wasn't reality for me, not any longer, not as the weapon I had become. As soon as reality reasserted itself, I couldn't help remembering what I'd done on Luna. How little control I had, how likely I was to hurt him. My soul started to vibrate as I thought about it, about what would happen if, instead of teleporting random objects around me, I started teleporting people. Beyond that, Jorgen seemed so distracted by his duties. I didn't want to push him further. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go further myself. So I climbed free, settling back on the seat beside him. He put his arm around me and leaned against me, sighing, and this did seem less awkward. I snuggled against him, like a slug in her sling, holster, whatever.
"How did we get here?" he whispered eventually. "You realize that the entire universe turns on what I decide next? I don't know what to do. Why does everyone think I will know what to do?"
"Because," I said, poking him in the side, "I'm pretty sure out of all the people in the DDF, you're the only one who has actually read the entire Policies and Procedures Manual."
"I know it's a joke, but you really shouldn't say things like that. New recruits might think it's okay to ignore the manual."
Scud, he really thought that we had all read it, didn't he? I didn't say anything. He'd be mortified if he knew the truth. But Jorgen, blessed Jorgen, was lost in his own thoughts. He did tend to get that way. He hadn't even realized moments ago what he'd literally had in his hands. Perhaps with good reason. He had just cause to be distracted.
"If I make the wrong call," he whispered, "so many people will die."
He felt so tense. Yeah, he didn't need seduction. He needed something else, similar but different. "Come," I said, pulling him to his feet. I settled him on the floor, then sat behind him on his couch and forced him to pull his uniform jacket off. I hadn't ever really given a massage before, but I'd punched a lot of punching bags, so I figured I had some experience. He groaned softly as I kneaded his shoulders.
"That's nice," he said. "Thanks."
"I didn't think about how stressful this has been for you," I told him.
"Scud, yes," he said. "It was bad enough when it was only our flight I had to worry about. Now every person we lose, it's my fault, directly or indirectly. I hate it. Except..." I pressed at the knots in his back, waiting. "Except," he continued, "if I don't do this, someone else will. And these days, I'm not convinced that any of them can. Strangely, I'm the most capable person for the job, now that Cobb has stepped down, which means that if I say no, and someone else gets even more people killed, that will be my fault too."
"That's a twisted way of looking at it, Jorgen."
"Maybe," he said, "but it's also true. Stepping back now would be cowardice, not in some cliched way, true cowardice, because I know I can do the best job. So if I abandon this post, I'm doing it to force someone else to make the tough decisions. I'm many things, Spensa, but I'm not that man. The man who would let people die to avoid feeling responsible."
"I understand," I said. I think I legitimately do."
"I know."
He reached up to rest his hand on mine, which was on his shoulder.
"People think we're different. They find it strange that we're together. They don't see this. There are things that somehow I know only you understand."
I let my soul cytonically reach out to his, vibrate against him, giving him a warming sense, telling him that I did understand. He was facing the same moment I had in the cockpit long ago, learning where the real line between cowardice and heroism lay. As I did, I felt the delver inside me watching all of this, learning it, and remembering. Yes, this was what it was like to be alive. This was what it was like to connect with someone. This had led to pain, but it was so wonderful. Wonderful enough to be worth the pain, I told the delver. That is what your kind have forgotten. I forget it sometimes, too. That's why I need Jorgen, to remind me.
That, Chet replied, is what I need to remember.
Jorgen's soul vibrated back against mine, and the knots in his shoulders finally started to soothe away. Stars. I'd do anything to help him carry this burden. I'd been so focused on myself, I'd entirely missed what this was doing to Jorgen. I really leaned into the massage, and he sighed. Then he stretched.
All right, your turn,
he said.
But, Spensa, I can feel the tension in you. You can't show me your soul and then think you can lie. Besides, I'm well aware how hard these last few months have been for you.
Damn. Well, I supposed he was right. Best to just go with it. I climbed off the couch, threw off my uniform jacket, and flopped down on the floor in front of him. Have at it then, I said. Don't be gentle.
I wouldn't dream of it,
he said with a chuckle, beginning to massage my back. After a moment of being annoyed at it, I reached back and undid my bra. He hesitated.
Is that a sign?
He asked. Jorgen, we blasted right past all the signs. I was literally in your lap a minute ago. But right now, I was promised a back massage, and that's all I want, if you please. He chuckled, though there was an uncomfortable edge to it, and leaned down to continue massaging my back through the thin cloth of my dress shirt. And God, it felt good. Up until this point, I'd had an unofficial, nobody touches Spensa without getting punched policy in my life. I might have been a little on edge about the subject. But this was so warm, his hand so inviting. Each time they moved to a new part of my back, my skin tingled, and a new ripple of pleasure moved through my body. Yeah, the no-touching policy definitely needed some revision, a loophole for Jorgen. Best part was this didn't feel awkward, not even embarrassing.
Maybe we don't need to be just a weapon, Chet thought. I see how important this is. The importance of having something to come home to.
I wanted to agree. I really did, but part of me held back, worried about the things I'd been doing lately.
I don't want to be a monster, Spensa, Chet thought. None of us wanted to be monsters. We Delvers just wanted to hide from the pain, and that made us forget how to love or show empathy. Don't make the same mistake.
I didn't want to confront that, so I lay there and enjoyed the massage until Jorgen's alarm beeped. I cracked an eye, checking the clock. You only scheduled an hour for lunch, didn't you? I asked.
Yes,
he admitted. And now?
I have half an hour to prepare for the planning meeting, where we'll go over tomorrow morning's coordinated attack.
Great, I said. You can do that, so long as you don't need your hands. Keep massaging. He chuckled, but I knew the delay would start eating him up. So I let him do a few more passes on my back, then I sighed and sat up, reaching up behind inside my shirt to fiddle with the bra and get it fastened.
Later,
he said to me,
once all this is done, I'll read the signs better.
He hesitated, then smiled.
I don't suppose you can write out a manual for me or something?
I smiled back, settling onto the couch. I'll think about it. That can wait. But Jorgen, the way you're beating yourself up can't wait. We should talk about it.
I don't know what there is to say, he said, bringing me my forgotten steak. I've accepted the burden. I'll do what needs to be done.
I dug in, finishing the food. I needed the protein, and it would be wrong to waste this. I tried to ignore how like me he sounded when he said that. Scud. I know, he said between bites, still standing, what the others are saying. They're worried about our attacks harming non-combatants. I stayed silent, just chewing. The thing is, he continued, my gut says we have to strike in the absolutely most efficient way. We're walking a sword's edge, Spensa, just barely balancing. We need every advantage we can get. If I order the team to focus on anything other than getting the job done, it won't be only a few lives that are lost. It could mean millions. It could mean Winzik being able to exterminate everyone who disagrees with him. It could mean slavery or annihilation for all those who sided with us. In the face of that, is there any room for mercy? I won't order attacks on civilian targets, but these supply depots, they're directly aiding the war effort, and we need to eliminate them. He stared at his plate and the bloody mess left from his steak. That means hurting people who most certainly don't deserve it. I'll carry that burden. Someone has to. Scud, this was ripping him apart. I could feel it vibrating from his soul to mine. Feeling that anguish made my cytonic senses begin to go out of control again, and the fork vanished from my fingers. I wrestled back control. This was hard. I couldn't ignore my emotions, what I wanted. I couldn't just be a weapon. At the same time, I needed to find a way to help Jorgen shoulder this weight. Was there a way I could protect him, help him? One idea stood out. Jorgen, I said, testing whether I should say this or not. We should be liberators, not copy what the Krell did to us. I know, he said. We'll have that luxury eventually, once we're secure and know the superiority isn't going to flatten us any moment. Once we have the upper hand, we can be more discerning in our strikes. And the hyperslugs? I asked. What about them? Humanoid workers bear some measure of responsibility for being part of one of those supply depots, I said. They know people are being forced into servitude in the nowhere to do the mining, so there's a rationale for attacking there. But the slugs, they're just captives. And they're intelligent, Jorgen. Maybe they don't think like us, but they do think. They're sapient. We can't just callously destroy enemy inhibitors without acknowledging what we're doing. You sound like FM, he said, but smiled as he said it. So I guess that was a good thing? I acknowledge it, Spensa. But have you studied those wars you always talk about? You know most conquerors conscripted heavily from their conquered populations. War has always been packed with people who didn't want to be there. He was right. These were the same justifications I'd used earlier. The slugs weren't much different than the unfortunate Polish soldiers forced to fight for their oppressors in World War II, back in old Earth's history. And Scott, Jorgen was absolutely right. When faced with an unfortunate soldier who was trying to kill you, you didn't have the luxury of wondering if they wanted to do it. They were there, firing on you, and like it or not, those captive slugs were in the exact same spot. Unless we killed them, we risked letting even more unfortunate people, or slugs, end up in the same situation. I felt Jorgen's anguish over this. It thrummed from him as he stared at his empty plate. I almost left then, my plan coalescing, but I had to try one more thing. At least, don't attack the installation that has the broadsiders on the other side, I said to him. That one is fully locked down by my friends. He considered it. Your friends are pirates, he said, and former superiority officers, correct? I nodded. Spensa, I know you trust them, he said, but I can't. They need to do what is best for them, and I wouldn't blame them for doing so. If we destroy all the other installations but leave that one open, your friends will be able to sell the superiority stone at a highly, highly inflated price. No pirate would be able to resist that. I'm sorry,
We have to hit that station too. Your friends on the other side will be safe, but this way they also won't be tempted. It was the same argument FM had made earlier. I had been thinking about what she had said, and I'd decided that there was no way Peg would do that. She would never sell me out. But the fact that I had wondered at first was more evidence that I'd never be able to convince the others. There was no way Jorgen would accept it. I could see why, but it was still frustrating. I have to make the decision that gives us the best chance of survival, he said, reading my expression. What the superiority has done to the people it forces to fight us is awful, but I have to stop them to prevent more of it in the future. I owe that to our people. I nodded, though I was coming to a different decision. There was a way out of this. I just had to solve the problem for him. My plan began to mature in my head, risky but full of possibility. Unfortunately, it involved several elements outside his control. I knew right then that I couldn't tell him, couldn't involve him. He'd consider it too risky. But tonight, while everyone else planned and prepared, I would have a secret mission of my own, one that, if I was successful, would lead to far less loss of life on both sides, and prevent Jorgen from taking on the burden of those deaths. I still wasn't certain I could stop this war from destroying me, but hopefully I could keep it from destroying him, too.
Chapter 12. That night, I left on my secret mission.
I miss having a body, Mbot thought to me as I snuck, Doomslug on my shoulder, through the corridors of Platform Prime. Even the little drone body was fun, but I really miss my old body. I was a handsome ship, wasn't I?
Best I've ever seen, I whispered. Most wonderful I've ever piloted.
And now it's scrap. That makes me sad.
Chet quivered inside me.
It's okay to be sad sometimes, Mbot said to Chet. It's part of being alive.
Chet sent back that he was learning, but the Delvers, they didn't believe that learning or changing was good, which was the problem. I tried to ignore the full-on conversation happening between my soul and the spirit of my dead starfighter. Scud, my life was weird. At least sneaking around like this was easier now that I could hyperjump at will. Hearing someone coming up behind me, I hopped into another corridor, pressing up against a cold steel wall. Back before I'd left for the nowhere, I'd needed specific directions in my mind in order to hyperjump to a specific location. Since my return, that hadn't been an issue. Granted, I still needed coordinates or some kind of visualization to get anywhere, but I was learning to do most of this by instinct. I didn't know if this newfound ability was due to the Delver in my soul, or was the result of practice, the familiarity with my powers I'd gained through hard work in the nowhere. Regardless of the reason, now I could glance into the flight deck from where I stood. It was empty, as most everyone was asleep, so I popped right past the wall at my back and straight to my ship. Strange how a day-night cycle still dominated our lives, even with no distinct difference between the two. So far, I'd lived on Detritus, a planet that couldn't see the sun, Starsight, a platform in space far from any star, and the Nowhere, where time barely passed at all. Yet I still considered this night, as did everyone else. Human physiology just had that hardwired in. I began priming my starship for flight. I could do everything on my own except open the flight deck bay doors, but I planned to hyperjump out anyway. So I checked my ship's external fuel readings, double-checked the maintenance log, then pushed a ladder over and climbed up, popping the cockpit with the manual release on the outside. Only somebody was sitting inside, and she was knitting. "Gran?" I said, utterly floored. The elderly woman had a certain earthen look to her, like an obstinate stone or a tough old bunch of lichen grown in one spot for hundreds of years. It was dark on the flight deck, but that didn't matter to a blind person like Gran. She'd always had an uncanny ability to perceive the world around her regardless, a sign that her psionic abilities had been developing. The fact that she'd probably hyper-jumped straight into my cockpit was another.
"Ah, Spensa," she said. "Took your time. Had to make sure the ship was flight-worthy, I suppose."
"What are you doing here, Gran?" I asked.
"Knitting."
I projected annoyance at her, which made her chuckle.
"You never visit," she said. "Grandmothers always say that sort of thing, as if we don't have legs and can't just go visit on our own. So I decided to. Now, of all times?" "Think you're so good with your powers, don't you?" Gran said, all fancy and grown up. "Well, I've been listening to the stars since I was younger than you, girl, and I can tell when my granddaughter is having a rough day."
She pointed at her yarn, indicating I should feed her some more.
"Rough day?" I muttered. "Week, month, year, life." Gran pointed more vigorously. "Feed me some blue. I have trouble distinguishing colors with the powers."
I sighed, reaching into the cockpit and undoing some yarn for her.
"So," she said, "going off on your own. Again."
"It's always worked in the past."
"You didn't have any other options in the past."
Gran, I don't have time for this."
"No time for your family?" she asked. "That's not how your mother raised you, girl. A little more yarn than that, please."
I obeyed, stifling another sigh. Gran would be ready when Gran was ready. I just hoped I wasn't discovered in the time it took her to say whatever it was she decided I needed to hear. She just kept knitting, with frustrating calmness, needles clicking. "How did you know what I was going to do?" I finally asked.
"I have a helper on the inside."
"Inside what?"
"Your head."
"Sorry," Mbot said, "but you've been so pressurized lately, Spensa. I went for some advice." I growled softly, betrayed by my own faithful steed.
"Stop that," Gran said, rapping her knuckles against mine. "I trained you to be a bold warrior, not a chihuahua."
"What's a whatever?"
"Oh, it's a kind of dog," Mbot said. "A little one that is also very big inside, like me."
"Oh,
Maybe you don't want to hear from me right now. I can feel it. I'll just hide back here."
Gran went right on knitting. It seemed she wasn't going to move unless I started talking. "I need to do this," I told her. "I have a plan and it's going to work. And it will spare Jorgen from having to order everyone to do something that's worse."
"He is a nice boy," Gran said. "He's good for you, like a good pummel stone for weighting a sword. Also, his bread is quite tasty. He can follow instructions better than a certain someone."
"My mission will help him, and all of us."
"Well," Gran said, "I do not doubt your heart, granddaughter, or what you've accomplished. There's no one I'd prefer to entrust our safety to than you."
"Great," I said. "So why are you blocking me?"
"I just like being in a cockpit."
Gran. She smiled in her devious way, continuing to knit. "What are you making, anyway?" I asked.
"Seat cover," she said. "Starships are so cold and utilitarian. They need some comfort, with flower patterns."
"Do you at least have a story you're going to force me to listen to?"
"Nope," she said. "You know them all."
"You sure?" I said. I was hoping there might be one where the heroine roasts her trusty steed and eats him in punishment for being a blabbermouth. That earned me another rap on the back of the hand. Not a painful one, just a pointed one.
"Always treat your mount with respect," Gran said, "even if he's a blabbermouth. A night steed is there to help her when she's at her weakest."
"Fine," I said. "But if you're not going to tell me a story, and we're both agreed this is the best course for me to take, Then why are you still sitting in my seat?
Gran smiled and lifted her chin upward, closing her milky white eyes. Do you still take time to listen to the stars, like I taught you?
There's nothing to listen to lately, I complained.
We don't have the Krell in orbit any longer, trying to fight us. All I heard was their cytonic communications anyway.
Gran just sat there, chin tipped upward, eyes closed. So, with an exaggerated sigh, I did as she'd taught me. I closed my eyes and opened myself to the sounds of the sky. It was far, far easier now. Things I'd struggled with when I was younger, activating my cytonic senses, reaching out with them as if they were a new set of arms, were second nature to me now. The sky was silent today. We tried to limit our cytonic communications. Ciphers and codes were impossible in cytonic communication, or at least they were easy to break, because language barriers meant nothing in the nowhere, where communication worked through impressions. So a cytonic could break any code. They intuited the meaning of your message. With the Kitson, we might now have more cytonics on our side than the superiority. They'd spent centuries suppressing the abilities, as they were a threat to their slug-based rule. But they did have some cytonics, and so we had to be aware that anything we sent to one another could theoretically be intercepted. The short version of all this was silent stars, a vast emptiness. I don't hear anything, I said.
I didn't mean those stars, child, Gran said. I meant the ones down here. Listen.
The ones down here? What did she mean? I felt a tugging on my senses, like Gran reaching out and giving them a soft redirection. My thoughts expanded, and I saw, in a moment, all the things I'd been ignoring to focus on the sky. Not things, people. Thousands of minds surrounding me, bright and brilliant like flares, each burning with its own passions, stories, ideas. Some were brighter to my senses, not because they were more alive, but because they were cytonic themselves. I could sense them all, if I looked. All the Tanix, too, the slugs of a multitude of varieties. The sky was empty, but the platform and the planet beneath were set aflame with the souls and minds of those who occupied them. It was beautiful. Chet leaped at the sensation. This was what I'd shown him at Starsight. It was what had sent him into the nowhere to become Chet. This simple realization had changed everything. The knowledge that all those points of light, the ones that he had found so annoying, were alive. It was painful, thought the part of me that was also him, because I'd intentionally forgotten this fact. I didn't want to know that the points of light were alive. I wanted them to represent pain because that would keep me away, safe from remembering the truth, which was an even greater agony. In deliberately forgetting all of their pain, in seeking a place outside of time and normal reality, his kind had become the Delvers. Unknowable. By design. No, that part of me thought, not completely unknowable. You and I prove that.
Do you feel them? Gran asked. The people we protect. Our families, and their loved ones. A vast, grand constellation.
I feel them, I said.
We are the people of the engines, she said. Clan motor scaps. Once, we moved the Defiant, the ship that was our home. Now we live here, but our duty is the same, to keep them safe, to be the engines.
How does an engine keep someone safe? I asked. I still think I'd rather be the ship's destructor. Gran chuckled, perhaps because I'd said basically the same thing when I was a child, and she'd first talked to me about our heritage aboard the Defiant.
How useful is a weapon that cannot move, she said. How long would an army last if each of its soldiers were rooted in place? The sword is only useful if the body that holds it is nimble, capable, fleet. When our people needed safety, we carried them there. When it was time to fight, we brought the weapons to bear. Without the motor scaps, the Defiant would have been a lifeless hunk of metal floating in an infinite void. We were its blood, its life. The same is true of you, here. I nodded. I thought I understood. I want you to remember that you're part of something grand, Gran said. Back when we lived on the Defiant, even the children were assigned ranks, not out of some jingoistic militarism, but to make them feel they were part of something greater. We were all the crew of the ship, no matter how old. And as a ship is useless without an engine, what is an engine without people to move and protect? You act like the lone spear, granddaughter. But a spear is always stronger as part of a phalanx. So, you're saying, where are your friends? Why do you seek to do this mission on your own? I can't tell Jorgen, I said. He's determined to be the one who pays the emotional toll for this. So you want to do it instead? Would you expect anything different of me? Isn't that what you trained me for? She didn't respond to that, though I could feel her worry. Yes, that was what she'd trained me to do. In a way, all of this was because of her, and the ideas she'd stuffed into my head. She knew it. If you don't tell him, she said, then at least you should tell the others. A few of them. Spensa, child, don't bear it all. Let some of the others have a little glory. It wasn't glory I was interested in, but I could feel the meaning behind her words. The worry that I was spreading myself too thin, like a ship trying to use one charge of gunpowder to fire 21 guns. She worried that, as determined as I was, I'd rush into things without the wisdom my friends could offer. Mostly, she worried about me being alone. I kept my emotions in check, hoping that I didn't reveal too much to her, because she was all too correct. I shouldn't do this alone. I should have at least one other person to keep me in check, to warn me if I was being crazy, to watch my back. That was what Skyward flight had been all about. I'd found a family among them, a place, and though I'd learned many wonderful things during my time at Starsight and in the Nowhere, perhaps sometimes I'd learned the wrong lessons as well. If I go and get a little help, I said, will you get out of my seat and let me continue? Am I in your seat? Gran said. I'm sorry, dear. I'm an old, blind woman, and I get disoriented sometimes. Gran, you're the most stubborn little ball of fire I know. Don't give me lines like that. She chuckled. Just trying to let you know how others feel when dealing with you, dear. It's the least I can do, considering the genes I handed you. Go. Do as you so wisely suggested. I'll be gone when you return. Fine, I said, starting to climb down the ladder. I hesitated, though, trying to find the words. You're welcome, Gran said in the silence. Be bold. Do as I taught you. Just don't you ever feel you have to do it alone. I nodded and hyper-jumped away, to appear in front of Kimmelin's rooms. Chapter 13. Kimmelin insisted we get Arturo. 2 is a coincidence, she explained, but the Saint said 3 is a party. The Saint threw parties? I asked, skeptical. She was very progressive, Kimmelin said. We need Arturo. Whatever you're planning, I'll feel better with 3. Fine, I said, hyper-jumping us to his door. He was in, of course. Arturo hated being left out and wasn't nearly so much a stickler as Jorgen, but he insisted we get Alanik. She's not human, he explained. She looks at things differently and will offer a unique perspective.
Plus, she won't be worried about committing conspiratorial insubordination. She's not part of our military structure."
I ground my teeth, but the others nodded eagerly. "Fine." Alanik answered the door to find all three of us huddled out there, each with a slug in our arms. The alien took it in, then said, "Is this hazing? I've read about hazing in some of your human history texts. I'm not interested."
"It's not hazing, Alanik," Arturo promised. "We're going on a secret mission."
"One without FM," she noted. "I presume that Jerkface doesn't know about it either, then." "It's very secret," Kimmelin agreed. "So secret that we're not telling Command, and we're kind of ignoring them." "Again," Alanik said, "is this sort of thing common in your military? Going off on your own, disobeying protocol, avoiding direct command structures?"
"For us," I said, "yeah, pretty much." "You went off on your own, too," Arturo noted.
"It was important that I did."
"Well, then you understand,"
Kimmelin said. "No one obeys better than those who obey their own conscience." "Very well," she said. "Let me get dressed. I'll meet you at the flight deck."
"Don't you want to know what the mission is?" I asked.
"Someone will tell me eventually," Alanik said. "For now, I'm mostly curious to have been invited. I have heard enough of your exploits, Spin, that I will enjoy another opportunity to study them up close."
Delightful. I wished I'd stopped at Kimmelin, but too late now. I went to pick up Hesho, who readily agreed to the mission, then hyper-jumped us back to collect the others and bring them to the flight deck. By the time we had our pre-flight checks done, Alanik had arrived. As we hovered up, connecting our ships via our light lances, I did spot one of the engineers stepping into the chamber, perhaps to check on the noise. The woman took us in, then spun on her heel and closed the door with a clear, above-my-pay-grade sort of attitude. I took that as my cue and jumped us to one of the targets that we were set to attack in the morning, a supply depot called Harkill, which the data dump indicated was attached to Surehold, the mining station in the nowhere that my friends now controlled. We appeared on a planet, an honest-to-goodness real planet, with the first rays of this planet's dawn painting the expanse of plants flowing out beneath our ships in brilliant gold as we zoomed 500 feet above its surface. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so excited. I was in the middle of a dangerous and unauthorized mission. Plus, I'd technically been on planets before. Detritus was one, Evershore another. Yet I'd come to love such sights as this. Ground overgrown with weeds and brown sagebrush. A prairie. Scud, it was beautiful. We swung in low to keep below any radar, though the superiority had far more modern scanners and would spot us if we got too close, low or not. I'd purposely hyper-jumped us a ways out for that very reason. This wasn't an assault. It was something far more sneaky. Not for the first time, I wished I had Mbot's old ship back. This Poco, though excellent, and featuring some newer additions developed using Mbot's technology, just couldn't compete. "Ah," he sent to me. "You're so sweet."
We skimmed the ground, just above the rippling grasses. Yes, it was kind of a snarl, like my hair on mornings after sleeping in Mbot's cockpit, and it was mostly brown, as if it didn't get enough rain here. But none of that mattered. It was real, and that made it wonderful. I realized as we flew that I'd begun to see the landscapes I'd passed in the nowhere as a little too perfect, like dioramas, idealized encapsulations of biomes from the somewhere, sliced off and left floating in an invisible ocean. Yet here was something incontrovertibly real, and we flew toward the sunrise, a real sunrise. "Hesho," I whispered, "am I really seeing this?"
"There are some philosophers who postulate that all experience is illusory," he replied from his seat, "that we cannot trust what we see, as perception is fed to us via external sources and cannot be intuited." He looked to me,
then smiled. I find such philosophies to be non-credible. It is real, Spin. What you experience is yours to cherish. Each sight a gemstone for your personal collection, light crystallized in your mind, made solid and captured to forever cherish. Scud. I highly recommend that if you're going to get a co-pilot, you pick up a warrior poet. Hesho could make words go on overburn, the same way I could push a button and make the ship fly faster. All right, Spin, Arturo said over the general comm. We're at one of the supply depots. What is the mission?
I thought the goal was to hit them all at once, Alanik added, as to not tip off the superiority to what we're doing.
That's why we're doing this stealthily, I said. The goal is to minimize casualties on both sides. So we're going to fly in quietly, free their inhibitor slug in secret, and take command of the installation.
But as soon as this depot goes silent, they'll know something is happening, Alanik pointed out. Even if others can't hyperjump in to rescue this installation, someone will figure out what has happened and reinforce the 4 other depots. We'll still jeopardize the other assaults.
I've got that part in hand, I promised.
But,
she began. She's got it in hand, Alanik, Arturo said. Spin, what do you need? If I'm right, I told them, then this base will use cytonic authorizations, like the one we hit yesterday. Kuna had explained this. Most planets and cities were severely limited in how much hypercommunication they could do. It all had to be routed through a central hub, and could be read and analyzed by the government if they wanted. Military bases, particularly important ones, had their own hyperslugs to instantly identify incoming ships, and to instantly send for reinforcements if needed. After our successful raid the day before, Kuna's authorization code would never work again. So I was going to try something else. A moment later, Hesho highlighted an incoming call, cytonic. I captured it and tried to send back a spoofed signal, indicating we were reinforcements, just in case enemy ships struck here. Scud, I hoped this worked. I got back an exceedingly strange response. Hope. A sudden, elated feeling. An impression of pain and fear and hope shining through. I worked to interpret it and heard a soft, fluting coo from my left, Doomslug in her sling, piggybacking on my cytonic impression. Only then did I put it together. This signal, like all faster-than-light signals in the superiority, was being facilitated by a comm slug. She would be out in the city somewhere, trapped in a tiny box, forced into submission by punishment of pain, the enclosure preventing her from escaping. The slugs were incredibly hardy, which worked against them. They could be locked in a box, given food and water on occasion, and would survive, in pain and sorrow. Doomslug sent a sense of support to the other slug's mind. I caught some of it, images of caviar and safe caverns, mushrooms plenty, other slugs for company, but most of all impressions, safety, warmth, no fear, peace. We'll rescue you, I sent to that nameless creature. We're coming. But this has to be a secret from our enemies. Send them the following lies. I had her say we were a support squadron of elite soldiers, sent by Winzik to protect this location. I didn't have the authentication codes, but the slug did, and provided them on my behalf. Scud. The superiority's fragility wasn't just in its restricted control and secrecy around the slugs. They were entirely dependent upon a group of terrified slaves. We'll come for you, I promised. Thank you. In return, the slug sent an impression. I was wrong. She wasn't in this city. She was in a place with thousands upon thousands of other slugs, all locked up, imprisoned. The superiority's galactic communications hub. This station didn't have its own comslug. Instead, it had a direct line to one kept in the central hub, which it could access at will. The fluting that was projected into my brain was sorrowful. You can't save me,
it said. "I'll try," I sent back. "Someday." In response, she sent me an image of 4 other slugs who were trapped at the supply depot. 2 inhibitor slugs, from the looks of them, and 2 hyperslugs. She sent these images with a plea. "Save them instead. This you can do." "I'll do it," I sent her, "and I'll find you too, eventually. I promise."
"You're cleared," a voice said over the comm, coming from the installation. "Glad to see some support from command, finally. We've been requesting it for months. You can land on Pad 3 and catch some R&R while I work out barrack assignments." "Negative on that R&R," I said back. "Sorry to pull rank, friend, but we're here for a very specific purpose. There's a reason we didn't warn you we were coming. Keep our arrival quiet from the rest of the installation and be there, in person with your highest commander, to receive us. Further instructions will be forthcoming then." "Oh," they said. Okay, right, wow. This sounds important." I smiled as they cut off the comm. This was the other big weakness of the superiority. They preached non-aggression religiously, particularly to their lessers and subordinates. Even their military installations were shockingly non-militaristic. And this, as a supply depot, wouldn't even meet that low bar of discipline. We could almost certainly win a fight against this group. But Winzik could throw enough of the poor fools at us to be dangerous, so today we were going to find another way. "Wait," Kimmelin said to our flight. "Did I hear that right? They're just going to let us land?" "Spin did something," Alanik said. "I felt it. Via cytonics. She tricked them somehow." "So far as they think," I said. "We're a special ops force sent by Winzik. Keep your helmets on, everyone, and try to look intimidating." I thought for a moment, then continued. "Alanik, I'm glad you're with us. Once we land, you take off your helmet. They might know what humans look like, and you're not one. That might give us another layer of protection. Have them take us to inspect their cytonic inhibitor." "Very well," she said. "Actually, this might work. It's certainly better than another fight inside a city." As she spoke, we came into view of the installation. A full city, like before. Industrially focused, certainly, but even larger than the one we'd found on Old Earth's moon. We followed the digital instructions to Pad 3, sweeping down past large fabrication plants and machinery, staffed, undoubtedly, by thousands of civilians. We passed restaurants, shopping plazas, schools. It wasn't that different from Starsight, only it was on a planet, and had more factories than it did office buildings. That made me feel even more worried, though, because the majority of the people we passed weren't Diones or another of the superiority's ruling species. They were people with a green carapace-like skin. They looked like some mix between reptilian and insectile, bipedal, with a propensity for thick clothing and large black eyes on the tops of their heads. These weren't the privileged of the superiority. They were workers who, using the stone sent through their portal, built starfighters. Jorgen, bless him, was planning to blow all of this up with extreme prejudice. Thousands would be killed. I couldn't even argue that he was wrong. His job was to win this war, and in so doing, help everyone in the long run. I didn't have to do that, though. I could think on a different scale. I slapped my visor down as we landed in the assigned location, then unlocked my assault rifle and slung it on. I slid out of the cockpit and hopped down from the ship, joining the others lining up behind Alanik. I'd hoped the locals would find us intimidating. But Scud, the 3 workers who waited for us, seemed terrified, their insectile fingers clicking as they wiggled them back and forth in obvious agitation. The group of us gathered, all armed with wicked assault rifles, helmets on and visors down, wearing bulky flight suits, each with a slug in a sling across our backs, something I realized they would find extra intimidating. They didn't know that Tanix provided cytonic powers. They thought the things were deadly poisonous. I mean, we were still obviously human, except for Alanik and Hesho, who joined us on his hovering platform, if you were familiar with humans.
Our visors only covered half our faces, but I suspected to the panicked locals we just looked alien and dangerous. "Who's in charge here?" Alanik asked. One of the green-skinned aliens raised a nervous hand. "Excellent," she said, striding up. "I am Special Agent Locke. I need to inspect your cytonic inhibition device."
Yes, sir," the lead alien said. "But—"
He shied back as she raised her faceplate and narrowed her eyes at him. She had a good glare, and bought into my plan, executing it perfectly. Maybe I'd been a little too hard on her previously. I mean, yeah, I'd obviously been too hard on her. But it wasn't every day that you learned the person whose place you'd taken had ended up taking your place in turn.
"This way,"
the lead alien said. We filed in behind as he led us and the other workers to a small hover ship, more a moving platform than a true vessel. It slid onto one of their streets and other vehicles made way for it.
"I'm, so glad you finally are here," the alien said. "We think the problem is insubordination on the other side. Either way, we haven't gotten a shipment from there in 2 weeks. We're out of acclivity stone entirely. I had to shut down production yesterday."
Alanik glanced at me. "We know about the insurrection on the other side of the portal," I said. "A group of pirates known as the Broadsiders."
"Yes," he said. "They've been a scourge there for years. You can fix it."
"Yes," Alanik said to my nod. "But first the inhibitor. We are able to tweak it in such a way as to facilitate." The aliens flew us down a wide street. Hesho hovered in closer to me, up near my head, watching the streets pass.
"I do not like,"
he said softly to me, while Alanik held the attention of the green aliens,
"feeling so small."
"What do you mean?" I asked him, deliberately not making a wisecrack about his size.
"So many peoples," he said. "So much variety. We wanted to escape Evershore and join the superiority. I acted strong in front of the others because it was my life, as I had been trained. But it is difficult to be so small in such a vast universe, particularly when you no longer rule any of it."
"Do you miss it?" I asked, broaching a topic I'd been curious about since we returned. "Being emperor?"
"Yes," he whispered. "I had thought I would not. I had thought that I'd be me always, whether I ruled or not. I was naive, Spensa. I do not feel like myself without the power to command an entire people. But I should not have it. No, I should not. No one should. I see that."
"I don't know," I said. "I think there's an elegance to a military chain of command."
"You do," he said. "You certainly enjoy ignoring it. It seems everyone likes a chain of command so long as it doesn't restrict them specifically. This is what I learned of myself. I believed in the monarchy, of course I did. Now I miss it, but only because of what I have lost."
He glanced at me.
"This is one truth the superiority was correct about. They warned us that one person having too much power would lead to a civilization without freedom. Strange that I should learn this lesson from those who did not follow their own counsel. They few use their precious democracy to oppress the many."
I nodded, finding his thoughts fascinating. How often did you get to speak to someone who had held so much power, then given it up? "You're a hero, Hesho," I said, "for what you have done."
"If I were a hero, then I should not so violently misrule. What is a gift if given so grudgingly? I doubt, if I had not been lost and thought dead, I would ever have truly given up power. I'd have continued in that half-state playing games."
He sighed, then raised a furry fist to me.
"But I am a soldier now. On I will march. We are getting far from our ships. One of us should go back, to be ready for a rescue in case this goes poorly."
I nodded, and he zipped back the way we had come. My Poco controls had been fixed by his engineers since our raid yesterday. He could easily pilot it alone now with his smaller set of controls. The rest of us entered a large steel tunnel leading beneath the city. I moved closer to the front of the group to hear what the leader was saying.
"You'll want both of them, I assume?"
Alanik looked confused. Before she could respond, I said, "Yes. I understand you received another inhibitor recently?"
"Just yesterday,"
he said. The enemy had learned from our assault on the data center. Taking out the inhibitors had given us the cytonic advantage. They were beefing up their defenses, hopefully in general, all around important bases, because otherwise, if they'd targeted only the supply depots, that meant Winzik knew what we were planning. I had a moment of worry. Worry led to my soul vibrating, with thoughts of having led my friends to their deaths. But my spiral was interrupted as the lead alien stopped at a door along the large tunnel.
"I hope we did well," he explained. "The instructions were to put it in the most reinforced, protected place we had. This old mining tunnel seemed perfect."
"You did well," Alanik said, as he landed the floating platform and had an assistant lead us into the locked room. They opened it, gesturing for us to enter. I forced my emotions into check, then walked in first, to find Braid inside. Chapter 14. I immediately went for my gun. We'd entered a small control room with some lockers on both walls and some industrial equipment along the far side. Braid stood by that equipment. I put her in my sights. Kimmelin, at my side, swung down her gun, looking around with a panicked expression. One might assume her to be the least dangerous of us because of her soft-spoken nature, but she had more confirmed kills than anyone in the flight but me. Her rifle went immediately to her shoulder, and she engaged infrared vision on her helmet visor. Smart. She was looking for heat signatures, since she couldn't see the threat. I just stood there, heart thundering. "What is it?" Kimmelin hissed. "Should I secure the aliens?" I stared right at Braid, who eyed me, tapping her foot on the floor. I had my gun pointed at her head, but I forcibly stopped myself from firing. It was a projection. Scud. Another cytonic projection. She was subtle in the way she touched my mind. I hadn't noticed this wasn't real, despite all my training. "We're good," I said, lowering my gun. "But the enemy is watching me."
"That I am,"
Braid said, strolling around, looking over the facility.
"I'm ready for you. The trap falls now."
I braced myself, waiting, gun at the ready. Nothing happened.
"Winzik placed a new inhibitor at this facility," Braid explained to me. "The ones you've destroyed were decoys."
Scud. I was about to flee into the hall, gun blazing against an ambush, until she spoke again.
"None of these humans," Braid said, "will serve you."
Oh. She'd prepared her trap on the wrong planet. She didn't know where we'd landed. She was still working from the lies I'd fed her before, believing we were trying to recruit humans on one of the preserves we'd located. And her ability to project to me happened wherever I was, so she had no way to realize yet that I wasn't where she thought.
"I knew you'd pick the most warlike and battle-ready of the humans," she explained, raising a datapad. "They should be coming for you any moment."
"Damn you," I said to her. I screamed then, and shot her in the forehead, all in the name of the act, and cytonically threw everything I had at her. Nothing happened. Scud. I'd forgotten the inhibitor, the very thing we were trying to bring down at the moment. It prevented me from doing anything with my powers. But Braid would be allowed, as she had codes. That caused my soul to tremble. Things started shaking. My cytonic powers burst through the inhibitor, hitting Braid, who gasped in surprise. She was stronger than I was at this sort of thing, but still she seemed shocked.
"Did you just cut through an inhibitor?" she snapped. "How?"
How, indeed. Delvers always ignore inhibitors, a part of my soul said. You become more and more like one of us the longer we are bonded. Scud. I knew Chet was right about Delvers ignoring inhibitors. I'd seen it in the old video. That Delver had attacked and destroyed the humans on detritus before we'd landed there, despite all its protections. Visibly concerned, Braid looked away, listening to someone at her side. She glanced at me, then vanished to deal with whatever had drawn her attention. "You said she has this in hand," Alanik said from behind me. "She does," Arturo cried. "Don't you?" "Actually," I said, lowering my gun and looking back at them. "Yes. Tell those officials to show us the inhibitor." I just saw a cytonic projection from a very dangerous human. We might not have much time. That made the already addled aliens cry out. "Not a human!" one of them said. "Please, they won't come here, will they?" "Never can tell with those humans," Kimmelin said. "Best be quick and do what we say." The aliens did as they were told, and I smiled, thinking of Braid trying to run an operation against us on the wrong planet. Unfortunately, her appearance was still a big problem. She knew for certain we were trying something, and it wouldn't be long before she realized she had the wrong place. We needed to move faster. I had the aliens take us to the device, which was a large box installed in the corner of the small room. "Open it," Alanik told them. "Open it?" the alien said, looking to each other. "How? We don't have authorization to do that." Of course they didn't. Most people didn't even know what was inside these boxes, despite using them to facilitate travel and communication all the time. That was the big secret. We all shared a glance, and I felt foolish. How had I not considered this eventuality? "Jorgen could open it with a mind blade," Arturo said. "Not with the inhibitor in place," Alanik said. "Only approved people can use their powers here." "Powers?" the alien said. "Are you, I raised my rifle to blast the lock off, but Arturo grabbed me by the arm. "Do that, and it will vanish." "What do you mean?" I said. "Any interference with the boxes causes the contents to hyperjump away," he said. "Haven't you been paying attention? That's how they keep control." Scud. I'd promised to save these slugs, not send them right back to their captors. I thought for a moment and tried to puncture the inhibitor field again. It didn't work. Why had it been possible moments ago but not now? I reached out to Chet for an answer, but he seemed befuddled too. Scud. I was at a loss. "Can we take it with us?" The alien said. "They told us that if we moved it after its installation, we'd break it." "Let us try," Kimmelin said, kneeling down by the box. She scooped her slug out of its sling at her side and placed it on the box. "Cytonics don't work," Arturo warned. "I know," Kimmelin said, "but there are probably 2 slugs in there, an inhibitor slug and a hyperslug, one to teleport the other away in the event the box is opened. A little like how we're training ours to protect us if one of our ships goes down. But they're trained using fear, anger, pain. They jump away as a response to danger. FM has shown us the opposite works better, so maybe we can persuade these 2 to react differently." She petted her slug, Happy, one of the yellow and blue ones. He started fluting softly, then more encouragingly. I still felt a little jealous how they'd befriended and trained all these slugs during my absence. FM had been at the forefront of that with Rig, in opposition to Jorgen, whose logical nature made him see the slugs primarily as tools. I suddenly felt guilty for not inviting FM on this mission. She would have liked the chance to help these slugs. I'd always viewed her as a tad distant, but I'd seen a different side of her this last week, and she'd trained the other slugs well. Kimmelin cooed softly to Happy, who in turn fluted comfortingly at the box. After a few tense moments, Kimmelin turned and nodded to me. Taking a deep breath, I shot the lock off the box. The alien guides cringed down, though I was using energy rounds, which didn't ricochet. They were in no danger. We opened the box gently and found 2 frightened slugs inside, safe, not teleported away. Kimmelin scooped them up, one in each arm, and nodded to us. Stroking the one that was colored blue and green, she calmed them both. "The first inhibitor is down," she said.
"But why are we bringing these down?" the lead alien said. "I don't understand."
"They've been corrupted," Alanik said, "by the enemy on the other side of your portal. That's why you can't get shipments through."
"Oh," the alien said, still seeming uncertain, but it was a good enough lie. I nodded to Alanik, who smiled back and even winked. I assumed that might mean the same sort of thing to her species as it did to mine. With the aliens, we quickly flew on the platform to the main inhibitor station, located in one of their command towers. Rather than breaking in through the wall this time, we were escorted in as honored guests. Kimmelin worked her magic and got the 2 slugs there out as well, and just like that, my cytonic senses returned. "Our inhibitor is up," Arturo said, petting his green and blue slug, Rodeo, riding in his sling. "Location secure."
"Scud," I said, relaxing. "That feels a ton better. No longer like I have a gun to my head." The lead alien was watching us.
He looked closer at us, then started fidgeting. "You're not from command, are you? You're...
"Freedom fighters," Kimmelin said, lightly putting a handgun to his head. "And yes, we're human. Don't worry, though. We don't actually eat the people we kill. We just build sculptures out of their body parts."
The creature fainted.
"Oh," she said. "Too much? Did they not want to know about the sculpture part?"
She said it lightly, but had her gun trained on the others.
"I have your friends," I sent to that distant comslug. But I found I couldn't reach her anymore. The communication had been authorized initially, but now it was blocked, and I had no idea how to contact her again.
"What do you want?" the second in command said, drawing my attention back to the problem at hand.
"The portal," I said. "Take us to the nowhere portal." The next trip happened in a far different manner from the previous 2. We put up shields along the sides of the platform for privacy and held the officials at gunpoint after we stopped one of them, the junior communications officer, from trying to make a stealthy emergency call. It was eerie, flying through town, feigning calm, passing people on rooftop picnics or hurrying to jobs. At that moment, I felt a lot of what Jorgen had to be as I held my gun at the ready, fully prepared to shoot. You never pointed your weapon at someone if you weren't prepared for that. If something went wrong, there was a chance I'd have to kill these poor people. I hated the situation. More, I hated Winzik and Braid for forcing me into it. As we flew there, my rifle trained on an innocent person, I felt a pain well up inside of me, a deep, nerve-shattering agony over the sorry, circular state of life. We were oppressed, so we felt we had to hit back hard enough to free ourselves of that oppression, which would in turn lead to them fighting back even harder. It was a pain that whispered nothing could ever be right or beautiful or even normal again, that everything was inevitably ruined in every conceivable way, and all of my efforts were the emotional equivalent of trying to hold a friend's intestines in as they died from a mortar shell blast. The flying platform began to shake. The air vibrated, like from distant war drums. Sections of the railing vanished, and chunks of slag appeared around us. Bits of melted metal dropping and snapping against the floor. I knew what those were. Pieces of Ned's ship, picked up and latched onto by my broken mind when he was nearly killed. Oh, Scud. I was hyperventilating. I was a weapon. It was okay. I was a weapon. No need for this. No need to feel. I fell to my knees, gun tumbling from my fingers. Kimmelin dropped beside me immediately, wrapping her arms around me. But that was meaningless. I didn't need to be held. I pulled in tight and let her hold me. as if, by her effort alone, she could keep the universe from cracking in two. I'd been lying to myself. It was getting worse, and I knew, deep within, that if I continued on this path, I was going to get everyone near me killed. Like before, this fit eventually subsided. It took longer, excruciating minutes during which I had to forcibly hold myself down, lest everything and everyone nearby suddenly be flung into the nowhere. I felt a buzzing at my mind, the slugs trying to get in, but I forced them away. I couldn't let this consume them too. As it finally calmed, I looked up at the others. The aliens were huddled by the side of the ship, strange, shell-like eyelids closed as they trembled. Kimmelin still held me, while Alanik kept guns fixed on the enemy. Arturo had gathered up most of the frightened slugs like terrified puppies. Silence. I huddled there, then, with trembling fingers, reached for my gun, and made certain the safety was on. Still shaking, I nodded to Kimmelin, who released me. I struggled to my feet and grabbed the railing.
"So," Arturo said, "we continue?"
"We have to," Alanik said. "The enemy is alerted. Either we finish this mission, or we go back to command, having ruined any chances of them executing their planned mission." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. There was no telling what the aliens thought of our antics, other than that they were obviously terrified. That was fine. It got us through a large set of cargo bay doors, into a warehouse that was mostly empty, though we had them given evacuation order anyway. I could see where the acclivity stone had once been piled, large swaths of ground with painted square outlines for stock to be placed. It was all empty. Closing this portal with the help of the Broadsiders really had achieved something. It was a proof of concept, showing that shutting down the other portals would work as we hoped. I walked unsteadily to the large portal, which dominated most of the far wall of the warehouse.
"It's locked,"
the lead alien said. He'd recovered from fainting by this point.
"It's been locked for 2 weeks.
"I know," I said, hand on the stone. "I was one of the people who locked it. How large is your defense force here? How many fighters?" He only answered after Kimmelin nudged him with a rifle, not because he was resistant to us, but because he still seemed so scared.
15 fighters, he said.
"Send authorization for them to be moved," I directed. "By us. No questions asked." We let him use a data terminal under close supervision to send that exact message. The others scrutinized the message several times, but this guy was so frightened, I didn't think we had anything to worry about. "Alanik, Arturo," I said, once the message was sent. "Looks like this warehouse is out of cargo. Leaves plenty of space for some fighters. Want to go start bringing them in? Grab one each and fly in through those cargo doors?"
"We're stealing their fleet?" Arturo asked. "We came here for 15 fighters?"
"No," I said. "They're bargaining chips. How do I communicate with the people on the other side of this?" Kimmelin nudged the lead alien again.
"You don't," he said. "They've shut off our ability to do that."
"Is that so?" I whispered, closing my eyes, reaching into the portal with my mind. It was locked, as I'd sensed so many times from the other side. Like opening a door between two adjoining rooms, I unlocked this side, but the other side was still closed. But radiation or something leaked through. We knew that because an increased number of cytonics were born in the area around nowhere portals, and fortunately, I had someone on the inside. "Mbot," I thought, "you still in there?"
"I am," he replied. "What did you just do a few minutes ago? Everything went crazy in here."
"I went crazy out here," I replied, "but right now, I need to talk to Peg. Can you find her?"
"She's out in the belt," he sent me. "I'm in the center, the true nowhere. I might be able to help you reach her, though."
Good enough, I thought, letting Mbot act like an operator. I reached through him, much as, I suspected, machinery reached through hyperslugs to facilitate communication. Using his strength, I quested out and found her mind, on the other side of this doorway. "Peg," I said in her mind. She responded with shock. I wasn't good enough with my powers to read the thoughts of a non-cytonic yet. Jorgen had mentioned he could do it, but everyone had talents in different areas. Hopefully this would do. "It's me, Spin," I sent her. "I need you to unlock the portal." Skepticism. I could sense that much from her. She thought this was a trap. "It's me. I lost the Malun you gave me, Peg, but I did get out of the nowhere. I left Shiver with a promise, and I intend to keep it. I need you to open the portal for me. Then maybe, once this is all done, I can taste those 7 fruits of contentment you talk about." I hoped that referencing our final conversations would be enough. I hovered at the side of her mind, watching her work through the implications, the potential costs, the potential gains. Finally, she projected a thought. I couldn't hear the specifics, but she wanted to know. "Oh, we talked about life," I sent her. "We were alone together in the garden by your tree, right after you gave me the Malun. I asked why a people like you, who seemed so aggressive, would grow trees, and you told me it was about life." That seemed enough for her. A short time later, I felt the gateway unlock. Light spilled over me as the stone glowed white, then vanished, becoming a large, glowing field. I didn't dare go through, not when my powers were acting so strangely. So, hoping I'd be forgiven, I pulled Peg through to our side. She appeared a moment later, forming as if from light. A tall Tenassi, a reptilian species with wide hands they held out before themselves, balancing with a large tail, a snout and teeth reminiscent of something from Earth's very ancient past. She looked at me, then at the gathered soldiers behind me, and the 3 aliens we held at gunpoint, and gave a loud, barking laugh and grabbed me in a hug. Kimmelin immediately sighted on Peg with her rifle. I waved a warning hand, panicked, as the hug just about crushed me. Fortunately, Kimmelin didn't fire.
"Spin!" Peg said. "Words! You did it! Here, I thought it would be years before I heard from you. I've barely had time to start planting, and here you are growing fantads and pulling me into—"
She trailed off, looking around.
"Pulling me into the somewhere."
She let go of me, seeming odd. It had been over 20 years for her, spent in exile, betrayed by the superiority.
"I'm out,"
she whispered. Then she looked at me again.
"What have you done?"
"It's temporary for now, I'm afraid," I explained. "Peg, this is my flight. My friends." I waved toward the others.
"The family you were so eager to get back to," she said. "Words. I hope you all know what she left behind. We offered her paradise." "So, that's great," Arturo said. "But Spin, timing, how is rescuing this person going to help us?"
"This isn't a rescue," I explained. "Peg isn't interested in leaving the nowhere, I don't think." The large pirate shook her head.
"The belt is my home, though there are many at Shorehold who would love the chance to come back through."
She focused again on the captive aliens.
"Temporary, you said. What are you up to?"
Behind us, Alanique and Arturo arrived through the front cargo doors with a starfighter each. Superiority interceptors, modern design. Not bad ships. Peg eyed them. "I have 15 of those," I said to her. "For you. As payment for hiring the broadsiders."
"Hiring us to do what?"
Peg said. I smiled, pulling out my datapad and bringing up the display of the locations of the other 4 superiority mining stations in the nowhere. Nothing you wouldn't want to do anyway, Peg. Chapter 15. We arrived back at Platform Prime 6 hours later, hyper-jumping into the airspace above detritus and flying in formation, and my cockpit was even more cramped than normal when we did, because I'd brought back 2 new pilots, in the shape of 2 large crystals, each roughly the size of a flight helmet.
"Is this it?" Shiver asked, her voice a crystalline peal vibrating from her core. "Is this your home?"
"Yes," I said. "You can't see it?" I'd never quite figured out how a chunk of crystal, a creature known as a resonant, could see.
"I require instruments to see through a vacuum," Shiver explained. "All I can see right now is the cockpit."
"Currently, Shiver," Hesho said, describing it as we got docking permissions, "we're approaching a large space station, flat and shaped kind of like a large rectangle, that hovers in orbit around the planet Detritus. It is one of hundreds that orbit the planet, the place where Spensa was born, and the place that is now our home."
At that word, the second of the 2 resonants, Deliz, projected some thoughts. She was cytonic and had fared poorly during her time in the nowhere, growing quiet, withdrawn, even mentally broken. But today she projected images of happiness, rest, and satisfaction to me.
"Home,"
she said, the word vibrating from her core from just behind my seat.
"Home,"
Doomslug fluted.
"She's feeling better," Shiver said. "Deliz is already feeling better. I resonate with satisfaction, Spensa. Coming to the somewhere is what she's needed, as I always thought."
I didn't say anything, as I wasn't so certain as Shiver. Deliz had communicated like this with me before. Still, the 2 resonants had long wanted to escape the nowhere, and so I decided to make good on my promise. Maxim, another good friend from the other side, had opted to stay for now. Peg and her team were going to need every ship they had for the task I'd given them. Fortunately, they had a few extra pilots to take over Shiver's and Deliz's ships. "If Deliz wants to go straight home to your caverns," I said, "I'm sure we can find a ship to take the 2 of you back to your planet."
No, Shiver said. "If we go home right away, that will only alert the authorities who banished us to the nowhere in the first place. Perhaps sometime in the future, but for now, we don't want to be a burden. I am certain we can find something to do."
It took a little longer than normal to be contacted by the flight deck as we waited to land. Finally, Hill, one of the flight operators, called us. "Sorry for the delay, Skyward flight," he said. "Admiral Waite wanted to be here to greet you when you returned from your secret mission. He's on his way." Secret mission, eh? I steeled myself, but passed the time by reaching out cytonically to the ship hovering next to mine. Kimmelin's ship, which carried the rescued slugs. "You have a friend," I sent to that slug. "She wanted me to save you. Can you contact her?" One of the newly rescued hyperslugs replied with impressions of many slugs in cages, of a dark and frightening place, of thousands upon thousands of thoughts bombarding them, shoving against one another, being sorted and sent out. "The communications hub," I sent. "Yes, I know." Though the awful sensation was stronger than I'd realized, I did know about this place. "How can I reach her?" Sorrow followed. The slug didn't know how. The comm slug reached out to others, sometimes to comfort them in their captivity, but only when she was scheduled to contact the supply depot for another reason. It was like she smuggled them empathy, along with the data stream she was required to send. Scud. I didn't know how the communications hub worked, only that through some mechanical means, the superiority could force comm slugs into slavery, allowing the planets to talk to one another. And I realized we'd never rescued a comm slug. Apparently, they were kept under even tighter wraps than the hyperslugs who teleported ships. That made some sense. These were the only ones that could work remotely, so why not keep them all in one secure place? Again, the superiority proved its paranoia and willingness to rely on a few highly important facilities. I needed to find a way to get to that slug. I'd promised her I would, but it might take until the superiority itself was dismantled. So I put the problem aside for now. Any update from Peg? I sent to Mbot, hopeful as I waited in my cockpit.
Not yet, he replied.
We'd waited as long as we could for her to proceed before returning to detritus. That, however, had obviously given Jorgen plenty of time to find out what we'd done. We finally got permission to land, and I led the ships into the hangar we'd left hours ago. I immediately spotted Jorgen in the long window overlooking the flight deck. He stood in a brilliant white uniform, hands clasped behind his back, medals shining on his breast. Face like stone. Yeah, I deserved that. As we climbed from our ships, I asked the others to take the 2 resonants and show them around the place, then see if we could get them quarters. I told the team that I would talk to Jorgen. He didn't move to stop them as they scampered away. I walked up to the window, and though I didn't hear him bark the command, I could see the technicians inside the room flooding out the back doors. Jorgen remained standing in place, waiting. Well, I'd picked this fight. I would approach it with a warrior's dignity. I used the side door, stepping into the ops room, which was now empty save for Jorgen. I strode right up to him, then waited for my dressing down. Silence. He just stared out at our ships, giving me time to sweat, a time-tested tool in the commander's toolbox. I let the silence hang. I was confident I'd done what needed to be done.
I thought I knew what it would cost,
Jorgen finally said. He rested a gloved hand on the glass.
That's why I fought it.
Sir? I asked.
I thought that maybe if I flew well enough, he continued, they'd let me remain a pilot. Let me stay on that side of the glass. Smell the engines. Feel the hum of the ship, hear the chatter of my friends. Then I was needed.
He closed his eyes.
I figured I could escape any order that tried to force me out of the cockpit. But I was wrong. Because I eventually got one I couldn't ignore, from my own conscience.
He opened his eyes and looked at me, finally.
So here I am, on this side of the glass, maybe forever. It ripped me apart to walk away from my ship, knowing that, by taking command, I was giving up something I loved. I didn't fully understand, though. I didn't realize I'd stop being one of you and would become the thing you resent.
We don't resent you, Jorgen.
You do, and you always have, he said. I was jerk-face from the start. But at least I was with you. I was one of you, even if I was the one you grumbled about.
He sighed.
I knew I was giving up my dreams of flying. I didn't know I was giving up my friends, too.
Scud. This was fighting dirty. I was supposed to be the one who did that. Jorgen, I said, stepping closer, I didn't mean to.
Do you understand what it does to my authority when you, of all people, disobey me? He snapped. When you treat these bars on my shoulders like they aren't worth the cloth they're made of. You undermine me, Spensa. From the first day we met, you've always undermined me.
I fell silent. He was hurting. I could feel it radiating from him like heat from a forge.
I've tried so hard to ignore it, he said. I know your background. I know how you were treated because of your father. I know you have a problem with authority, and I try not to take it personally. But damn you, Spensa. Can't you at least try to show some respect? If not for my position, then for me? You come to my rooms, treat me like someone you love, then you do this? How am I supposed to react? What do you want from me?
I did this for you, I said. I saw how the decisions were tearing you apart, and I wanted to protect you.
You don't get to make that choice,
he shouted, waving a hand at the ships.
That's what military discipline is all about. Come and tell me if there's a problem. Talk to me about it. Don't hijack my most decorated pilots and go off on a scudding rogue mission. Don't put me in a position where I have to either discipline my friends or accept that I have no authority."
"They insisted on coming," I said.
"I didn't want—" "Is that relevant?"
he demanded.
"You did it, even if you didn't want to.
And you went against Stoff's authority in taking command," I shouted back at him.
"Because you felt like you had to. Well, I felt I had to do this."
He put his hand to his face, trying to wipe off some of the sweat, and turned away from me, looking out at the ships again.
"The enemy has reinforced every strategic position," he said. "All of the supply depots except the one you struck have been protected with dozens of ships, and likely an equal number of inhibitors. We'll never attack them successfully now. I've called off the strike."
"You won't need it anyway," I said. He narrowed his eyes, his face reflected faintly in the glass in front of him.
"What did you do?"
"I contacted the Broadsiders," I said. "The pirates on the other side of those portals. For a small payment, ships we stole, they agreed to attack the mining installations from the other side. If my guess is right, Winzik will have left the installations vulnerable on that side, bringing ships through to our side to reinforce his position. If Peg and her teams lock the portals from the other side, then no acclivity stone can come through. It's just as effective as destroying the installations on this side, but won't require nearly as many resources from us, or as much death. The mining stations on the other side will give in easily. They're not soldiers. They're mostly prisoners. With some careful work from Peg, I'm sure they'll fold quickly, without loss of life."
"And you didn't suggest this to me because—"
"Because you'd have found it too risky," I said. "You told me we couldn't rely on a group of pirates led by a former superiority officer. If I'd told you my plan, you'd have rejected it and insisted on attacking the installations, blowing them up, cities and all, to be safe. And it would have ripped you apart, Jorgen."
"And isn't that my choice to make? What's the point of having leaders, a chain of command, if you just ignore it when convenient?"
I didn't respond because he was right. I'd always had this problem. I'd always dreamed of being a warrior. Being a soldier was something else entirely. Then again, the military complex hadn't given me much reason to put my faith in it, not even with someone I cared about in charge.
"You really believe you can trust them?"
Jorgen asked softly.
"That they won't sell us out?"
"I know it for a fact," I said.
"And will it work?" he asked. "These pirates of yours, they can execute a large-scale raid like this?"
"We should know soon enough," I said. "Traveling takes a while in the belt, as they can't hyperjump, but the other mining installations are closer than I'd thought. It's odd, I always wondered why they hadn't been spotted. Shorehold is a massive operation. Peg and the others should have had some understanding of where the others were."
"You didn't expect them to be buried?"
That was one of the revelations of the data dump. Most of the mining operations in the nowhere were happening inside the floating chunks of stone. Vast mining centers were chewing through the insides of the fragments, sometimes towing new ones over and eating them from within as well. It was a clever way to avoid the attention and the raids that Shorehold had drawn. Unfortunately for the superiority, that sort of operation also left the installations relatively unprotected once their location was known. I waited, nervous.
"No news yet,"
Mbot sent me.
"Hopefully soon."
She'd have to raid all 4 at once, I reminded myself, which meant that she couldn't attack until each of her 4 teams were in position. I didn't want her to rush, though each minute of delay made me increasingly uncertain. Had Winzik realized what we were doing and sent reinforcements through to protect the other side? Had something happened to Peg? There were still some pirates there who didn't support her leadership. "If it fails, I'll take the blame," I whispered to Jorgen. "You can tell everyone what I did."
"That's the problem,"
he said, not looking at me as we waited. I can't. You're too much of a symbol, Spensa, and too important to our fight. We need every cytonic, even if I have to spend part of my time during my command duties doing cytonic work. I've already let it be known that you and I planned this in secret, as we were worried about leaks among our allies. That will weaken our relations with them, but it lets you go without consequences, whatever happens. He paused. I didn't do this because of my feelings. It's actually in the handbook. Disciplining the upper ranks needs to be handled carefully, lest we risk alienating forces loyal to any given admiral. I don't want you to have to. It's done, he snapped. And it's my decision to make. Unless you want to ignore even my ability to provide damage control for your recklessness. Scud. I'd have gotten angry at that tone if I hadn't also been able to feel how much this was hurting him. Maybe this had been a step too far. It was just so hard to keep it all in. Suddenly, the world began to vibrate. Another episode had come for me. I threw everything I had into stopping it, trying to control myself. I wasn't a child to have a tantrum. But this episode didn't progress like the previous ones. I was struck with a sudden, overpowering sense of doom. I saw Jorgen dying beside me. I saw a shadow of him fall backward, bloodied, collapsing to the ground. It was like the visions I'd seen when reading the memories of the ancient cytonics. I stifled a scream at the sight of him dead on the ground, blood pooling around his head, eyes staring, sightless. He was gone in a moment, but left me with an overpowering sense of loss and pain. It shook me deep into my core, and I was forced to wonder if it was some kind of terrible premonition. Cytonics couldn't see the future, could they? I felt my own unbearable pain resonating to me as if from another time, washing over me like a smothering darkness. I whimpered softly, teeth clenched. Jorgen looked at me and seemed concerned.
Spensa, Embot said, it's all right. Peg just sent word. All 4 installations have been claimed. It's like you said, they barely had anyone defending them. They were depending on being impossible to find, so they each surrendered quickly. Only at one of them were any shots even fired. Spensa?
It worked, I said to Jorgen. He let out a long sigh.
Well, thank the saints for that, I suppose. I'll let the others know. Perhaps our allies will forgive us for our lack of trust, since the operation was successful.
And you? I said, feeling a lingering sense of agony.
That might take longer, he said softly. And it will depend on you, and how often you pull stunts like this. We can be a team, Spensa. Or I can just spend the rest of my life covering for you.
He turned and left me then. I managed to wait until he was gone, then sank to my knees, rocked by the sight of him dead, ignoring Embot's questions as I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to hold on and keep from cracking further. Chapter 16. I went on a walk. Growing up, that had been my go-to solution for any issue. There were endless caverns on detritus, full of nooks to explore. I'd mapped as many as I could, enjoying the solitude, working through my anger at how society treated me. Maybe I should have focused a little more on what my anger was doing to me. I liked to think that all of my problems had come from how I'd been treated when I was younger, the way people thought of my father, and the bullying they'd shown me in turn. Their prejudice had made a fighter of me from a young age, yet even as a child, I'd often barreled forward, doing whatever I wanted without bothering to think what it might cost my friends and family. Walking had always helped. Today, I tried to find the same solace as I walked Platform Prime, asking the illuminated hallways to allow the same meditative peace I'd once found in dusty darkness. There were some similarities. The tight enclosures felt like tunnels, and they made unexpected turns, with a variety of corners to explore. On detritus, sometimes I'd take a path only to discover a cavern covered with quartz, glittering in the dim light. Here, I instead discovered a room full of blinking lights of a dozen varieties. I even found a rat hiding in a corner. What did it live on up here? How had it even gotten here? I left it alive, granting it a battlefield pardon, as one might a worthy foe. After all, this was either a rat from a population that had somehow survived for centuries up here, or it had managed to stow away on one of our ships. It was the Spensa version of a rat, hiding out among the enemy and gathering their secrets. The further I explored, entering areas of the platform that I hadn't even known existed, the more wondrous I found it. A swimming pool. An observation room where you could stand over the planet and look down at its surface as if you were hovering in the stratosphere. A room with dozens of tables, which looked like they were for games. The people who had lived here had played ping pong and billiards and other old Earth leisure activities that I'd only read about. The ancient humans had made time for games, for frivolity in ways we never had. For the first time in my life, I wondered what kind of world my children would grow up in. Would I have children? I'd always assumed I'd end up dead in battle before that happened. I'd make a terrible mom, wouldn't I? Spensa, Embot said in my head as I rounded one of the ping-pong tables. I'd always preferred reading about baseball, where you used giant clubs instead of little paddles. Can we talk, please? Absolutely, I said, glad for a distraction from my own troubles. What's on your mind? Well, I think you know, but I should say, I'm not actually a ghost. I'm quite the opposite. I'm more alive than I ever was in the somewhere, free from the constraints that forced me to think of myself as something false, allowed to steer my own destiny, capable of understanding and starting to manage my own emotions. That sounds awesome, I said. You've come a long way. And I don't know if I thanked you properly for sacrificing yourself for me. It turned out to be less of a sacrifice and more of an ascension. Still, I said, you didn't know what would happen, and you did it anyway. After being angry at me for weeks for abandoning you, when it came time, you saved me. I did, didn't I? That sounds heroic, doesn't it? Scud, yes. That's terrifying, Spensa. Wait, terrifying? I wandered out of the game room, back into a hallway. Yes, terrifying. Spensa, I am no longer bound by programming. I no longer have an excuse. Before, I did what I was designed to do. Now I've acknowledged my free will. That means I have to worry about things I never did before. Things like morality. I think you'll do fine, I said. The people who brood about their moral compass in stories tend to be the strongest at making decisions. Really? Yep. Well, them and the tortured anti-heroes. But I don't think that's you. You're a little too noble. Bubbly, I said, but also noble. Yeah, I probably should have just said noble. You're a good person, Embot. Person? I'm a person. That's strange when I don't even have a body. Is it wrong that I miss it? I couldn't control it, and the circuitry was literally designed to imprison me. But that ship was me. Mine. I miss it. I tried not to feel guilty. I already had enough to feel bad about. Remembering how I'd left him to be ripped apart, his ship dissected and then destroyed by the superiority, wouldn't help. I'm sorry, I whispered. It wasn't your fault. You didn't rip me apart. See? I understand that, and I feel it. But Spensa, I'm still worried. Because of morality, I feel like I need to be helping you, protecting our friends, doing what I can from in here. Great, I said. That's what I need you to do. You are a huge help with Peg, and you're keeping an eye on the Delvers.
Not much to watch. Something's odd about them, Spensa. More odd, I mean. They're emerging from hiding, and while imitating one of them so they don't know what I am, I've been able to listen in on a few things. They've been talking to Winzik and Braid again. It seems the deal between the Delvers and the superiority is still in force. A treaty.
I nodded, feeling daunted, but this was no more than what I'd expected. The Delvers were willing to work for Winzik in exchange for him promising to exterminate the Cytonics, me in particular, and to move to using slugs alone for hyperjumping. I didn't know how Braid fit into that deal. At any rate, if not for their timidity about me, Winzik would already have used them as a weapon against us. Worryingly, if the Delvers were still talking to him, it might not be long before they decided to move, regardless of their fear.
The Delvers are no longer willing to hide, Embot explained. I can feel them seething, trembling with emotion.
Keep an eye on them, I said. Let me know if you think they're about to move on from stewing about me to actually attacking us.
I will, but, Spensa, do you mind me asking, why do you fight? Is it still for the chance to murder your enemies?
It was never about that. Not really, I said. It was about proving myself.
You did that, though, didn't you?
I supposed I had. Ever since I'd chosen to eject from my ship back in flight school, I hadn't worried if I was a coward or not. I'd proven myself, to myself. Why did I fight now? It's for the reasons you gave earlier. For my friends, for my people.
And at the end of it, what do you want?
I don't know, I said. I don't really think that far ahead.
I do, and that's what worries me. Spensa, everything in my existence was pushing me toward that moment when I decided, when I went against programming, self-preservation, and reason to protect my friends. I came of age in that moment, Spensa. Now that I'm the equivalent of an adult, shouldn't I want to do the right things? Shouldn't I enjoy what I'm doing because it's the proper choice, the moral one?
You don't enjoy it?
No. I'll do it, but I'd rather be doing something else.
Collecting mushrooms?
Yes, or other things. Does it really matter if it's not the thing I should be doing?
I suppose it doesn't, I said. But Embot, if it helps, I don't think most people want to do what's right. That's what makes doing the right thing noble. It's a conscious choice, a hard one. If it were easy, then why would we respect it so much? I'd never phrased it that way before, not even to myself. Simple though the concept was, it struck me powerfully right then. I nodded, trailing through the hallway, walking, without consciously realizing it, back toward the observation room with the glass floor. I found an odd sense striking me as I walked the hallway. A familiarity, or maybe just a kinship. When I'd first come to these platforms, I'd found their sterile corridors to be too clean, too slick, too inorganic. I felt a little of that again now, but also something else. Huh, I said, resting my hand on the corridor wall. I'm actually growing to like this place. I would have thought I'd find it even more unnatural after traveling the landscapes of the fragments. Embot didn't respond immediately, and I felt an unusual disconnect from him.
Embot? I sent. Sorry, Embot said. What was that? Something about liking the corridors now?
Yes. Are you all right?
Yup. Just processing something. But I'm not surprised you find that place more homey than you once did. You've been away and returned. Humans are often nostalgic for the past. Plus, they form bonds of familiarity with the oddest objects and sensations.
Says the robot who for some reason loves mushrooms, I said.
Hey, mushrooms are at least alive, and they're fascinating.
So many varieties, growing in the harshest locations. Did you know some fungi can puppet the bodies of insects like zombies? That's hardcore, I said. Who'd have thought mushrooms could be that cool? But back to you being strange, Mbot said. Maybe you just like those hallways because they remind you of a cockpit, and of flying with me. I loved that idea, though I didn't think it was accurate. Still, it made me smile as I continued walking, rounding the corner and stepping into the room with the glass floor. This time, though, it was occupied. A lanky young man with red hair lay on the floor, a bunch of schematics spread out around him, though he was lying face down and looking through the glass. Rig jumped when he heard me, looking up, then relaxed when he saw it was just me. "Hey," he said. "Hear you had an exciting day." "Yeah, exciting," I yawned. "Isn't it morning on standard schedule times? Shouldn't you be at breakfast?" He said, then checked his watch. I don't really care about schedules. I've been up all night anyway." "Rig," I said, hands on my hips. "You spent years complaining when I woke you up, or kept you out, for one of my brilliant and interesting plans." "Fortunately, the windows here lead into a vacuum," he noted. "So I don't get woken up by you rapping on mine, convinced we need to go hunting for lost treasure in yet another empty cavern." "I eventually found treasure, I'll have you know," I said, folding my arms. I expected Mbot to pipe in at that, but he didn't, and when I nudged him cytonically, he felt distant again. Was something going on with him? "Anyway," I continued, "I am offended by your suddenly deciding to stay up all night without me." He shrugged. "FM stays up late, so I found myself doing it more and more." "Of course," I said, walking over. Around Rig, I felt not immature, but more like my old self. I flopped down beside him on my back, ruffling a few of his schematics, and looked at the ceiling. Then I rolled over to look down like he was, through the glass toward detritus below. "Scud," I whispered. "That's disorienting." "I know, right?" Rig said, excited. "I feel like I'm falling," I said, staring down, "like I'm plummeting toward the surface." "I feel like I'm floating," he said, "like I get to see everything, take it all in for once, maybe understand it, rather than being afraid of it." "You've been doing a pretty good job of not being afraid of things lately," I noted. "It's not that I'm not afraid," he said. "It's that, well, I've got a good support structure. That helps." Huh. That wasn't how I would have put it. As a kid, I'd have said that courage destroys fear. Now, I'd have said that fear is what lets us be able to be courageous. "I'm glad that it's working with you in FM," I said, "that you have a support structure, that you're no longer just that boy with the weird friend you can't get rid of." "Oh, please," he said. "We both know that no one was pounding on my door demanding my friendship. You didn't scare people away from me, Spin. You befriended me when no one else paid me any attention." "Outcasts sticking together," I said, staring down at the planet, which glowed under the enormous lights moving up here. I could see the shadows and strips of brightness they made, the lights left over from a time when detritus had grown more than dust and fungus. "Rig," I said softly, "how bad a friend am I?" "You're not. Be straight with me, please. I really hurt Jorgen today. I need to hear from someone I trust. How bad am I at this?" "You're not bad at being a friend," Rig said. "You're just hard to be friends with. That's different." "How?" "You try," he said. "I know you do. You always looked out for me. Scud, I doubt you would normally have chosen the quiet, occasionally panicky guy to be your best friend. But I needed someone, and you saw others picking on me, and, well, here we are. You're loyal, passionate, and inventive. But you are really, really bad at seeing things from other people's viewpoints. You just go and do stuff, Spin.
and believe everyone else would have done the same thing if they'd only thought of it and had the guts.
Fair, I said. I know I pushed you into flight school, but I can't see things as if I'm someone else. I'm me. Shockingly, I see things like me.
It's a skill to practice, like any other, he said. You love stories. Maybe ask yourself, what if the story weren't about you for a change? What if it were Jorgen's story? How would he feel about what you're doing?
God, that hit me right in the gut. He made it sound so easy, and maybe for him it was. But I'd done what needed to be done. For Jorgen, for detritus, and given what was happening to me, the powers I was displaying, well, what if alienating Jorgen and the others was the only way to protect them? It twisted me up inside, made me start to tremble, made me think of my friends dying, graphically, over and over in my mind. To escape those images and another potential episode, I rolled back over and snatched one of the schematics. You know, Raj, I said to him, you're a weird guy.
True.
I walk in here to find you lying face down among a bunch of pieces of paper.
You immediately flop down beside me.
Practicing empathy, I said. What is all of this?
Detritus has several enormous shipyards among these platforms, he said.
Yeah, I know, I said. I had a battle in one, remember?
Right, while it was crashing. Ned's brothers...
I nodded, though he couldn't see, as he was still face down. Yeah, he really was weird. Maybe we had always been destined to become friends. You think you can build me a ship with one of these fabrication plants? I asked.
Depends, really, he said. Do you have designs for what you'd want? And by that I mean accurate, detailed schematics created by an actual engineer, not something hand-drawn on a scrap of paper depicting a catapult for launching Stacy Leftwire into a furnace.
I smiled. I forgot about that.
I didn't. You wrote it in blood.
Rat blood, I agreed. It makes a terrible ink. Kept congealing. Not sure how the old necromancers ever made use of it in their arcane tomes.
Can we change the topic?
I'll get you schematics, I said. Real ones. They were in the data dump we stole.
Great, he said. I wanted to do some tests anyway. Been thinking, though, that we don't really need more fighters. We have plenty for our trained pilots. Maybe we need something else.
I myself wasn't so certain we had all the fighters we needed. Now that we had a hyperslug ejection system for pilots, we might start chewing through ships faster. It was a mindset change. We'd always had ejection systems that worked in atmosphere, but the culture of the DDF had trained pilots to protect their ships, ostensibly harder to replace, over their own lives. I often wondered how much that short-sightedness had cost us. We hadn't acknowledged the importance of skilled veteran pilots. Half the reason my friends and I were in such high positions was the fact that we'd managed to survive long enough to actually get some useful combat experience. I was about to explain to Rig what I wanted him to fabricate when the door swung open and FM strode in. She was faintly flushed, tense, still poised, of course, but for FM this was the equivalent of being in a panic. "What is it?" I said, immediately sitting up. "Emergency conference called by command," she said. "The enemy is doing something. I was looking for Raj, but Jorgen will be glad you were here too." I wasn't so certain about that. Not today. But as Rig scrambled to gather his schematics, I stood up. "Do you know anything more?" "Yeah," she said. "Shutting down the enemy's access to Acclivity Stone really got their attention." And, she said, meeting my eyes, "they're changing tactics. We can't be certain, it's probably too early to tell, but their troop movements indicate, well, they've realized they can't win a long war as easily as they could have before. So instead, I frowned, trying to think what I would do in their situation. They would realize we were going to try to bleed them over time, but they still had vastly superior numbers. so in their place, I'd...
Scud.
Chapter 17.
All-out assault,
Goro, one of the Kitson generals, said, hovering his platform over to a wall screen and gesturing at the footage we'd been able to gather from across the superiority. Hyperslugs let us jump ground teams in to spy on the installations Kuna had identified for us.
Again,
Goro said, hovering to another part of the wall screen, then pointing to a different image.
We aren't certain, but this is what it looks like. Makes sense, unfortunately,
Cobb said. He still refused to sit at the table with us, instead taking an advisor's seat by the wall. The pallor of his skin and bags under his eyes had me worried about him, but he did seem to be participating more, so maybe he was getting better.
They understand our strategy, Cobb continued. Over time, if we destroy their military in little skirmishes, piece by piece, they could lose control.
Right now, the superiority is stable, Kuna added from their spot at the table. It's large enough and has enough momentum that few of the common citizens will have noticed anything changing since the advent of Winzik's reign. However, we are not Cathodis. My translator pin, set to explain things like this, whispered it was a metaphor for an object that sits on a wall and watches the world pass, never moving. A little like the English phrase, we aren't sheep. Over time, Kuna continued, people will grow increasingly upset at the loss of democracy. They will see through Winzik's rhetoric about dangerous humans and delvers, and they will ask questions. If we're destroying his military presence, the more rambunctious of the lesser species might rebel against his rule. Even those of primary intelligence will begin to move against him.
Without his supply depots, Winzik has realized that a long-term engagement against us has grown more risky,
Goro agreed. He gestured toward more footage on the screen.
So, here we see him pulling security forces away from the planet Uklar, and here, others away from the planet Ziptok. Here he is calling in ships that were protecting important sublight shipping lanes in the Dione twin system from piracy. They're gathering. If he is aggressive in these redeployments, he can bring in some 2,700 fighters to support his primary fleet. About a third of those will have actual in-cockpit pilots, while the rest are remote drones. Worse, he has access to 20 to 30 capital ships, 8 carriers, and twice as many destroyers.
Scud, those numbers. 2,700 fighters? Even with our allies, we had barely 300. Yes, a good chunk of theirs would be drones, which were much easier to face. But our force of 300 included all of our newer recruits and trainees, who had barely any battle experience. And as always, we had no capital ships. Though granted, Detritus itself was a giant moving battle station. Most of our forces were raiders, the modern equivalent of cavalry. We'd survived so far by being fast, striking where Winzik didn't expect, and, to be perfectly frank, exploiting the fact that he couldn't devote much of his attention to us. He was busy establishing himself as galactic dictator. This was coming to a head, though. He couldn't afford to let us keep picking at him. We'd served our purpose, giving him a boogeyman to use as proof he needed dictatorial authority. Now he would want a decisive battle where he destroyed us outright. If he couldn't win the long war, that was his only other option. Squash us fast. I should have seen this.
Wait,
Rinnikeen said from his seat at the table, a confused expression on his pale violet face.
Won't this risk rebellion? If Winzik moves all of his security forces away from his planets, won't those planets turn against him?
Eventually, yes, Kuna said. This is a possible problem. But you must understand, we're not,
aggressive? I asked.
I was looking for a less charged term, they said. I've learned it might not be as accurate a word as I would have liked, but in this case, perhaps it will serve. We're not aggressive. We aren't Cathodis, and will not just sit forever and be content with oppression. At the same time, my people, and those they lead, will try other methods first. Bills to enforce the law, motions in governing bodies, editorials in the media. Winzik will need his military forces then, if these movements gain strength. But he has likely seen, and rightly so, that he can spare the forces now, for a short time.
For just long enough to make slag out of us,
Jorgen said grimly.
Did you foresee this? Rynakeen asked, looking to Jorgen. In your plan to starve him of acclivity stone? This was poorly handled, Goro said, hovering toward the group of other Kitsen gathered on the tabletop. Elder Ichika and I are greatly displeased to have been cut out of the decision to strike in secret against the enemy. Why weren't we consulted about moving the time frame up so quickly? Or the decision to strike in the nowhere, instead of against the facilities in the somewhere, as we'd decided?
How can we call this an alliance, Kuna said, if one of our members acts with such distrust toward everyone else? I sank down in my seat, sick to my stomach. Jorgen would never have moved up the attack without talking to our allies. His hot-headed star pilot, though, was another matter. Scott, I was such a fool. Jorgen stood up and didn't even glance at me. He'd shoulder this, as he so often suffered because of me. Everything I'd done seemed right, even in hindsight. Refurbishing Mbot, running off to Starsight, staying in the nowhere. Even this action, which had achieved our goals with the mining facilities without loss of life. Yet in each case, I'd left Jorgen to make excuses, to pick up the pieces, to figure out how to lead while I just did my thing. He was right about me. In that moment, I felt I didn't deserve to be in that seat. I didn't even deserve to be in the room.
No, Rynakeen, Jorgen said to them. I didn't anticipate that this would happen. You're right. And Goro, you are right that we have acted brashly by not consulting you. We were wrong, and I beg your forgiveness. We're new to this. That's the problem, my friends, too new. We are children, essentially, trying to fill adult shoes for the first time. My people spent decades on the very edge of annihilation. Back then, we didn't take time to develop proper plans, because if we did, we'd be dead before we could execute them. That same sense rules us still, that sense of panic, that sense that we need to act now, as soon as an opportunity arises, lest we lose our chance. We need to grow up. We need to learn and do better. But I only ask that you accept that we are not trying to alienate you. We're learning all the time, and as fast as we can.
The others at the table considered his words, and I could see them softening. How did Jorgen always know the right things to say? How did he know when to be firm and when to apologize? The others saw him shouldering the responsibility for what I'd done, and they accepted his apology.
I suppose we can understand this, Goro said. None of us have ever fought a truly galactic war. Even on my homeworld, it has been decades since a real war has happened. We have known only skirmishes. You can be forgiven, Rynakeen agreed, for not anticipating what would happen in a war on this scale. We are all new to this, and the plan with the mining stations looked good to us all. We would not be nearly so upset if we'd simply been told when you decided to move the timetable up. We promise, Jorgen said, finally looking at me. No more surprises. We will grow up, my friends.
A platform hovered up beside Goro's. Ichika, the aged Kitsen with white on her snout, still wore her formal robes. She was an elected official, I'd come to understand. Not like an empress, they'd moved beyond that, but still something of a voice for the old ways.
We too appreciate your honesty, Admiral, she said to Jorgen. But there is a beast we must consume, as my people say. A topic that must be addressed. Our planet, Evershore, is exposed, as is Redon, the homeworld of our allies, the Urdale.
Your people, however, have a mobile planet with a defensive shell around it. You can afford brashness, for if the enemy comes in force, you can escape. We cannot. Our people could be annihilated."
The conference room fell silent, and I felt even more sick, because this point also was true. I wasn't used to the idea of our people being free, like Jorgen had explained, but I didn't believe that was what had driven me to act. That didn't change the fact that, yes, if the superiority came in force against us, we could escape. Detritus being mobile meant that our people were actually more free than any other.
"We couldn't escape forever,"
Jorgen said.
"Winzik cannot allow us to continue as a threat to his rule. Besides, we wouldn't just leave you."
Rinnikeen tapped the table softly, perhaps his version of clearing his throat to draw attention.
"No one is accusing you of cowardice, Admiral. But if it came down to your people or ours, surely you would escape. It is a simple truth. I say this not as an accusation, but as a statement we should acknowledge. Detritus is not in the same position as the rest of us."
"Besides," Kuna noted, you're humans. You're used to living with destruction and war." Remarkably, the Erdale and the Kitson seemed to agree, unfair though the statement was. I didn't think humans were naturally more aggressive. We'd just been... I didn't know how to describe it. A soft click sounded from the side of the room, then a quiet groan as somebody stood up. A short somebody, bowed by age. Gran? Another click echoed in the conference room as she stepped forward along the table. The way she walked, frail but determined, somehow conveyed the contradiction at the core of Gran's soul. An aged woman, weak of frame, yet bearing power and authority. On one hand, she was a nobody, an old woman, outcast for most of her life because of her son's betrayal. Except even back then, people had stepped aside for her. Even then, they'd known and remembered. She wasn't just Gran. She was Rebecca Nightshade, the last living woman who knew life among the stars, the last crew member of the ship that had brought us here.
"Do you know," she asked, "the story of the Defiant?"
She turned, her eyes closed, yet seeming to address everyone in the room, Kitson, Erdale, Human, and lone Dione.
"We do not know your story, honored elder,"
Hesho said softly behind his mask, from where he hovered near my seat.
"But I would hear it if you would offer it to me."
Gran smiled and tilted her face upward toward the stars as she walked.
"We are the people who disobeyed. We are the humans who would not go to war, the last time the tyrants who led our various peoples banded together and tried to conquer the galaxy. Those are the warriors under whom you, Erdale, suffered long ago. Well, those humans, they demanded that every battle-worthy ship join the Armada and support them in their foolish war. But we turned away. Some of us of Chinese descent, others Colombian, others American, others Scandinavian, and many scattered peoples between. We had previously traded together, traveled together, but on that day we truly became one. A wise soldier chooses her battlefield, and we did not want this one. We rejected the call to arms, and so the first people we defied were our own leaders. That is the soul of the Defiant. It is not just that we fight, my friends. It is that we choose when to fight. We will not be forced, not by tide nor tyrant, to raise arms in a battle we do not support."
She opened her eyes, milky white, and looked around the room in strength.
"But once we do fight, once you have convinced us the cause is just, we do not back down."
She stopped near the Kitson platforms. There, Gran nodded, chin still high.
We will not abandon you, my friends. I, the last of the Defiant's crew, swear it. If you fall, we shall join you, so that together we may curse the fire and ash that sear our flesh from our bones. Dead, but not broken. If we instead choose to run, as my ancestors did, then we will only do so if we can bring you with us. For though we are not one people, as we unite together, we become sisters in arms. You do not fight alone.
Though I'd heard this story of our origins many times before, it still brought a tear to my eyes. Gran's words were nearly enough to pull me out of my gloom, and, although she had a uniquely nightshade way of phrasing things, the speech had a positive effect on our allies. The Kitsons stood down, accepting this promise. The others seemed comforted and calmed. Another Spensa crisis averted. Scud. The speech wouldn't have been needed if I hadn't made everyone panic about humans acting erratically. The glow of hearing Gran speak faded, and the weight of my mistakes came crashing back down on me. Jorgen thanked Gran, then addressed the table.
We can adapt to the enemy's new tactics, he said. Fortunately, it will take Winzik some time to prepare his forces. I suggest that we meet with our various strategic experts, go over the intel we've gathered, then reconvene tonight. 2000 local time. To share ideas?
The others agreed. The meeting began to break apart, and I fled through the doors, ignoring Kimmelin's suggestion that we grab breakfast together. I didn't want to argue again with Jorgen, and I didn't want to face my friends. I wanted to be alone. I was more and more certain that was where I belonged. Chapter 18. I went straight to bed and slept fitfully, but at least there were no strange nightmares or cytonic visions, just restless turning around in my bunk, drifting in and out. I'd been exhausted after that midnight mission, so it was well past midday when I rose. I immediately went for a long PT session. Treadmill, stretching, weights. I'd hoped that the familiar routine and working my body would ease my sense of dread and anxiety. But not today. My subconscious mind knew I was trying to distract it and was having none of that nonsense. After a shower and food, I dealt with my messages on the wall screen in my rooms and waited for an invitation to that planning meeting Jorgen had mentioned. Always before, I'd just shown up to meetings. Jorgen didn't always send me a specific invitation because my attendance was expected. And so, as the time approached, I didn't know for certain if I had been excluded. I leaned back in my bunk, scratching Doomslug, who had her own little bed beside mine. She sensed my mood and didn't say anything. Knowing Hesho, he was probably standing guard outside my door. He'd taken to doing that most days, part of his self-imposed duty as the masked exile bodyguard. I could have chatted with him, but I didn't want to talk to anyone. I wanted to be alone. When you're in that kind of mood, it's awkward to have friends who can literally pop inside your head. Hey, Mbot said. Something is up with the Delvers. They're growing agitated. Are you in danger? I asked. Probably. But I've been in danger the entire time, so who knows? They'll destroy me if they can, but they're obviously afraid of you. Maybe even of me, a little. Wish I knew why. I know some of it, I said, lying in my bunk, staring at the ceiling. After you sacrificed yourself and let me escape into the light burst, they tried to, crush me, overwhelm me, shred my soul. Combining with Chet, though, showed me something. He was in pain, and my life experience allowed him to overcome it. In turn, I needed an awareness of the nowhere and the Delvers, which he could provide. So when the Delvers touched me, they were subjected to pain. That pain, Mbot said, that's their weakness. They fled into the Lightburst to escape the pain of loss, right? As the Delvers had evolved from an AI to a person, they'd been unable to cope with the death of a man they'd loved. They'd sealed away their memories and found refuge where time had no meaning, where they would never have to grow, never again have to suffer the pain of losing something or someone they loved, where nothing would ever change. Except when people from the somewhere passed through, except when cytonics or slugs opened pathways to our dimension, where time, space, and change were inevitable parts of life. It hurt them. When they tried to destroy me, that required coming in contact with me, I explained. That hurt them too much, because I'm part of the somewhere, I think.
More than that, I'd guess, Embat said. They hid their memories away, but didn't eliminate them entirely. You, knowing their secrets, cuts through their layers of protections and exposes that pain again. When you touched them, you ripped away their masks, so to speak, bringing their memories to the forefront of their awareness again.
Chet leaped at that statement. That is key, he thought. So they could feel my ability to understand what they were. That was painful to them.
You knew what they were hiding, Embat said. They couldn't pretend when you were there. You forced them to remember, and that memory would hurt them too much to bear. They had to pull back.
So all we need to do now, I said, is find a way to expose the Delvers fully to their pain, remove the barrier they've put in place to hold back their memories. If we do that,
it will destroy them, Embat said. Because in the nowhere, nothing changes. If you afflict them with that immense pain, then leave, they'll never escape it. They'll be trapped forever, unable to do anything, except perhaps cease to exist.
Chet, inside my soul, felt sorrow at that. What did I feel? Resignation? I had worked so hard to protect the workers at the supply depots, even though they were on the other side. What did I feel about the Delvers? It was, I decided, too complicated to sort out. Without Chet, I'd have had no qualms, but he gave me a different perspective. That sounds terrible, I said.
Yes, but it's a plan, finally, Embat said. Some way, at long last, of dealing with them, maybe permanently. Scud, Spensa. It feels good to have a plan.
Well, I often have plans, I said. That's not the problem. The problem is that I don't often give them enough time, or give others a chance to weigh in. So, we take it slowly in this instance, I said, and don't try anything until we've thought it through and done more research. You think you can sneak in among them and find out if our theory is right? Maybe see if you can spot a way to restore their pain to them?
Of course. I'm not just a ghost. I'm a stealth ghost. I can do it. I'll find the answers.
Good.
And Spensa, once we do this, once we find out how to defeat the Delvers and keep the superiority from destroying detritus, then we get what we want. That's how it is in the stories, right?
Yeah, I lied. Yeah. That's what happens in the stories, Embat.
Good, he said, his voice fading.
His withdrawal left me alone again, as I'd wanted, but that meant I went back to stewing about the meeting. Should I have gone? What did staying here accomplish? Was waiting for an invitation mature or petulant? I found myself reaching out with my senses, not on purpose, just kind of as an extension of my worries, and even my growing loneliness. So I shouldn't have been surprised by what happened next. Braid appeared in my room, a phantom cytonic projection, her arms folded, her uniform crisp. Before I'd been able to hide from her, but the way my soul vibrated, resonating with the Delver, had changed that. I didn't have nearly as much control now.
Scrud, Braid said to me. You have to be so loud. We're trying to figure out the best way to murder you all.
You're scared, I snapped back at her. You didn't expect us to cut you off from your resources like we did. Now you're desperate.
That was a cute trick, she admitted.
I climbed out of bed and circled Braid, and she circled me, prowling warriors assessing each other. My hand trembled with the desire to grab the knife strapped to my leg and lunge for her. It wouldn't have done any good. The blades we fought with weren't of steel. And unfortunately, she had proven stronger than I was at that sort of thing, even if I did have a delver powering my soul.
I did want to say thank you, Braid finally said.
For?
For pushing Winzik and his generals into a corner, she said. They were so determined to fight a slow, wasting war. Now they'll take the better path. A final grand confrontation. Our own Agincourt or Waterloo. She strolled around me again. I should have known, should have seen what you were from the start. No Urdale would have had your bloodthirst, your willpower. Don't tell me you aren't excited for a final climactic confrontation.
I'd rather one that didn't cost so much, I said. Do we need to waste thousands of lives, Braid? When the outcome is inevitable and the superiority is doomed? She stepped closer and studied me for a moment, then answered.
I see, she said. You're getting weak, losing the thirst. What's causing this pacifism in you, Spensa?
You never talked like this before, I said, still rounding her. Back when we trained together, you talked about killing being a terrible thing. You said that you were a weapon trained from birth, kept captive by the superiority by necessity. You seemed afraid of yourself and what you did, not thrilled by the prospect of battle. She smiled.
Perhaps knowing you awakened something.
Or more likely, I said, you were playing a role back then. Which is why you went to Winzik so eagerly once you knew what I really was. You know, I actually thought I could get through to you. I thought you were brainwashed.
Honest mistake, Braid said. Who would have expected a human to be so good at pretending to be what she wasn't? Remarkable, when you realize there were two of us doing it.
So what about this, then? I said, gesturing to her, posturing about the glory of battle. Another false face, hoping I'll underestimate you.
More like trying to find common ground, she said, toying with a destructor holster on her hip.
I realized I knew a third Braid, the one I'd spied on from the nowhere. One who prowled like a leopard, watching Winzik with a calculating relaxation. That seemed to be her true self. Not the cowed captive, not this bloodthirsty warrior. Instead, a crafty manipulator, more companion to Winzik than slave. Scud, no wonder she'd betrayed me. I hadn't just been messing with his plans, but hers.
The battle does intrigue me, she said. Do you know how many times our ancestors tried to conquer the galaxy? How long the humans spent proving themselves?
Tyrants, I said. Exactly like the superiority.
Oh, come on,
Braid said, flopping down on a seat that appeared in the vision as she interacted with it.
You can't have it both ways, Spensa. Either the battle is glorious and brilliant, or it's a useless waste of lives. It's getting tiresome to watch you vacillate.
I didn't rise to the jibe. I couldn't help but see even this as calculated in some way. Yes, I was a little inconsistent. I felt inconsistent. But I was figuring things out. I could love stories of courage and admire the strength of warriors without wanting to see innocent people dead. Either way, I would have absolutely no qualms about ramming a knife through Braid's eye, then twisting. Sometimes you had to feel bad pulling the trigger. Other times, the target presented herself with such utter contemptibility that guilt didn't enter into the equation. A part of me was grateful to her for making that part easy.
You want to get this over with?
Braid asked me.
How? You, she said, pointing. Me. Duel. In person. Starfighter against starfighter.
What would that accomplish? I asked.
We'd find out which of us is better.
We know who's better, I said. I beat you 3 out of 4 times in the Delver maze.
What, back then?
Braid asked,
When you were trying to pretend you were some half-pacifist alien, and I was pretending that I wasn't so dangerous, so as to not scare the rest of you away.
Scrud, that was so annoying.
I narrowed my eyes at her and didn't buy it. Yes, she'd been legitimately frustrated during our sparring. Insubordinate. She hadn't liked being there in those training sessions. She'd probably hated that assignment. What reason would she have had to hold back? None. She had every reason to bolster the reputation of human soldiers, and no reason to pull punches. I was the better pilot, though a part of me really wanted to find out for certain. I'm not going to duel you for pride, I said.
Then do it for tactical advantage, she said. I'm Winzik's strongest cytonic. You should see the pathetic collection of half-brained excuses he has otherwise. His people have spent centuries breeding the skill out of themselves, the idiots. Yes, they have the hyperdrives, but this is like refusing to oil your sidearm because you have a rifle.
An apt metaphor. I wavered.
If I kill you, Braid said, I'm denying your people their strongest weapon. If you kill me, same. Seems like we both have an interest in a good old-fashioned duel.
She narrowed her eyes.
I want it. Do you?
Yes, I whispered, realizing I did. I wanted to slice that smile off her face so badly, then nail it to my wall as a trophy. I'd lost my desire to kill indiscriminately, but that didn't mean I wasn't still me.
We meet alone, Braid said. Here.
Coordinates forcibly entered my head, like an arrow pointing the way.
Day after tomorrow, she said. 36 old Earth hours from now.
I looked at my clock. Shouldn't it be 39.5 hours instead? Then it would be high noon.
How quaint, Braid said. I won't tell my people. Winzik gives me a long leash these days. I can sneak away. You?
I didn't respond, but she seemed to read the eagerness in my expression, for she vanished a moment later. I was left feeling uncertain. I'd just gotten us into enormous trouble by running off on my own. But if I could kill Braid, or better, capture her, then we'd be in a much stronger tactical position. I knew how much Winzik relied on her for cytonic interventions. At the very least, I knew I'd be more safe. We wouldn't have to worry about her popping in and spying on us. I wavered before making a decision. I needed someone to talk to about this. Fortunately, one of the wisest people I knew was sitting outside my door, having tea. Illustration description. Kitson profile, record DST 230307. Kitson nobility. An illustration of an elaborately dressed Kitson shows it standing at 15 centimeters tall, and shows the many-layered robes their nobility wear, with each layer displaying a different flowing or rounded pattern. Under the robes, the Kitson wears loose, puffed pants that draw tight at the ankle. A scaled drawing shows a Kitson silhouette next to a human one, with the Kitson coming to the top of the human's boot. An illustration of a ceremonial knife, both sheathed and unsheathed. It is shaped like a very short katana and has elaborate hilt wrappings. Kitson mobility platforms, with illustrations of a platform sized for a single Kitson and another sized for several. Kitson warrior. A side view and a front view of a warrior wearing more practical robes than the nobility, wearing the mask and carrying the named sword. An illustration of a sheathed katana-like sword with an interesting mechanism of unspecified purpose at the base of the blade and above the hilt. The blade is called the darting hawk that separates sinew from bone. An illustration of a ceremonial mask, which is primarily white with simple flowing accents framing the eye holes, dropping down from the ears and tracing a smile of exaggerated length. Chapter 19.
Hesho had arranged himself cross-legged on a little carpet mat. He didn't acknowledge me as I opened the door. Instead, he carefully bowed to his teapot, then raised it and poured a single cup of tea about a quarter full. He bowed to it, then sipped it quietly until it was gone. Finished, he picked up his mask, white with red stripes in the shape of a fox's head, and affixed it back into place. It had the air of ritual about it, so I hovered behind him, waiting until he spoke.
"It is a ceremony for the Emperor," he explained. "Every Nanjan day, the head of the household pours, taking the Emperor's place. It is a representation of how everything flows from the Emperor, all comfort, all needs, all life. I had never done it before from this position. I had poured for the heads of state, but the Emperor does not drink, as he does not take from the people, only gives." He paused. "I used to believe that."
I settled down in the doorway as he turned around on his mat. As always, his voice was powerful and deep, a tremendous bass coming from something so small. Or maybe that was just my prejudice speaking. Why shouldn't something small produce deep sounds?
"You are troubled,"
he said to me. "Am I ever not?" I said with a sigh.
"Wise," he said. "As the ocean waves are disturbed by constant turmoil, so is the life of one who lives to the full."
"I don't think I'm so much like waves, Hesho," I said, "as much as I am like a jug of something carbonated that's shaken up and down repeatedly." He chuckled at that.
"I enjoy the way you see the world spin. It makes me think that perhaps I should appreciate levity in more abundance."
Same? Only in reverse?" I sighed, sitting down against the doorframe and ignoring the pair of pilots from another flight who walked by. They gave us odd glances, but I was used to those. I'm not sure I can even figure out what I want to ask at the moment. Want to talk about your problems?
"It would help to receive advice," Hesho said. "You are growing more thoughtful, Spensa. This is an encouraging development."
Sure. Really, I just didn't want to unload on him before I could process some more. But I would let him think I was becoming more mature.
"What does one do," he said to me, "when one realizes that one is a burden?"
"What do you mean?" I asked.
"I selfishly miss my old life," he said. "The instant obedience of everyone around me, the ability to control destiny and make decisions, and I miss my friends, my wives, my family, my servants and colleagues, my cupbearer and my shield-bearer, my eldest daughter, who is a musician of the most blissful tones. I now have only recordings."
Scud, he had a family? Families? It made sense, but sometimes it was hard to remember. I saw my friends mostly as soldiers, doing soldier things. "Then go back to them," I said. "You can still fly with me if you want, but you don't have to guard my door at night, Hesho. I appreciate it, but I would be happier if you are happy."
"Ah," he said, tapping his mask. "But I have taken the mask spin. As I told you before, this is a promise. By wearing it, I indicate to everyone that I have banished Hesho. The Emperor is no more."
"Then keep the mask," I said, "and go back to your wives."
"I could do that, yes, and they'd probably accept me, but it would ruin too many things."
He reached into the pocket of his formal robes and took out a data pad.
"The Senate is working effectively for once. They threw off the superiority while I was gone. They agreed to support this rebellion. They are debating among themselves, and strangely seem more unified now that they are no longer ruled. Plus, my children are grown and have positions of authority, most serving underneath my wives, who are far more powerful now that I'm gone. Each of the three has taken a consort."
"Already? You were presumed dead for barely a few weeks."
"Our unions were political," he said, his paw resting on the screen in a way I thought was fond. "Designed to unite factions on our planet. Without me, they can return to their own families triumphant, having served the greater needs of our people. I miss them all, but each is now the most politically important member of her clan. My children gain much through the respect paid to them because of my sacrifice. My survival would have been inconvenient for everyone had I not taken the mask. It is the same story everywhere I search. My people were ready to move on. They were ready for the Emperor to vanish, but so long as I persisted, they could not. It is better for everyone that I remain isolated. Sometimes I wish I had not recovered my memories at all.
I'm sorry, Hesho, I said softly. That scudding sucks. Then I winced. Maybe pretend I said something wise instead.
I cherish wisdom, he said. Yet today, empathy helps more. Thank you. It does, scudding suck. Like the dark of the moon, which can never show its face to the light and never know the kiss of the dawn.
Yeah, just like that, I said. Or when you bruise your knuckles punching Jorgen in the knee. Sucks all around because he didn't actually deserve it, and now your hand hurts.
Or how the fish and the hawk can never be friends, despite having entirely different perspectives to share with one another.
Or like when you really need to scream at someone, but the only person you can find is someone nice like Rig. So after yelling, you actually feel worse.
Or how every painting will eventually degrade, so that the universe is constantly losing its masterworks to inevitable decay.
Or like when you need to pee during maneuvers, but realize you forgot to hook up the flight suit catheter. Hesho chuckled. He seemed to think that one was a joke, but it really did suck. I assumed he didn't know because his ships were big enough, rather, the occupants were small enough to contain full lavatory facilities.
Thank you, he said. Smiling does help.
We could go to the firing range and blow some stuff up, I offered, if you want some real therapy.
Yes, perhaps later. You seemed concerned earlier. Can I help you in turn?
I knocked my head backward against the frame of the door, where I was still sitting, one foot up on the opposite side. Yeah, that.
I'm sorry. Would you rather not be reminded?
No, I came out looking for advice, I said. Braid wants to duel me.
Ah. You two are like a pair of celestial bodies, drawn to conflict by forces you cannot control. I am not, therefore, surprised.
I think it's a good idea, I said to him. I can beat her and remove her from Winzik's arsenal.
As I have yet to meet a pilot who can best you in a fair fight, I'm inclined to agree with that assessment, assuming we can be certain it's not a trap.
Yeah. Any idea how to do that?
Scout the area ahead of time, he said. Agree to both place an inhibitor slug before entering the region. Maybe even send in a decoy first.
Smart.
I'm simply adapting the actions taken by Jillo in The Epic of Jillo, but I appreciate your faith in me.
So we do those things, I said. Except
Jorgen?
He guessed. Yeah, Jorgen. He's going to say no. He'll worry I'm risking myself needlessly, and a duel is totally against protocol. Even though once a battle starts, we're basically just dueling each other anyway, so protocols are stupid. Wish I were an emperor.
Life is in many ways simpler when one is an absolute authority, capable of deciding whatever one wants. But there are huge drawbacks as well, Spin, to such a calling.
I suppose, I said, closing my eyes. Do you think maybe I'm like you? That everyone would be better off if I stayed away? If I flew off somewhere and never bothered them again? Then nobody would get hurt trying to keep up with me. I could just do what needed to be done, and Jorgen wouldn't get into trouble because I wouldn't be under his command. Hesho didn't reply. Hesho? I asked, cracking an eye.
I am thinking that I have burdened you with my own terrible thoughts, he admitted. That if I had not spoken of my isolation, you would not be thinking of adopting the same sensibility. that I should have remained isolated from you for your own good, that it would be for the best if I left.
I rolled over and went down on my stomach, putting myself at eye level with Hesho. No, I said to him. Please don't be like that, Hesho. Not to me. I'm like an interdimensional monster or something. If one of us is bad for the other, it's me.
Thus, we both persist in the same worry. Perhaps we are both wrong.
Agreed, I said. We stick together. You and me, at least. All right? I held out my fist for a little fist bump. He considered.
Fate declared that I should be your companion, and it was the path to my sanity, he finally decided. I accept your words.
He solemnly removed his mask, then reached up and tapped my fist with one of his claws. Good, I said.
So, what do we do? He asked, replacing his mask. About Braid. Sneak off in the night like assassins?
I wavered. Scud, Jorgen would kill me. And I'd deserve it. No, I said. I'm going to go talk to Jorgen first and get permission.
Very well,
Hesho said.
I shall prepare tea for your return.
Prepare a bandage, too, I said, climbing to my feet. I'm half convinced he's going to stab me for even daring to ask. Chapter 20. I didn't just hyperjump into Jorgen's room like I normally would have. I didn't even march up to his door and bang on it like a proper warrior would. I made an appointment with his secretary. Recalfer was the same aide Cobb had used, inherited from Ironsides. He seemed to find my newfound rule-following nature as baffling as I did.
An appointment,
the man said as I stood by the videocom on the wall of my room. He looked through Jorgen's schedule, which was written out in this big book instead of computerized. Recalfer was old school.
I can do tomorrow morning.
No, it needs to be today, I said. Is he still in the meeting?
He just got out. He has scheduled an hour to decompress and go over his notes.
Great. Schedule me instead of that, I said. But it's fine.
Commodore Nightshade, he said, I don't think you quite understand the purpose of appointments.
I called ahead, I snapped. The rulebook says to call ahead. Book the appointment, Recalfer, or I'll push you out an airlock. He paled. I'd put you in a spacesuit first, I said, rolling my eyes. What do you think I am, a monster?
Okay, he said. I'm sending him a note that you'll be visiting him in 5 minutes, and that you wouldn't accept my insistence that he not be interrupted.
Please note that I'm following protocol, I said. Write it down. I growled at him until he did. Stupid man needed to see how difficult this was. I needed him to work with me. 5 minutes later, I appeared in front of Jorgen's door and pounded on it with a warrior's fervor. He opened it, tall and intimidating in his admiral's uniform. And handsome. Why was he so scudding handsome? He took me in for a moment, then sighed and stepped back, gesturing for me to enter.
Thanks for the heads up.
Recalfer was a pill, I said, stalking in. He acted like it was some great imposition for me to ask him to do his job.
His job, Jorgen said, is to make certain I'm not interrupted when I have work to do. There are exceptions for my command staff, however, if there is some emergency.
I stopped at his table, which was scattered with notes and star charts. Strange how much paper we had now that we could get it from the other planets. I turned back toward him and took a deep breath. Rule 48B, Subrule 18, I said. Officer turns herself in for discipline and demands demotion. I declare that I'm demoted back to lieutenant. Jorgen turned toward me, the door to his study sliding closed. He seemed amused. I read the scudding rules, I said, hands on hips, and so I'm a lieutenant now. By the book, Jorgen.
You read the rules, he said.
Yep.
On military discipline.
Whole thing.
And now,
Now I'm going to declare myself demoted, I said. His smile widened.
Spensa, you can't declare that. Rule 48B, Sub-Rule 18, in the Handbook of Intersectional Discipline, he said. Yes. It says that an officer, upon failure or disgrace, can request demotion. As a form of saving face, Spensa. It lets an officer admit they've made a tactical error with grave consequences, and is actually there to prevent them from committing suicide, as would occasionally happen in some militaries. At any rate, they can request demotion. Which is what I'm doing. He gave me a flat stare. In my own way, I admitted. Then I softened my tone. Look, I'm trying. I know you are, he said, walking over to me. I appreciate it. But you could just apologize. That's the thing, I said, then bit my lip. You don't think you did anything wrong, do you? It's complicated, I said. I broke the rules, sure, but... Jorgen, I would do it again. So maybe it's best if you just bust me back to LT as a consequence. He sighed, settling down in one of the seats around the table. I, after a moment's hesitation, did likewise. Spensa, he said, what would that accomplish? No one follows you because of your rank, and I doubt you care about it. I could name you an airman in charge of floor mopping and it wouldn't make a difference. He had a point. Plus, in the stories, it was practically a rite of passage for the heroine to repeatedly get kicked out of the military. Never really bothered them. It had only happened to me once that I could recall, so I wasn't even keeping up. I put my elbows on the table, looking him in the eyes. I'm sorry, I said softly, for hurting you. I'm sorry for ignoring your authority. If I were to do it again, I'd talk to you. But I know I'd go again if you said no. I'm a terrible soldier, aren't I? Your passion is what makes you a great soldier, Spensa, he said. But is it really that difficult to trust me? To try it my way, just to see? I read the rules. He reached his hand across the table, palm up. I hesitantly put mine on top of it. That's a step forward, he said. I appreciate the gesture. I will listen better and try things your way, I sighed. This was a whole lot more fun when you were my rules-obsessed boyfriend and I could corrupt you. Why'd you have to go and become the guy in charge of everything? I didn't choose that so much as have it forced upon me. Sure, I said. You can just up and decide to be admiral. But if I try to change my rank... I smiled at him and got a smile back. So, I continued, can I please go dual braid to the death in a contest of honor? He gave me a long, slow blink. Who? Braid, I said, realizing that Jorgen hadn't been there for most of my experiences with her. Winzik's pet human cytonic. I flew with her at Starsight. You saw her once, I think. You saved me when she was trying to capture my soul? Right, he said. Short dark hair, sneer on her lips. Yup, I said. She's been popping up in my head lately, connecting to me cytonically. She invited me to come try to kill her. Can I go do it? Please, please, please? One of the superiority's cytonics has invited you to a duel, he said. Spensa, that's obviously a trap. Hesho and I figured that, I said. We'll scout it out first. He squeezed my hand. I thought I could follow his thoughts as various pieces of him warred, each one trying to be victorious and get to explain how terrible this idea was. Spensa, I know, I said with a sigh, leaning back. I'm way more valuable to our fight than she is to hers. Even if I'm likely to win, the risk isn't worth the gain. I don't have the resources to determine if it's actually a trap or not, and it's foolish to try. I want to anyway. How do I talk you out of it? He asked, his voice pained.
order me not to, maybe?
When has that worked?
Today it might, I said. I'm trying to be better. He squeezed my hand again, then frowned.
Wait, an enemy cytonic has been able to contact you?
Yes. Why?
We're inside detritus's defenses, he said. There's an inhibition field around the entire planet, fully strengthened now that we know what we're doing. Without that shield, the enemy wouldn't have had to spend years fighting through it with bombs to destroy us. They'd have been able to hyperjump the bombs right into our caverns.
Yeah, it's strange, I said. Braid says we're connected somehow. Maybe that's the reason? I've always been able to hyperjump while inside detritus's protection, even before I could understand any kind of passcode or key to allow me.
Yes, he said. And while Alanik couldn't hyperjump in originally, that's why she got shot down trying to fly past the platforms, she managed it later. We are pretty sure that anyone born here automatically has the key, though before we really understood all of this, the defenses were weakening. The enemy was able to pilot their drones via cytonic communication and influence your father's mind. Rigg says that he's got the field bolstered, now that we can persuade slugs to power the equipment, but we're still not 100% sure how it works.
Huh. Regardless, it seemed I was a weak link, a hole in our defenses. Jorgen stood up.
Every day, we discover another oddity about this planet. If an enemy's cytonic can contact you despite the inhibition field, it's possible they can figure out how to get ships in here, which would be a disaster.
The door chimed and he paused, then walked over and opened it to reveal Recalfer, who handed him an envelope. Oh, sure, I thought. He has no problem interrupting Jorgen's private time himself. Jorgen walked back and absently sliced the side of the envelope off with a mind blade, an invisible something he could do with his powers. I'd missed him experimenting with this, and so far I could barely even grasp what he was doing, let alone replicate it. My talents didn't lie in that direction. He pulled out a card, then smiled. What? I asked.
It's the Kitsin formal agreement to our offer of alliance, he said, and joint war.
He turned the card over, showing the flowery writing and ink designs.
They told me they'd send it. Apparently on their planet, people like to get them framed.
Scud. I loved those fuzzy little maniacs. I'd be proud to fight beside them. Only, it's bad, isn't it? I said, reading Jorgen's expression. He nodded, gesturing to the star charts and troop counts scattered on the table.
Winzik is gathering his forces at a place named Evensong, an old platform repurposed as their communications hub.
I'd read about this in the data dump. That's where they keep their slugs, Jorgen, I said, rising from the table. The majority of their Taenics, when not being used as hyperdrives, are there, including all of their communications slugs.
The most fortified position in the superiority,
he agreed. Yeah, I said. Then paused. We should attack it.
What?
They're going to throw everything they have at us, right? I said. We can't let them choose the battleground, Jorgen. The others worried about this earlier. We have 2 planets to defend, Evershore and Redon, yet there's only one detritus. Wherever we set up, they'll hit the other planet, attack the people there as punishment for our rebellion. We don't have the forces to defend both, so we need to go on the offensive. He's gathering his troops, right? And it will take days for him to organize. I shrugged. So we should hit him first. It's the only thing that gives us a chance.
It's also crazy, he said.
Crazy good, though, I said. Bold and decisive. We have known their big weakness all along. We keep talking about it.
That they need to keep their tech centralized to a few locations, he said, to prevent their secrets from spreading.
A huge chunk of their slugs are at that communications hub, I said. If we liberated them, what would happen to the superior?